20. The next few days flew by, riddled with anxiety. And yet they were happy ones too. I taught Prince Yanming to hold a sword and let him trounce me each time we sparred. He showed me how to fold paper animals, and we sang silly songs that we made up together. When he discovered that I knew just one story of his beloved dragons, he gathered his books, and together we read of how the dragons saved the merfolk from sea monsters, how they purified the waters when a swarm of venomous jellyfish tainted the ocean. It was little wonder their absence had left such a void in the Eastern Sea. And when he flung his arms around my neck, squeezing me with his soft arms, a warmth bloomed inside me. He slipped through the wall around my heart, becoming the childhood companion I never had, the sibling I never knew I wished for. All too soon, the day of our ruse arrived. I sat in the room with Wenxia as 2 palace attendants fussed over me, assisting with my transformation into Lady Anmei.
"Could you try to act demure and gentle?" Wenxia suggested. "Take smaller steps when you walk. Your gaze should be softer. Lady Anmei is a delicate flower, so could you try not to be—"
"A thorn?" I bit out, my temper frayed thin. For the past hour, he had been lecturing me on the behavior I should emulate. I shot him a deceptively sweet smile. "Perhaps you should dress as Lady Anmei yourself, since you seem so well-versed in her mannerisms." A choked sound erupted from one of the attendants, which she quickly gulped back. Wenxia's eyes curved with humor, yet he continued as though I had not spoken.
"Try to appear a little afraid or nervous. Not everyone can be as sure of themselves as you are."
I swung around, dislodging an attendant's attempt to fix a gold flower to my hair. "Since I met you, I've been afraid more times than in all my years before. Who wouldn't be? Getting speared by darts, scalded by fire, attacked by monsters?"
"If you were afraid, you kept your wits about you, most of the time."
He sat down and unrolled a scroll crafted of bamboo strips, each crammed with tiny characters and bound with silk. Soon he was engrossed in his reading like he had forgotten I was there. His indifference bothered me more than it should. I glanced into the mirror, a stranger gazing back at me. The attendants had drawn my brows into delicate arches, brushed my cheeks with rose powder, and colored my lips a light coral. My hair was pulled into smooth coils, adorned with jeweled flowers from which strands of turquoise beads cascaded. The lilac silk of my dress was embroidered with colorful shells and seagrass, a crimson sash tied around my waist. An open coat of azure satin flowed to my feet, encased in slippers of gold brocade. The attendants flattered me, telling me I looked beautiful before they left the room.
"Are you ready?"
A note of impatience rang in Wenxia's voice as he turned to me. In the sudden quiet, I found myself holding my breath.
"You look different," he said finally, "though such as you does not need all this gilding."
"Gilding?" I was torn between laughter and mortification. "Might I remind you this was your idea?" He shrugged.
"A good one, but I did not say I liked it."
It was no compliment, yet the intensity of his stare sent a tingling rush through me, like a cool breeze gliding over my skin. Before I could reply, he picked up the scroll and resumed his reading. As I rose to find a book of my own, I stumbled, tripping over the hem of my coat. Wenxia shot up to catch me, his fingers closing around my arms. Light kindled in his eyes, my heart racing like I had run a long way. But I had learned such feelings were dangerous, and the wounds they could inflict more painful than those from a blade. I pulled away, averting my gaze. His hands dropped to his side, an awkward silence descending over us. Fortunately, Prince Yanming arrived soon after. At the sight of me, he burst into laughter, dousing my brief pride in my appearance. "You're wearing Lady Anmei's clothes!"
"She is Lady Anmei for today," Wenxia reminded him sternly. "Remember what your brother told you, Your Highness."
The mirth vanished from Prince Yanming's face as he nodded, his body shaking a little. Of course he was afraid, knowing he and his loved ones were in peril. Crouching down, I clasped his shoulder. "Don't worry," I told him. "It's a little dangerous, but you'll be safe. Your brother is waiting in the forest with his guards, and we won't let anything happen to you." His teeth gnawed his lip. What about you? I don't want anything to happen to you either. Nothing will, I promised, wiping the sweat from my palm before taking his hand. I will take care of us. An odd look crossed Prince Yenming's face. But you're not a very good fighter. I always beat you, and I only just started learning. Wenjie snorted while I glared at him. Don't worry, I told Prince Yenming, his brow still wrinkled in a frown. I'm better with the bow. Together, we walked in silence from the palace to the shore. A large tent had been erected there for our use, far from the shoreline, a visible target for Governor Renyu's forces, and one which I hoped would prove irresistible. Once we were inside and the flap had been lowered, I set about concealing weapons, bows, and quivers of arrows around the tent. Afterward, we took a long stroll on the beach, the noon sun beating down upon us. The residents had been escorted to safety, leaving disguised celestial soldiers in their place, while Prince Yenxi and his army hid in the forest that bordered the beach. I did not let go of Prince Yenming's hand as I scanned our surroundings for any sign of danger. Yet there was none, the sea tranquil and clear. Soon after we returned to the tent, Prince Yenming fell asleep, perhaps exhausted from the strain of the day. I covered him with a blanket, watching his chest rise and fall, the serenity of his face striking me deep. I would keep him safe, I promised silently, no matter what happened today. Looking around for something to distract myself, I found some books and a weiqi board set up in a corner, its black and white stones gleaming invitingly. But I was in no mood to do either. Waiting to be attacked shredded my nerves raw, unlike Wenjie, who sat in a chair reading his scroll with unflappable calm. An urge gripped me to disrupt his concentration. When did you come to the Celestial Kingdom? I asked. A while ago. Undeterred by his curt response, I pressed on. Which of the 4 seas are you from? He raised his head then, fixing me with a pointed stare. Why the sudden interest? I sighed. There isn't much I can do here other than talk. Unfortunately, I don't have much choice for company. Why don't we talk about you? He suggested. Where are you from? The Southern Sea. Caught unaware, I said the first thing that entered my mind, what I had been schooled to say before. The Southern Sea, he repeated slowly, setting his scroll down. And yet, you've never seen the ocean before. My face flamed. How fortunate that it was covered under a layer of powder. I left when I was a child and don't remember anything. What of your family? I was eager to shift the conversation away from me. He was silent for a while. I have kin in the Western Sea, but I haven't seen them for a long time. My responsibilities keep me well engaged. Do you miss them? I asked, thinking of my mother. Some more than others, he replied with a tight smile. He picked up his scroll again, a sign that our conversation was over. I had finally met someone as reticent as me. Was he unwilling to speak of his family because the Western Sea had sided with the demon realm in the war? Perhaps it was prudent not to remind others of it. Though the Celestial Kingdom was now at peace with the 4 seas, immortal memories were long. I opened my mouth to ask another question, then hesitated. Not everyone's past was a path through sunlit fields. We each had our own corners that we preferred to leave in the shadows. The sun dropped lower in the sky, and still there was no sign of the merfolk. Had our plan failed? Was Governor Renyu too cunning to fall for our ploy? How much longer must we stay here? Can't we leave now? Maybe the bad governor won't come. Prince Yenming had been restless since he awoke, unused to being confined. I glanced at Wenjie. Shall we take another walk outside? To reassure them that we're still here? They could be waiting until nightfall to attack. Merfolk are adept at seeing in the dark, he said. What if we spread the word that Prince Yenming is leaving soon? The guards and attendants can make a pretense of the preparations while we walk near the water. After that, His Highness should be escorted to safety. Our danger increased with every passing moment. although it would be better to provoke the merfolk into action than let their plan unfold as they wanted. He nodded, calling in the guard to relay his instructions. Before we left the tent, he passed me a small dagger with a silver hilt.
Keep this on you at all times.
I took it, tucking it into my sash, concealed beneath my coat. It was more an ornament than a weapon, yet this was all I had to defend myself. No, I reminded myself. I still had my powers, and even with my bare hands, I was not helpless. The ocean was restless now, its gray-green waters turbulent. Foaming waves crested high before crashing against the shore. Breaking free of my grasp, Prince Yanming ran ahead of me. I chased after him into the water, drenching my slippers and skirt. An inky shadow fell over us, as though night had fallen, cold dread congealing in the pit of my stomach. Towering above us was an enormous octopus, blocking out the sun itself. Giant tentacles, each twice the length of a grown man, lashed out, splashing water and flooding the beach. Riding upon the creature was a warrior in pearlescent armor that reached his knees and left his arms bare, a crown of red coral branches woven into his hair. Around his neck gleamed a large pendant, a gold disc encircling a glowing yellow stone. In one hand he held a spear, and in the other a shield studded with vicious spikes. His eyes were as pale as a glacier, and when they locked on me, I froze.
Governor Ren Yu.
Wenzhe shouted in warning as the governor's lips curled into a smirk. The octopus! It was almost upon Prince Yanming. Dashing deeper into the water, I swept him up, clutching him tightly as we raced from the rising tide. A tentacle lashed out behind me, slicing my calf. I choked back a cry, forcing myself onward through the churning current as the stinging seawater stripped the blood from my wound. Just as we reached the shore, the water foamed with thousands of quivering jellyfish, poisoned stingers coating their translucent tentacles. The merfolk rode the crests of the swelling waves, roaring as they stormed the beach. With an answering shout, Prince Yanxi's men surged from the forest. The celestial soldiers threw off their disguises, their armor gleaming in the late afternoon light. A sudden tension ripped through the air, shimmering and flickering with the energies of the warriors as the armies collided. Bolts of fire and ice hurtled into hastily erected shields. Swords struck in a thunderous clash, ringing through the billowing sand. Prince Yanming trembled in my arms as we sprinted to the tent. But when agonized screams erupted from behind, I halted, whirling around. My heart plunged at the sight. The giant octopus was wrapping its tentacles around celestial soldiers, hurling them into the ocean, where venomous jellyfish swarmed over them, dragging them beneath the waves. Wenzhe shouted for them to move to higher ground, but his words were lost in the chaos. His energy erupted in a blaze of light, solidifying into a towering shield along the shoreline. Yet the area was too wide. His magic spread too thin. Flanked by several warriors, Governor Ren Yu raised his hand, blue light streaking forth to strike the barrier. Once, twice, and then again, until at last Wenzhe's shield shattered. I would have darted for a weapon, but if I discarded my pretense, the governor might sense a trap. The merfolk pressed on, eagerly now, as our soldiers scattered like wind-blown leaves. Wenzhe was shaking. I had never seen him look so distraught, so anxious, furious, and frustrated. "Go," I urged him. "You don't need to stay with us. I'll watch over Prince Yanming." He stilled, his eyes fixed upon the carnage.
"What will you do?"
"I'll stay in the tent. It will be safe there." Without waiting for his answer, I stalked away with Prince Yanming. Several soldiers waited inside the tent to escort him to safety, but when they tried to take him from me, he clutched me tighter. "Are you coming?" His voice shook. I brushed his cheek with my knuckle. "Your Highness needs to leave now. Your brother is waiting for you. I'll join you soon." "Do you promise?" A heartbeat of hesitation before I nodded. I hated lying to him, but if the governor found this place deserted, he might leave before we could apprehend him. Every moment I bought with this farce increased our chance of capturing him. My heart thudded as I watched Prince Yanming and the soldiers slip through the back of the tent, disappearing into the safety of the forest. Only then did a little of my tension ease. I sat down to wait, agitated at doing nothing, while outside, blood soaked the sand. We had hoped to trap Governor Renyu, but he caught us unaware by the ferocity of his attack and the sea monsters under his command. Tossing off my sodden coat, I pulled out a bow and quiver, placing them on the table within reach. Part of me wanted to clap my palms over my ears to drown the clash of steel, the screams and groans. How much longer could I bear this? When a loud cry pierced the air, I dashed to the entrance, stumbling to a stop as the silhouette of a limp form slumped against the tent walls. The flap lifted. A figure loomed in the entrance. I took a step back, my body stiff with anxiety.
You must be Lady Anmei. Governor Renyu greeted me with a mockingly low bow. Rumors of your charms were not exaggerated.
His aura filled the air, pressing around me in the confined space. Strong, to be sure, yet wavering as an inconstant tide. Was his grip on his power unsteady? I had no time to ponder as he entered, towering above me, the parts of his body I could see corded with muscle. His cold stare sent a shudder through me, as did the cruel slant of his mouth, and the blood sprayed across his cheek. I darted for the bow on the table, but he swept it out of my reach and tossed it outside with a bark of laughter.
Do you know how to use it?
I shook my head, shrinking away as my fingers inched toward the concealed dagger. If I had the bow, there would already be an arrow through his chest. But as he had the advantage for now, I would not drop my disguise. As long as he believed I was Lady Anmei, he might not harm me. "Who are you?" I asked, trying to draw his attention from my hands.
You have nothing to fear. All I want is the little prince. Help me, and you will be well rewarded.
His gaze slid across the tent.
Where is he?
His voice was rich, deep, melodious, the most beautiful one I had ever heard. My suspicion of him melted away, replaced by warm admiration. Governor Renyu appeared honorable and kind. Why had he been so viciously maligned? The disc around his neck gleamed brighter, like the eyes of a serpent aglow in the dark. The image jarred me, my instincts prickling in warning. I blinked, tearing myself from the tantalizing promise of his words, forcing myself to listen to the screams outside. In a flash, it struck me how he held such sway over the merfolk. There was magic in his voice which compelled others to believe him. Had it come from the shining pendant around his neck? Whatever it was, it had almost worked on me, even overcoming my hostility. Little wonder that the merfolk were so loyal to him, willing to risk themselves to protect him, to fight for him on the mere promise of his words and illusion of his honor. I had never encountered such power before, though. Was he a demon? One of the dreaded mind talents? I dared not let my fear show. He expected my admiration, my obedience, that I would yield to his will as a blade of grass to the wind. Widening my eyes to appear guileless, I gestured to the bed where Prince Yanming had napped earlier. The covers were bunched up over the top, giving the semblance of a small body beneath. "He's sleeping," I said. His mouth curved into a vicious smile.
Once the Eastern Sea is mine, I'll dispose of the brat, and we'll rule together. The other kingdoms will fall to me too, and you'll be the queen of the 4 seas.
He stretched out his hand, promising what he believed I wished to hear. Anger flared in me to hear him speak so of Prince Yanming and his despicable plans, yet I was glad for it to bolster my wavering will. I stared at the yellow gem against his chest. This close, a strange power emanated from it, raising the hairs on my skin. "What makes you think you'll win?"
The merfolk obey my every command, as do the sea creatures. You have nothing to fear with me by your side.
His words spilled through me like liquid honey, even as my insides recoiled. How tempting it was to agree with him, to earn his approval. No, I could not succumb. I could not end up one of his unthinking minions. My nails dug into my palms as I channeled a surge of energy into my ears to seal off my hearing. Cloaked in sudden silence, I could barely hear my own breathing. My gut twisted at the thought of fighting him this way, but I feared more falling under his control. I fixed my gaze upon him. There would be no telltale rustle of his step or the whistle of his sword to alert me, a risk, though a necessary one. As he moved toward the bed, I grabbed the dagger from my sash and hurled it at him. He swung aside, the blade slicing his cheek. Without a pause, he lunged forward, tearing the covers from the bed, snarling to find it empty. At once, he swung to me, but I darted for the nearest bow, drawing and releasing an arrow in the same heartbeat. With a sweep of his shield, he batted it to the ground. I shot one after another in a frantic pace until my fingers stung from the grooves riddled across their tips. He was quick, though, evading each one with startling speed. My elbow slammed into a shelf as I groped for another arrow. As his knuckles whitened around his spear, I flung up a shield just as his weapon slammed against it. My last arrow sank into his shoulder. I dove for a new quiver, so intent upon it that I did not sense the shift in the air until something stabbed my calf, spreading like wildfire. 2 silver needles protruded from my leg, pinning the silk of my dress to my flesh, stained with the greenish liquid I had seen once before. Sea scorpion venom rushing through my veins. My shield was no more, dispelled, leaving me as helpless as a rabbit snared in a trap while the hunter stalked ever closer. His lips peeled back, stretching wide, yet all I heard was a faint humming. I loosened the seal over my ears until the faintest whisper slid through. All I had left to slow him with were words. "Coward," I hissed, trying to delay the inevitable end, to goad him to rashness. "Fight me without such tricks!"
Losers complain, and winners, well, winners have better things to do. He spoke with a smug complacency that sent fear shooting down my spine. The pull in his voice was still there, but fainter now. I could barely hear it. I reached for my powers, struggling to steady myself against the searing agony of the poison. The gem around his neck glowed like sun-struck gold. As I stared at it, I asked, "Your pendant, is that how you're controlling the merfolk?" My voice sounded as though it came from far away. "Such magic is despicable." Despicable? Because you cannot wield it? Because you fear it?
He cocked his head to one side, though I did not think he expected an answer.
The merfolk have always harbored such suspicions against the sea immortals. I merely lit the spark of their prejudice, nudged their will to mine. How is this any different from holding a sword to your enemy's throat? Why should one victory be deemed honorable and the other not?
"It's not the same," I ground out. "You've taken away their freedom to choose, to judge on their own, to compel them to acts they might rather die than commit." I fixed him with a scornful stare, even as I shrank away inside. "But no enchantment is unbreakable. You'll pay when they break free."
Death is the only release for those under my control.
A cruel light gleamed in his eyes.
There were a few who angered me with their incompetence, others who were too difficult to dominate. Just before they died, such clarity shone in their faces, rage too, that they had been taken for fools. It made their end all the sweeter, as yours will be.
His spear flashed. Fighting through the pain, I seized my powers, but then his fist slammed into my temple. Pain engulfed me, my energy dispersing. If my feet could move, I would have fled, but I could not even choke out a scream through the crushing numbness which sank over me. My arrows. I still had them. While my legs were rooted fast, my arms were still free, at least for now, until the poison spread. I grasped around my back, fumbling inside the quiver. As I grasped one, the governor snatched it from me and snapped it into 2, grinding the metal tip against my palm until he drove it through my flesh. The agony stripped my mind bare. I could not cry out. I could hardly breathe. With a malicious sneer, he wrenched the bow from my grasp, throwing it beyond my reach. Picking up his fallen spear, he pressed it to my chest, exerting just enough pressure to pierce my skin with its venomous tip. Blood blossomed on the silk like a crimson hibiscus unfurling its petals. I gasped then, my upper body convulsing, before it froze. From the curl in his lips, I knew he relished my suffering. My heart recoiled, stabbed by regret. Would I ever see my mother and Ping'e again? Li Wei's face flashed through my mind, and oddly Wenx's too. Such scorching pain raced through my veins, swifter now, my breathing turning harsh and ragged. I shut my eyes to block out the horror of being so utterly at his mercy, weaponless, poisoned, and trapped. No, I told myself furiously. I still had my training. I still had my wits. I still had my magic. I fought for calm, grinding my jaws until they ached. My power flew into my grasp, a gale surging into the tent and flinging him against the ground. Something fell from his head, his crown of red coral, the branches breaking into shards. His eyes blazed with shock, then rage. He raised his hand, gleaming with his own magic. But I was relentless, reckless even, as I hurled a stream of enchantments his way, not daring to allow him a chance to retaliate. Wild gusts lashed him, coils of air bound him, bolts of flame singed his skin before they were doused. If I were not incapacitated, rooted to the spot, I might have collapsed from the strain. Never had I fought so, relying on my magic alone. Teacher Daoming's warning not to drain my energy rang through my head, yet if I stopped, I would die. There would be no mercy from him, no second chance. Backed against the tent walls, the governor deflected each blow until sweat poured from his brow and his breathing was as labored as mine. A fierce pride gripped me, that I was no longer the prey he had stalked. Someone appeared in the entrance. Wenxhe, covered in blood, sand, and dirt, his face taut with exhaustion, or was it fury? As Governor Runyu staggered to his feet, Wenxhe charged at him, sword slamming against spear. The governor's mouth worked furiously, uttering words I could not make out. What was he saying? What if Wenxhe fell under his control? His pendant! My cry dissolved into a broken whisper. I had not the strength for more. Fear clutched at me that it was not enough, that he did not hear me, and my bow was too far away, my magic almost drained. My hand throbbed with pain, there all along yet overshadowed by the agony raging through my body. I glanced down to find the broken shard of arrow still embedded in my palm. A muffled crash sounded as Wenxhe flung the governor into a shelf. He sprang back up, his pendant gleaming brighter. A chill swept through me that any moment now he might unleash its power. I could not move, not even to twitch my finger. The venom had paralyzed me entirely. Yet I could not let Wenxhe fall under the governor's control. Gasping for air, I scraped my energy to form a current of wind, slender but swift and strong, which tore the arrow shaft from my flesh and hurled it at the governor. It struck his pendant, slamming against the stone. The yellow gem cracked, the light fading from it. Governor Renyu's mouth opened in a rage-filled shout, but it was as whispers to my ears. I was afire with pain, numbed to all else. Wenxhe whirled with deadly grace, his foot colliding into the governor's side. As the governor staggered back, Wenxhe's blade slashed across his ribs, the pearlescent scales of his armor splintering. The governor's mouth rounded as a strange expression crossed his face. Was it shock? Disbelief that his enchantment had failed? Whatever it was, I was glad for it, a vicious satisfaction flaring in me. Governor Renyu was panting, his movements growing more frantic as he flung off Wenxhe's brutal blows. He was careless now, reeking of desperation. As Wenxhe raised his arm, the governor flung his spear at him, but Wenxhe spun to the other side, plunging his blade smoothly through Governor Renyu's armor, right through his ribs. He lunged forward, driving his sword deeper until it was buried to the hilt, its tip sliding from the governor's back, silver coated in crimson. Wenxhe's face was twisted into a feral expression as he tore his sword free. Blood sprayed in the air as Governor Renyu's body lurched, a wet wheeze slipping from his mouth as he staggered back. His hand fumbled over his gaping wound as his blood, so much of it, streamed through his fingers. The governor crumpled then, his head slamming against the ground, his eyes rolling up, his limbs twitching, before all went still. Dead. He was dead. There was no pity in me for him, nor was there joy, just a bone-deep relief that it was over, that we were alive. Wenxhe dropped his sword, rushing to me. He gripped my shoulders, his eyes widening at the sight of my injuries. When his lips moved, I strained to listen.
Where are you hurt? Why aren't you moving?
Despite the comfort of his touch, a coldness spread over me as though I was buried under a layer of snow. My vision blurred as I gazed up at him, the last thing I saw before the darkness claimed me. 21. Cracking my eyelids apart, I squinted at the brightness. Sunlight streamed through the windows, mingled with a salt-laced breeze. My body was heavy with that limpness which comes after a long slumber, each movement a struggle. I shivered, cold except for the warmth over my hand. A strong grip, but whose? Someone sat beside me, the face a blur as I blinked to clear my vision. I did not mind the touch. It was a comfort through the memories which curled at the edge of my consciousness, of blood, of pain, and terror. I jerked upright. My eyes locked onto Wench's, softer than I had ever seen them before. My skin heated as I tugged my hand away. How long had he been here? How long had I slept? I swung my legs over the side of the bed, trying not to wince from the ache. He frowned.
You've been asleep for days. Take it slow.
I feel fine. Despite my bravado as I lurched to my feet, I was lightheaded, swaying where I stood. Pride alone kept me from sinking back down on the bed as I gripped the wooden frame to steady myself. He slipped an arm around me, his hold light yet firm as he helped me to the nearest chair. Prince Yenming, is he safe? What happened? My questions fell out in a rush.
You'd do better to worry about yourself next time.
He lifted the teapot and poured out a stream of reddish-brown tea into a porcelain cup, pushing it toward me. Pu'er. I inhaled its rich and earthy fragrance before taking a long sip, the tea sliding down my throat with a reviving warmth.
Prince Yenming is well, and has been demanding to see you.
He paused to refill my cup.
After Governor Renyu's death, the merfolk surrendered. Their punishment is yet to be determined.
Memories flashed through my mind of the sick pleasure the governor had taken in tormenting me, his haunted expression as Wench's sword plunged through his chest, the crimson blood which had pooled around his body, sunken in the terrible stillness of death. I was glad for it, I told myself, even as my stomach churned. The governor would have killed me as viciously as he could. But I still found little triumph in this moment. And though he had gone, the scars of his deceit remained, the lives he had stolen, those irrevocably destroyed. The merfolk may not be to blame. The governor had a strange power that helped him gain their trust. His voice, his pendant. I frowned, trying to make sense of my fragmented memories. He used it on me, too. His face darkened.
How did you resist?
I sealed off my hearing, I grimaced. Stupid, perhaps. It made fighting him much harder, but I couldn't think of anything else. His hand clenched on the table until his knuckles were white around the joints.
Fortunately, the governor's powers were weak coming from the pendant, as you guessed. A true mind talent could have bent even your will in seconds. Once in thrall, he would have held you till your end or his.
An echo of the governor's boast, rousing anew my fears from yesterday. As though sensing my distress, he reached across the table and touched my arm.
I should not have left you. You wouldn't have been so hurt if I had stayed.
If you had stayed, maybe we'd all be bowing to Governor Renyu now, I added gravely. This is not your fault. My safety is in my own care, and I certainly had no intention of letting him kill me. I would have made him regret his attempts. Eventually.
I have no doubt that you would have.
He smiled as he leaned forward, inspecting my face.
If you're well enough, we should leave soon. I've already sent the others back. However, Prince Yenshi wants to see you before we go. He's in the audience chamber this morning.
I rose, feeling a little steadier as I smoothed down my pale green robe, only now having the presence of mind to check if I was appropriately dressed. Such plain garments might raise brows from the impeccably attired Eastern Sea Court, But after having almost died, I had greater concerns on my mind. The moment we entered the hall, Wenxue was called aside by an Eastern Sea general. I kept to the outskirts of the room, searching for Prince Yanxi, finally finding him deep in conversation with another immortal. The stranger was turned away from me, yet the way he stood and how his dark blue brocade robe sat across his shoulders were oddly familiar. When Prince Yanxi noticed me, he inclined his head. As his companion swung around, his dark eyes pierced mine. It was Li Wei, the last person I expected to see here. A quiver rippled through my heart. Dread or joy, I could no longer tell apart the emotions he evoked in me. But he was dear to me still, no matter how I wished he were not. Li Wei spoke briefly to Prince Yanxi before coming toward me. Conscious of those watching us, I bowed to him with all due ceremony.
"Rise,"
he said in a strained voice. I met his gaze without a flicker of emotion, grateful for teacher Daoming's training, that I could now slip on this mask despite the turmoil which raged within. "Why are you here? When did you arrive?"
3 days ago."
He lifted the sky drop tassel by his waist. The gem was clear, the silver flecks swirling in its depths.
"When it turned red, I rushed here as quickly as I could."
I clutched the stone by my waist, the twin to his. A wild urge gripped me to toss it away, to bury it with our past, like the temptation to rip out a scab before the wound had healed. Why did I wear it? Why cling to this remembrance? Sentimental fool, I scolded myself, forcing my grip to loosen.
"When I got here, the battle was already over. You were unconscious, blood streaming from your wounds as Captain Wenxue carried you from the tent. I feared the worst."
He stilled as though struggling with himself.
"You were gravely injured. Prince Yanxi had you brought to the palace so the royal healers could extract the venom from your body. Any more would have killed you."
He leaned toward me now, taking my hand in his, our palms brushing, the tips of his fingers pressing against mine. Taken aback, I stilled. Heat sparked against my skin as his power coursed through my body. My mind cleared, a reviving strength spreading through me, but I pulled away. While he was a healer skilled in life magic, the thought of his energy mingling with mine aroused too many unsettling emotions. "Thank you. You don't need to do that." I groped for something else to say, anything in the awkward silence which descended upon us. "What were you discussing with Prince Yanxi?" His expression turned somber, his eyelids lowering.
"A grave matter. Archer Fei Mao, whom you know, recently reported a strange affliction. Since the battle with Xiangliu, he found difficulties wielding his magic. We believe a piece of dark ore wedged in his armor suppressed his powers."
"How is he now?" I asked, concerned.
"Once it was removed, he recovered."
"What metal is this? How did it get there?"
"No one has come across anything like it before. Archer Fei Mao suspects it came from Shadow Peak, a crevice which he fell into. Our scouts found traces of the ore there, but nothing beyond remnants."
"Did someone take it?" A chilling thought.
He nodded tersely. "It appears to have been mined. Such a thing could be catastrophic in the wrong hands. I've warned Prince Yanxi to be vigilant and to alert us should he discover anything."
He fell silent. In the sudden quiet, my senses sharpened. How close we stood, speaking with the same ease we always had before. There it was still, that unseen cord wound around our hearts, frayed yet intact, despite my attempts to snap it. Perhaps it was a bond which could never be severed, rooted in our friendship before our ill-fated love. I did not want this, for my spirits to leap and plummet in the same instant, that gaping hollow in my chest to reopen. But my near death was a blunt reminder that life was precious, precarious even for an immortal. And right now, I felt more alive than I had in months. His scent flooded me with memories from our time in the courtyard of eternal tranquility. I could almost hear the rumbling from the waterfall. My fingers curled as I stepped back from Li Wei, retreating a safe distance as cool air rushed between us. His mouth opened to speak, but then he glanced up as someone approached.
First archer.
It was Prince Yanxi, along with Wenshi, whose face seemed hewn from stone as he bowed to Li Wei. I would have bowed too, except Prince Yanxi raised his hand to dismiss the formalities.
I'm glad you have recovered. My family owes you a debt of gratitude for risking yourself to protect my brother. Should you ever need our aid, it would be our honor to repay you.
His gracious words touched me. There is no debt, Your Highness. Governor Renyu's ambitions stretched beyond here to the four seas. If left unchecked, he would have brought great suffering to all. Prince Yanxi shook his head in disbelief.
It's fortunate Captain Wenshi and you put an end to this.
What of the governor's pendant? Li Wei asked. Destroyed. I recalled the arrow I had ripped from my hand, used to shatter the stone. Li Wei sighed. It's a relief that such a dangerous artifact is gone, that it can never be used again. But I can't help wishing we had the chance to study it. We know so little of this magic, I fear it's to our disadvantage. We must know what we contend against. I understood his meaning, and yet I was glad to never see that accursed pendant again.
What of those who served Governor Renyu? Those who attacked us? Will they be brought to justice?
Wenshi asked, with an edge to his tone. Did he recall the Celestials who were slain in the battle? I could not forget his anguish as he saw them fall. Justice will be served as the Eastern Sea decides, Li Wei said grimly. Though it would appear both sides were deceived by the governor.
Your Highness, regardless of their excuses, the merfolk rebelled against their sovereign. Your own father believes such matters should be dealt with harshly, so none will attempt it again.
Wenshi's lips curved into a mocking smile. Did he enjoy baiting Li Wei? He certainly seemed to care little for the prince's favor. I said to Wenshi, I felt the power of the enchantment. I almost fell under its sway. It might just as easily have been me under its spell. He did not reply, yet his jaw clenched as though he was stricken by my words.
Many of the merfolk appeared dazed, unsure why they had revolted, Prince Yanxi told us. We will investigate further to determine their innocence. Those found blameless will be released under watch at first. Some will be invited to remain at our court as the intermediaries between us and the merfolk. Closer ties will prevent this from happening again.
The merfolk would not have fared so well under the Celestial Emperor's justice. Your father and you are indeed wise and merciful, I said, without intent to flatter. Before he could reply, footsteps pattered across the floor as a pair of small arms was flung around my waist. Swinging around, I lifted Prince Yanming into the air, ignoring the ache in my body as he whooped in delight. When I set him down again, his expression grew solemn. The corners of his mouth turned down. You did not follow us. You lied. His tone was accusing. Guilt pricked me. I crouched down, staring into his face. I'm sorry. I couldn't go with you then, but I should not have said I would. I am glad you didn't die, and thank you. He held out his hand to me. Nestled in his palm was a small dragon, exquisitely crafted from red paper. I picked it up, holding it between my thumb and finger, afraid to crush the delicate paper. Thank you. I'll cherish this always. His lower lip wobbled. May the dragons protect you on your journey. He dashed the back of his hand over his eyes as he turned and ran away. I watched until his little figure disappeared, a thickness forming in my throat.
Wherever you go, you'll always have a place here, whether in our court or as our friend.
Prince Yanxi spoke in earnest, and something eased deep inside me at the thought of having another home in this world. Prince Yanxi, it's time we left, Li Wei said in glacial tones.
Thank you for your hospitality, Your Highness.
Wenshi spoke with equally cold formality. The palpable shift in their attitude was both puzzling and unprovoked, and the way they were looking at Prince Yanxi was decidedly unfriendly. I shook my head to banish these thoughts, wondering if I had imagined it. Fortunately, Prince Yanxi seemed oblivious to the sudden chill, a smile playing on his lips as he said,
We thank the Celestial Kingdom for coming to our aid.
22. After the Eastern Sea, Wenxia and I went from one campaign to the next, at times not returning to the Celestial Kingdom for months at a stretch. We fought terrifying monsters, ravenous beasts, and, most recently, the fearsome spirits that plagued the eastern border, close to the forests of the Phoenix Kingdom. I was exhausted when we finally arrived at the Jade Palace, eager to retire to my room. Yet, when news reached me that Xu Xiao had been awarded a promotion, I set off in search of her at once. I knocked on her door, expecting to find her celebrating with friends. But when she opened it, her smile lacked her usual warmth. She seemed a pale copy of herself. A solitary lamp lit the dark, and there was a porcelain jar of wine on the table. "Is this how you're celebrating? Drinking by yourself?" I shook my head in mock disbelief as I entered and sank upon a stool. "Aren't you glad that I came by?"
"More than you know."
She tugged off the red cloth stopper from the wine jar and poured me a cup. I lifted it in a toast. "Lieutenant Xu Xiao, may this just be the beginning." She drained her cup in a single gulp. I stared at her, my hand frozen midair. Xu Xiao was usually a restrained drinker, but maybe this was a special occasion. When I refilled her cup, she emptied it again. Shrugging, I decided to accompany her. We drank in companionable silence until a flush bloomed in our cheeks, the sweet scent of osmanthus infused our breaths, and the lamp took on a hazy glow. Yet Xu Xiao's eyes remained blank, as though her mind was far away, and not someplace pleasant either. "What's the matter?" I finally asked, unable to restrain myself. "Is it your family? Bad news?" Her fingers clenched around the cup.
"I want to go home."
Simple words which struck me deep, which had echoed in my mind each day and night. I knew Xu Xiao missed her family. She spoke of them with such longing. But she was a celestial, and I had thought she was happy here, that she had chosen this path. "Isn't this your home? Don't you want to be here?" I asked tentatively, wondering if the wine had dulled my mind.
"No. Home is south in the countryside, shaded by crabapple trees, a river cutting through the fields."
A small smile played on her lips.
"My father never sought a place at court or the emperor's favor. While our family is not weak, we are without allies. It would not have mattered if a powerful noble had not taken a liking to my younger sister. He approached my father asking for her to be his concubine. An insult. Even if he wasn't both lecherous and ancient, with over a dozen concubines and 3 wives.
Such things were common among the nobility, yet the idea repelled me. How could love thrive in so unequal a circumstance?
My sister refused the match. My father supported her, as not many would have done. The old goat was furious that we spurned the great honor," she snarled. "He threatened my family with ruin, that he would blacken our reputation to the celestial court, who would defend us when none knew our name."
"Is that why you joined the army?" She nodded.
"To stop the threats and bullying, to prevent this from happening again. Few would dare malign us without proof, now I have General Chang'e's ear. But this is not the life I wanted among the crowds of the Jade Palace. I want to be home with my family and friends, maybe fall in love. Yet the higher I rise, the more I am bound, the more we have to lose."
Grabbing the jar, she emptied the last of it into her cup, some of the wine sloshing onto the table. I did not know what to say. Perhaps I was failing her through my continued silence, but neither did I wish to give misguided advice. I had always thought Xu Xiao thrived here, liked by commanders and soldiers alike. Perhaps it was as Li Wei had said. Everyone has their own troubles. Some lay them bare, while others hide them better. I could not tell her to follow her heart. I could not tell her to be selfish. This was her choice to make, though I would gladly support her however she decided. We each had our own burdens to bear, and we alone knew their true cost, and whether we could pay it. "Maybe you'll find someone here?" I teased, trying to lighten her mood. Her nose wrinkled.
"Ha! You've got the best one. Best male one, at least."
She rummaged in the chest behind her to pull out another jar of wine. Did she mean Wenxia? Heat prickled along my neck, yet I held my tongue, feigning indifference. After a pause, she nudged my arm. Xingyan, there's something I've wanted to ask you for a while now. I took a long drink, letting the wine burn through the sudden tightness in my throat. Did she suspect anything of my family? My identity? She would not betray my confidence, but I could not risk a chance indiscretion. What's that ornament you always wear by your waist? The one with the teardrop-shaped stone. I've seen it on Prince Liwei, too. I released a drawn-out breath, relieved that my mother's secret was safe, even as my insides clenched with a new anxiety. My past with Liwei was another secret buried deep, but I would not lie to Shu Xiao, not for this. It was a gift. From Prince Liwei. I hated the way my voice shook over his name. As her lips stretched in a knowing grin, I added hastily, It was nothing, just a token of friendship. He's engaged. A statement as obvious as the color of my hair. She squinted, as though struggling to remember something in her befuddled state. Prince Liwei is never without the tassel, and his attendants say that your song, the one you played at his banquet, is often heard drifting from his room. He kept the shell? Still? It means nothing. It changes nothing, a voice inside me hissed. My fingers toyed with my cup. This time, it was I who drained it first. I didn't think you listened to idle gossip, I told her. Only when it concerns my friends, she said with a grin. I did not speak again, and neither did she. So we drank in companionable silence for the rest of the night, the air between us heavy with past remembrances. My head throbbed mercilessly the next morning. I thought a walk would ease it, but my feet led me back to a familiar courtyard. I hesitated before entering the pavilion and sitting on a stool. Yellow and orange carp darted around the lotus blooms as the waterfall cascaded into the pond with a soothing rumble. I closed my eyes, inhaling the sweetness in the air. My old room was a few steps away. Was it occupied by another? This was my first time entering the courtyard of eternal tranquility since I had left. It was just as I remembered, yet everything had changed. A girl passing through the courtyard halted and bowed to me. In her hands was a tray of pastries, the kind which flaked and crumbled when you bit into them to get to the sweet bean filling. When she looked up, I recognized her at once. Minyi, it's me, I laughed. Why are you being so formal? 2 dimples appeared in her round cheeks. Who hasn't heard of the first archer's accomplishments over the past year? She said, coming to sit beside me. Did you really strike down 20 spirits during your last battle? My lips twitched, remembering her fondness for gossip. 12. They fly fast. What of the Bone Devil? What did it look like? I shuddered at the remembrance of the malevolent creature that had broken free from the celestial prison. Hair and pupils so pale they were almost translucent. Powdery skin stretched as taut as a drum. She clutched my sleeve. How did you kill it? A memory flashed across my mind. Wenxia's sword arcing through the air, sinking into the creature's neck. Its jaws, crammed with silver needles for teeth, had snapped at him viciously. As Wenxia evaded its attack, the monster's claws flashed above his neck toward the throbbing vein where his lifeblood flowed. Gripped by fear, I had released an arrow that plunged into its skull. Thick white liquid oozed from the wound, a piercing shriek stabbing the air. Its claws had clutched the shaft once before they fell away, as it collapsed onto the ground. Gone were those days when my heart had twinged with pity, though their faces haunted me still. Captain Wenxia and I fought it together, I told her. At the mention of his name, Minyi sat straighter, her eyes brightening as whenever she scented a new tale. To forestall her next question, I hastily asked, What news do you have of the palace? How is His Highness? Too late did I bite my tongue. Last night's wine must have addled my senses to have spoken of him aloud. Someone approached from behind me. Had the roar from the waterfall muffled the footsteps? A throat was cleared, and just from that sound I could tell who he was before I turned. Beside me, Minyi leapt to her feet and bowed. Without another word, she grabbed her tray and hurried away, leaving me alone with the intruder. Except he was no intruder. He had every right to be here. It was I who did not belong. "Please forgive the trespass, Your Highness. I will leave at once." Formality was a shield I clung to against my own weakness.
"Why don't you ask me how I am yourself?"
There was a warmth to his tone which I had not heard for a long time. I would have left then, but he moved into my path. As I looked up at him, I could not deny it was there still. That ache in my heart, that thread which tugged at it whenever he was near, no matter how I wished it did not. A soft breeze blew through the courtyard, sweeping a lock of my hair against his cheek. He caught it between his fingers, his eyes as inscrutable as pools of night.
"Have you been well?" he asked.
"Yes."
"Why are you here?"
"Curiosity. I wanted to meet my replacement," I said with a flippancy which fell flat.
"Who could have taken your place?"
His tone, his words affected me still, but I wrenched myself away to leave.
"Are we not friends anymore? Since the Eastern Sea, I've seen you less than a handful of times, and each time you run away." He gestured toward the stools. "Why don't you sit down? Let's talk as we used to. Unless you're afraid?"
A note of challenge rang in his voice. My sense warred with my pride. The latter one, as I sat back down, goaded by his taunt. "I can't stay long. My training—"
"Yes, the valiant first archer," he interjected cuttingly. "Who else would protect the Celestial Kingdom? Still, first archer after all your accomplishments, though. An honorable title, but without rank or power. Why not seek a command of your own instead of trailing in Captain Wen's shadow?"
I clenched my teeth. "That's my choice. I want the freedom to take on the campaigns I wish. I have no desire to climb higher for ambition's sake alone." He stared at me like he was searching for something.
"Or is there more behind your relationship? There are many rumors about the young captain and the gifted archer he favors. The two brightest stars in the Celestial Army. It's fortunate you don't have an official position in the army. Otherwise, this would be most improper."
His accusation stung. "How dare you speak to me of what's improper, when it's you who is betrothed, yet baiting me this way? You have no right to ask such things of me. It's no business of yours what I do and who I see. As for me, I couldn't be more indifferent to you now." Such reckless words I spoke, uncaring of the storm which swept over his face. Yet I would not stay to be berated by him. I'd had enough of such entanglements and the way they twisted me into knots. Rising to my feet, I stalked away, but he caught my wrist in his grip.
"I do care," he ground out. "Despite my sense, my judgment, and honor, I cannot help but care."
Light blazed from his eyes, as scorching as the sun. Pinned by his gaze, I could not move, only noticing too late when he drew me to him. I should have pushed him away, yet there was no strength in my limbs. His confession roused something in me which I had thought long dead. I had never seen this side of him before, filled with passion and jealousy, and a reckless part of me reveled in it. He bent his head, slowly at first, and when I did not flee, his hand loosened over my wrist, gliding up to encircle my waist. Something smoked in the depths of his eyes. A moment before, his lips pressed against mine with a hunger as though he was starved, with an urgency that stirred my blood. There were no thoughts in my mind, no anger, no shame, no fear of what this meant. Nothing beyond this heady lightness, this glittering fire that coursed through my veins. My fingers were already winding around his neck to pull him closer as I tipped my head back, drowning in the sensation of his touch and warmth, even as his arms tightened around me, locking me into an embrace from which I no longer wanted to escape. This courtyard, it had been my haven once. The soothing thrum of the waterfall, the fragrance of spring blossoms in the air, the joy I had known here. Yet, while the aching familiarity of this place brought back such sweet memories, The one seared deepest in my mind was when I had sat frozen and alone the night of his betrothal. With a wrench, I shoved him away, hard, as he staggered back, his arms falling away. I fought for breath, struggling to gather the shreds of my composure. No, Liwei. It is over. We are over. He ran a hand through his hair, his chest rising and falling in an uneven rhythm. Let us not lie to each other, Xingyin. We are not over. Your heart still beats to mine. You still feel something for me, just as I do for you. He spoke quietly with no trace of pride, just a certainty which was 100 times more galling. What do you want of me? I cried out, furious both at him and myself. You are promised to another, yet you seem intent on humbling me to admit my feelings. Does it give you satisfaction? Would it appease your royal pride to hear you were not so easily forgotten? Or do you intend to follow in your father's steps, with a concubine in every corner of the palace? Never that. He recoiled, as though insulted. I did not believe those harsh accusations myself, but a part of me, a bitter, vengeful part, wanted to strike out at him, to wound him as he had me. We glared at each other, neither of us speaking, my heart pounding so hard I prayed he could not hear it. At last he turned away, his hands clenched by his sides. I don't know what I'm doing, he said in a low voice, akin to a reluctant confession. My mind tells me to stop, to let you go. Yet I can't. I see you wherever I go. You're with me in everything I do. At my table while I eat, in my room when I awaken. Your voice in the air, your smile in my eyes. I can't forget you, no matter how I've tried. Neither of us moved. Neither of us spoke. How weak I was that I did not leave now, that his confession moved me so. I did not know how long we would have stood there, as still as the stone lions which guarded the entrance, if the doors to the courtyard had not been thrown open. I stepped away from Liwei just in time as a messenger ran toward him. His black hat had been knocked askew, and his robe flapped in the wind. He bowed, panting a little as he spoke to Liwei. Your Highness, their celestial majesties request your immediate presence in the Hall of Eastern Light. An urgent matter requires your attention. Liwei frowned. I'll go at once. He glanced at me as though wanting to say more, but then he strode away. I fled back to my room, trying to settle my churning emotions. Yet they were roused anew at the sight of Wenxi sitting by the table. Weren't you with General Jianyan this morning? I asked, taking the stool beside him. Our meeting ended early. He sounded strained, hesitant, which was most unlike him. Xingyin, there is something I must tell you. I clasped my hands in my lap, a chill spreading through me in anticipation of ill tidings. He leaned toward me, his voice rough with sudden emotion. I've resigned from the Celestial Army. This week will be my last. I have important family matters to attend to, far from here, and I don't expect to return. He spoke with deliberate measure, as though wanting to be sure I grasped his meaning. You're leaving? To the Western Sea? I managed to ask. A terse nod. My final assignment will be to inspect the troops at the border of the Golden Desert. They've been unsettled of late. My chest was so tight I found it hard to breathe. Since the Eastern Sea, something had changed between us. My heart beat quicker at the sight of him, and his smile warmed me like wine. Sometimes I thought I caught a kindling in his eyes as he looked at me. We were circumspect in our interactions, never a touch or word beyond the bounds of propriety. Yet we had become more than friends, on the cusp of something entirely new and thrilling. Or had all this been my own delusions? I dropped my gaze to the floor, feeling oddly dismayed, disappointed, hurt even, though I had no right to be, guilt stabbing me at the memory of Liwei's lips on mine. Wenxi was staring at me as though waiting for my response to a question I had not heard, his voice finally infiltrating the haze of my misery. Will you come with me? To the border of the Golden Desert? I stammered. That too, if you wish, he said gravely.
I meant, would you come with me when I leave?
My tongue darted over my dry lips. What do you mean? I dared not mistake his intent. A smile lit his face. It lit the very room.
Don't you know how I feel about you?
His voice shook, the first crack in his iron composure.
I could not speak before, but I'm free to now. I want you to come with me, to my home, to my family, for us to share our lives together.
He lowered his head to mine, our brows almost touching, his breath warm on my skin.
Your dreams will be my dreams too.
Joy coursed through me like the ripples on a pond after a burst of rain. I had thought I was done with love, its breathtaking beauty, its tumultuous agony. I had been happy before and believed I would be content again once I made my way home, to my true home, not this one here built upon a web of lies. Now a future with Wenxia beckoned, with clear skies and not a dark cloud on the horizon. One with no broken hearts or past entanglements, one where blood had not been spilled between our kin, our ties unsullied by hatred or past grudges, where I could be whole and free from guilt, remorse, and sorrow. Only now did I dare to admit to myself my fear that I had failed, that, in my arrogance, I had miscalculated the worth of my talent, the value of my deeds. For despite my service to the Celestial Army, my hope of winning my mother's freedom was fading away like a silk painting left out too long in the sun. A pardon from the Emperor was the surest way to securing her release. However, while my accomplishments had earned praise and gifts, which I declined, not even a whisper of the Crimson Lion talisman had ever been uttered. I should have heeded General Jianyun's warning, yet in my pride I believed I knew better. The Emperor was not known for his generosity in dispensing such favors, nor had anyone sentenced to eternal imprisonment ever been pardoned. So perhaps it was time to seek a new path to help my mother. Perhaps I would find the way in Wenxia's homeland, in the Western Sea. Wenxia's hand on my arm startled me now. He was still waiting for my reply, perhaps wondering at my prolonged silence. As I stared into his strong, handsome face, something shifted in my chest. I cared for him, I know I did. My dismay at his leaving was proof of that. And was it not said that love would grow between well-matched minds over the months and years? We had eternity before us.
Is this what you want, too?
His tone was no longer uncertain, but brimming with newfound confidence, as though he had already sensed my answer. Yes, the word formed on my lips, and yet I could not say it. Something tugged at the edge of my heart, a small voice within pleading with me to reconsider. I would have asked him for more time then, except the crunch of gravel startled us. Someone was running toward my room with undue haste as Wenxia threw the doors apart. A young attendant halted in the entrance. "Captain Wenxia," he gasped, "I've been searching everywhere for you. Their Celestial Majesties have requested your immediate presence in the Hall of Eastern Light." How strange, I thought to myself. He was the second messenger I had seen today relaying pressing news. Wenxia's eyes flashed with annoyance. "I'll come shortly." The messenger shrank away but did not leave. His courage was commendable, particularly in light of Wenxia's evident displeasure. "All the other commanders have already gathered. I was instructed to accompany you there the moment I found you." Wenxia sighed as he drew me aside.
"Let's speak tomorrow."
He might have said more, but the messenger shuffled his feet, throwing a nervous glance at us. With an impatient shake of his head, Wenxia stalked away. Alone in my room, I sat by the table until the golden fire of the sun dwindled to a glowing ember. If not for my lapse of weakness this morning, I believed my heart whole, freed from the ties that had bound it. A glorious future beckoned on the horizon, yet I still clung to a shred of my past, as a flowering peach blossom tree, yearning for its fallen bloom. 23. Shu Xiao slipped into the chair across from me, setting her tray of food on the wooden table, Her eyes slid around the large dining hall, already crowded with soldiers hunched over their morning meal.
Princess Fengmei has been abducted, she said in hushed tones.
My spoon fell into my bowl, splattering kanji onto the table. How? When? By whom? The questions rolled off my tongue.
This must be why Li Wei and Wenzhe had been called away yesterday. All I heard is Prince Li Wei will be leading the rescue.
Beneath the table, my hand gripped my knee. If not for yesterday, this news would not have affected me so. Yet he had kissed me as though I was the only one in his heart. Such tender words he had spoken, and now he was risking himself to save his betrothed? An engagement he claimed he had not wanted? A cold, prickling sensation slithered tight around my chest. I breathed in and then out, trying to unravel its hold. I was behaving like a selfish child. As her betrothed and ally, who else but he should go? I wish him every success. I hope he brings her back safely. If my words came out a little hollow, I was at least glad that I meant them.
To spirit the princess away is no easy feat. I wonder who...
Shu Xiao's voice cut off abruptly. General Jianyun stood before us with his arms folded. We leapt up at once to greet him.
Lieutenant Shu Xiao, I don't need to know where you heard this from, but I want an end to this discussion or any other regarding this matter. Is that clear? He commanded.
She shot me a panicked look before replying with uncharacteristic meekness,
Yes, General Jianyun.
He glanced at me then.
First Archer Xingyin, follow me. I must speak with you.
I stared at him in surprise until Shu Xiao kicked me under the table, the pain breaking my daze as I hastened after him.
The news is true,
he said without preamble as he sat behind his rosewood desk.
Queen Fengjin is distraught. The abductor sent terms demanding that she break off the alliance with us, warning that her daughter would be shown no mercy should any attempt be made to rescue her, which is why it falls upon us to save her.
Was it the demon realm? I asked.
We suspect so, though we have no evidence. Regardless, our priority is to retrieve Princess Fengmei safely. His Highness will lead a small team to rescue her, no more than a dozen soldiers to avoid detection. Given the threat, discretion is crucial to not jeopardize the princess's safety.
He tapped the table in a steady rhythm.
Prince Li Wei has requested that you join the rescue.
I could not have been more astonished if a bolt of lightning had struck me from the cloudless sky. At a loss for words, I struggled against the emotions that swelled within, tangling and twisting, burning yet cold. But one thing was clear. I did not want to do this. His expression darkened, perhaps reading the refusal in my face.
Well, I cannot command you to do this. I strongly urge you to, for the kingdom, our alliance. Nothing matters more.
His argument did not sway me. I was neither so noble nor valiant. It was not the physical danger which repelled me, but the hurt to my heart and pride. This was not worth the rewards the celestial kingdom had to offer, those I had already declined. There are many others more suitable, more skilled than me, I said.
With the bow?
It was Li Wei who spoke from where he stood in the doorway. I had not heard him arrive. As General Jianyun rose to greet him, I followed suit, quelling the leap in my chest. I would not linger on what had happened between us. It was no more than a momentary lapse. Perhaps being in the courtyard of eternal tranquility had clouded our minds with memories, and now we were plunged deeper into a new reality, one where Li Wei and I would drift further apart until we could never find our way back to each other again. With Your Highness himself leading the rescue, surely you have all the skills you need. This was what a courtier might say, hoping to flatter the prince, if not for the edge in my tone. Li Wei crossed the room to stand before me. Not all. You surpassed me in archery a long time ago, as we both know. When I did not reply, he took one of the chairs opposite General Jianyun and motioned for me to do the same. I sat stiffly beside him, wishing I were anywhere but here.
Continue, General Jianyun, Li Wei said. We believe Princess Fengmei is being held in the Eternal Spring Forest, close to the mountains south of the Phoenix Kingdom. That was the last trace we had of her.
The name struck a chord in me. Was that the home of Lady Hualing, the previous flower immortal? Before she disappeared? He nodded grimly.
Since then, the forest has been veiled from sight by a strange magic. No one has ventured there for centuries. We don't know what other dangers lurk there in addition to the hostile forces holding the princess. Stealth and subterfuge will be crucial, as will your skills.
General Chang'e expected me to accept with grace. I would not. Some might think me unkind, but I could not so easily cast my feelings aside. My own desires mattered too. Guilt pricked me at the thought of Princess Fengmei's peril, but I was not so arrogant to imagine I was the only one who could perform this task. I stood, raising my cupped hands and bowing from my waist. General Chang'e, you promised that I would have the freedom to choose my assignments. I refuse this one. He scowled, his mouth opening to rebuke me, but Li Wei interjected, May I speak with Xingyin? Alone? The general threw a forbidding look my way before bowing to Li Wei and leaving the room. Would you like to sit? Li Wei asked after a moment's silence. I prefer to stand. I was eager to leave at the first opportunity, determined to avoid any further intimacy with him. He sighed as he rose to join me. Part of me cringed from the absurdity of our situation. Only yesterday he had pulled me into his arms with such passion, and now he was asking me to rescue his betrothed. Anger flared in me, hot and fierce. Do you care so little for my feelings? I could not help asking, hating myself for it too. I must do this, he said. If we fail, if any harm befalls Princess Fengmei, not only would it be a great tragedy, but it would tilt the Phoenix Kingdom toward the demon realm, strengthening them and weakening us immensely. With this advantage, the demon realm would be tempted to break the peace, to go to war with us again. I understand, but why do I need to go with you? There are countless competent warriors you could choose from who would be honored to accompany you. Because there's no one I trust more than you. His eyes held mine. Too many things have been happening of late. Fox spirits coming through our wards, Archer Fei Mao's affliction, and now this. The princess was taken on her way to the Celestial Kingdom. Only those in the inner circles of our courts knew of this trip, which means there is a traitor either in the Phoenix Kingdom or here, he concluded gravely. I meant what I said about your skill. This will be dangerous and we'll need every advantage we can gather. When I did not reply, he added in a low voice, I'm placing you in an impossible situation. You must hate me. My head pounded beneath the weight of my indecision. To be tasked with saving Li Wei's betrothed both unsettled and hurt me. I wanted her to be rescued, but I also wanted no part of it. And a small voice inside me whispered that if the Celestial Kingdom should fall, perhaps my mother would be free. I flinched from the vile thought. I had friends here whom I cared for, who would suffer if it came to war. And what if the demon realm ascended to supremacy? While I no longer believed them to be the monsters I had dreaded, neither did I trust their king, who seemed as ruthless as the Celestial Emperor, particularly if he had kidnapped Princess Fengmei to force the queen's capitulation. Dare I lay our fates in such hands? If I had learned anything over these years, it was that no one won in a war, not even those who thought they did. Princess Fengmei's face flashed through my mind now, not the royal wearing the golden cloak of feathers I saw from afar, but the girl I had met in Li Wei's courtyard. Could I not treat this as any other task I had accepted before? If not for our past, I would have leapt at this chance to aid the Celestial Crown Prince and the Phoenix Princess. It was a rare opportunity, one which would undoubtedly gain the Emperor's attention, possibly bringing me within reach of the Crimson Lion Talisman and averting a disastrous war. And beyond that, could I truly refuse to help Li Wei? No matter what, he was still my friend. 100 considerations twisted and wound through me, now all tugging me in the same direction. I would go with Li Wei, not from duty or obligation, but to protect him, my friend, and those I cared for in the Celestial Kingdom, to help save the innocent girl I had spoken with. And if this did not win His Celestial Majesty's favor and the talisman I craved, nothing ever would. This would be my final step along this path before I began anew, and I would leave with a cleared conscience. I met his gaze. "I'll go with you."
"Thank you."
As he took a step toward me, I moved away. "I'll go with you," I repeated. "However, I ask that you conduct yourself within the bounds of propriety from now, as though our past does not exist." These cold words stung me too, but I could not allow another moment of weakness to muddle my resolve.
"What if you're improper toward me?"
A shadow of a smile formed on his lips. How easily he slipped back into being my teasing friend of the past, but I could not allow even that. "We cannot continue this way," I said in a low voice, trying to stifle the lingering desire which slid into me at his nearness, the guilt and shame that burned a hole in my stomach. "I will help you and Princess Fengmei, but you have your honor and I have mine, and there is none to be found in what we did. You are betrothed now, your heart is hers." The memory of our kiss flitted through me unbidden. Our last, I told myself fiercely. A door closed, a final farewell. His face was ash and shadow, his eyes stripped of light. It was then I knew I had done it, severed the last frayed thread of our bond. He was silent as he inclined his head to me, before walking away. I did not look up, not wanting to see him leave. My words had struck true. A fatal blow, a swift death. Yet it was a hollow triumph, leaving a bitterness in my mouth and a clawing ache in my chest. Sleep evaded me that night. Plagued by restlessness, I clambered up the pillars outside my room. A gentle breeze stirred the air as I sat on the cold jade roof tiles, staring at the sky. The moon shone down through the darkness, its light gentle and soft. Something rustled, Wenshi pulling himself over the ledge. He flicked his outer robe aside as he sank down beside me.
"I waited for you today."
"I'm sorry, today was eventful." I hated the way my words stumbled as though I had something to hide. "Oh, you do," my mind whispered. "I can't go with you to the border," I told him. His jaw tightened, yet he showed no surprise. Had he already been briefed by General Chang'e?
"Don't go with Prince Liwei."
He spoke with sudden urgency.
"It's too dangerous. Immortals shun the eternal spring forest for good reason. Since Lady Hualing's disappearance, rumors abound of the place, of dark enchantments and hostile creatures, of misery and death."
I shrugged with an indifference I did not feel. "I've faced monsters, by your side no less." His sigh misted the cool air.
"Don't you have any regard for your own safety?"
I frowned, a little surprised by his insistence. "How is this more dangerous than Xiangliu, Governor Renyu, or the Bone Devil?" I rattled off, trying to ease his concern.
"Because I won't be there. What if something happened to you?"
He paused.
"Don't you care how I feel?"
His concern touched me, though I would not be swayed. "I do, but I can take care of myself. Regardless, it's been decided. We leave tomorrow."
"Why do this?" he demanded. "It doesn't matter what General Chang'e commands when we'll soon leave this place. Why endanger yourself needlessly? Surely it's not out of loyalty to the Celestial Kingdom."
I pulled my back straight, needled by his words. I could protect myself. In the past, I'd come to his aid as often as he came to mine, and his taunt that I bore no loyalty to the Celestial Kingdom? I needed no reminder for that. I served here because I had believed this would lead to my mother's freedom. The training I received, the reputation I built, the lives I took, all this was a means to an end, as had been my entire time here. Yet I heard, too, the worry which wrenched his voice. I tried to explain. "I'm not doing this because I was commanded to. Prince Liwei asked me to help him. I could not refuse."
Wenshi's face darkened. "Are you still in love with him? Is that why you're risking your life to save someone you care nothing for? Have you forgotten that he left you for another?"
His harsh words lashed out like a whip. I stared at him, anger searing my veins. He knew nothing of Li Wei and me. More than our doomed love, Li Wei was my friend. My only friend when I had none, and those roots went far deeper than my disappointment and hurt. His kindness to me was a debt I owed him, one I would repay. "How can you say that to me?" I seethed. "I'm no lovesick puppet begging for a morsel of affection. I have my own dreams, my own principles, my own honor to uphold." In no mood to explain myself further, I scrambled to my feet to leave.
"Wait, Xingyan!"
His tone was cracked by a note of despair. I halted, but did not turn. He spoke so quietly that I strained to hear.
"I'm sorry. I should not have said that. I was disappointed and jealous."
He exhaled deeply.
"I thought we had come to an understanding yesterday. Was I wrong? Did you not grasp my meaning then? My hopes for our future?"
My heart softened, despite the anger which simmered in me still. All Wenxia had seen was my despair over Li Wei's engagement, and it was little wonder that he was resentful now. A hard confession for him to make, though it did not give him the right to speak to me so. I swung around, holding his gaze. "Wenxia, you must trust in my judgment as I do in yours. Do not try to insult or guilt me into doing what you think I should do. How will we have a future together if you do not see me as your equal?"
"You are my equal. More than my equal."
Wenxia pushed himself to his feet, clasping my hand in his strong grip.
"I just don't want you to be hurt."
The wind grew stronger, blowing my hair across my cheek. As I shivered, Wenxia slid off his outer coat, draping it over my shoulders as his arm pulled me close.
"Promise me you'll keep yourself safe, that you won't do anything too reckless,"
he whispered into my ear. An urge to laugh rippled through me, dispersing my ire. He knew me well to say such a thing, and I knew him well enough to sense how he restrained himself from saying more. The fresh scent of pine needles wafted in the air, kindling a light in my heart which banished the lingering shadows. My feelings for Wenxia were strong, though different from mine with Li Wei before. Perhaps the blazing, all-consuming passion I had known with Li Wei was the headiness of a first love, suffused with the foolish innocence that nothing could tear us apart. For those that came after, one tread a little slower, a little warier, after hearts had been bruised and promises broken. And perhaps the growing warmth of my feelings for Wenxia was what all love evolved to. I rested my head against his shoulder, the last of my tension easing away. "I promise. And when I return, we'll leave this place together." We stood there in silence, his arm tightening around me, the only sign he had heard my answer. For the first time today, I was at peace. An urge gripped me to spill my secrets to him. But not tonight. Not here. In the celestial kingdom, my guard was always up. One day, when we were far from this place, I would tell him of my mother. How dark the night that stretched before us, yet ablaze with the light of the moon and stars, it felt as bright as day. 24. The eternal spring forest had been the most beautiful place in the immortal realm. It was said the celestial emperor himself had planted this forest in his youth, with branches cut from the first tree of the world, sprinkled with the dew from an enchanted lotus. Beneath the graceful canopy of towering trees were crystal-clear ponds and silvery rivers gleaming with fish. Those who wandered to the heart of the forest spoke, enthralled, of trees in eternal bloom, their branches laden with flowers in all colors. Ripe fruits, sweeter than nectar, grew as abundantly as the wildflowers amid the soft grass. The idyllic perfection of the forest had attracted birds, beasts, and immortals. Even the powerful Lady Hualing, the first flower immortal, had been enchanted by this place, leaving the celestial kingdom to make her home here, peonies, camellias, and azaleas blossoming in her wake. But this paradise did not last. After Lady Hualing had been stripped of her position, No longer did she raise her hand to plant the flowers. No longer did she revive the faded blooms. And after she had disappeared, the lush canopies browned, the shimmering ponds dried into pools of sinking mud, and the trees withered, never to bloom again. I stepped off my cloud, struck by the deep silence of this place. Not a chirp from a single bird, not even the flutter of a dragonfly's wings. A white fog shrouded the forest, glazed with an unwelcome chill. The trees stood tall and straight, their shriveled leaves clinging to the branches in eternal death. Scattered around were murky pools, which we steered clear of to avoid being sucked into their bottomless depths. The stagnant air reeked of decay, a sad mockery of the promise in the forest's name. As we walked deeper through shadow and mist, my skin crawled as my fingers tightened around the phoenix fire bow. If only I could have brought the jade dragon bow along, as skyfire was more powerful than flame. But I was unsure if I could wield it, having never released its arrow before. And I feared, too, using the bow in front of celestial soldiers who might claim it on the Emperor's behalf. 2 soldiers ran ahead to scout the way, while the other 8 remained.
"It's no use to summon a cloud here," Li Wei explained. "The fog is too dense, and some enchantment keeps it in place."
"Can't we dispel it?"
"It's not a simple spell. Besides, the fog conceals our trail for now, and we don't want to alert anyone to our presence."
"How will we find Princess Fengmei, even with the scouts?" I asked.
"I can sense her aura, though I need to get close enough," he said.
His revelation pricked me. Was he more intimate with the princess than I had imagined? I reminded myself to avoid speaking to him, to forestall my mind spiraling into such depths. However, he had no such qualms.
"Captain Wenjie will be leaving the Celestial Kingdom soon. What will you do then?"
While his manner was conversational, pleasant even, my reply stuck in my throat. He continued in that low and earnest voice.
"My feelings for you remain unchanged, but I will speak of them no more. What you said yesterday, what you asked of me, you were right."
I nodded woodenly, thinking if that was true, what was this stifling heaviness which sank over me now? I clenched my hands, furious with myself. How could I still be stirred by Li Wei despite my feelings for Wenjie? Was I so fickle and inconstant? My future with Wenjie was bright with hope, not mired in past regret, and I would not discard this chance at happiness. Footsteps padded toward us, cautious and soft. I glanced up to find one of the scouts approaching.
"Your Highness, there are soldiers about 500 paces ahead, armed and guarding a pagoda." "Proceed with caution. They must not know we're here," Li Wei warned.
We drew our weapons, making our way stealthily onward. In the clearing before us, the pagoda loomed, 8 stories high, almost as tall as the surrounding trees. The tiered towers were of crumbling wood, its latticed windows and ornamental eaves faded from what might have once been a brilliant red. How seamlessly it blended into the blighted landscape, a dilapidated blur of browns and grays. How desolate it appeared, despite the dozen soldiers surrounding it, clad in burnished bronze armor. "Do you recognize the armor?" I asked.
"No, but that can be easily disguised."
Li Wei closed his eyes for a moment, his brow creasing.
"Princess Fengmei is inside, I can sense her. We must take the guards out quietly, to avoid raising the alarm."
He addressed us all in hushed tones.
"Start with those closest to us, working our way to the pagoda. We must be quick to avoid them crying out, else the princess will be in danger."
At Li Wei's signal, I released a flaming arrow which sank into the chest of the nearest guard. As a choked gurgle rolled from her throat, I shot the one beside her, his eyes bulging as he crumpled to the ground. Li Wei and his warriors moved swiftly to surround the remaining soldiers, striking them down to an ominous chorus of strangled gasps and whispered screams. The skirmish was over. Sweat beaded my brow despite the chill that shrouded my skin. It had been easy. Too easy. Li Wei's gaze swung to mine, echoing my unspoken suspicion.
"The pagoda," he said. "There might be more guards there."
A roar erupted from the forest, drowning the rest of his words. A stream of enemies swarmed toward us, the sunlight striking their bronze armor as they flooded the clearing. With a blow from his sword, Li Wei struck down 2 of them. I shot another who raced toward him, just as an enemy soldier slumped unconscious by my feet. In the tumult, I had not heard him. He might have caught me unaware had there not been that strange black-feathered arrow protruding from his chest. I swung around to search for the archer, but Li Wei shouted, "Get the princess!" He raised his sword, blazing with flame as he swung it in a wide arc, throwing back the assailants who surrounded him. Their weapons glinted silver and gold, while some carried dark metal chains in their hands. The sight of them infuriated me, that they were so certain of taking him prisoner. The rest of his warriors were engaged in a furious battle around him, outnumbered yet holding their ground. We still had a chance, at least for now, if I found the princess in time. I wanted to stay and fight, but I raced into the pagoda, leaving the battle outside to Li Wei and the other Celestials. Fear sliced my heart, even as I reminded myself fervently of Li Wei's skill with the sword and his powerful magic. He could hold them at bay until I returned. The sooner I found Princess Fengmei, the sooner we could all flee this accursed place. I sprinted up the wooden stairs, half expecting to be confronted by guards around every corner. Yet the place was oddly deserted as I reached the highest floor without encountering a single enemy. I wrenched open the thick wooden door at the top, but it held fast. Impatient now, I summoned a blast of air that shattered the lock. Princess Fengmei leapt to her feet, amid the chunks of wood and splinters scattered on the floor. Her heart-shaped face was pale, and her brown eyes wide as she stared blankly at me, as though unsure whether to shriek in terror or weep with relief. Her head tilted to one side as she scrutinized me, perhaps trying to recall where we had met before. "I'm with the Celestial Army. We're here to rescue you. Quick! Prince Li Wei is under attack!" My voice pulsed with urgency. She brightened at the mention of Li Wei's name as she raised her wrists to me. They were bound with black metal manacles, joined by a thin chain. "Could you remove these?" I drew my sword and slammed it against the delicate chain. The blade rebounded, my arm throbbing from the effort, but not so much as a scratch appeared on the metal. Sawing away at the links did not work, nor did hammering at them make a dent. All the while, my mind raged with thoughts of Li Wei below, the arrows flying toward his unprotected back, the blades thrust at his chest. "Stand still!" I drew an arrow, releasing it at the manacle around her right hand. Crimson fire rippled across the metal, cracks appearing before they shattered. With my next breath, I shot another bolt at her left wrist, the second manacle falling away. Princess Fengmei's lips curved into a trembling smile. You shoot very well," she said softly, brushing away the clouds of black hair which covered her face. Her delicate beauty sent a twinge through my heart. I swallowed hard, bending to toss away the broken links of metal around her feet. They stung, like ice clinging to my skin. "What are these chains?" Her shoulders slumped. "I have no idea. When they put them on me, I couldn't draw my energy." My stomach churned violently. These chains. I had seen the soldiers below carrying them, and in the Eastern Sea, Li Wei had told me of the ore from Shadow Peak that could bind an immortal's powers. "Hurry!" I pulled her up to her feet. "Prince Li Wei is in danger!" Something whistled through the air, a sound every archer knew by heart. I threw myself to the ground, dragging the princess down. Pain slashed my arm as I stared in disbelief at the blood oozing from the cut. Scrambling to the window, I lifted my head an inch, only to see a sharp glint hurtling toward me. I ducked, flattening myself on the floor as another arrow plunged into the room. I drew a blazing bolt of flame, releasing it through the window. In the next moment, 2 arrows tore toward me, missing by a hair's breadth as they clattered on the floor. I ground my teeth. This archer was formidable. It was little wonder there were no guards here when any rescuer would have long been shot dead. The black fletching was familiar, identical to the arrow that had struck my attacker outside. Had I been the target all along? Had the archer missed before? It seemed improbable given this person's skill, though more improbable still was the idea that this archer had saved me, only to murder me later. I sucked in a breath, furious at my unseen assailant. Precious time was ticking away. If those chains could seal an immortal's magic, Li Wei would not stand a chance. I drew another arrow, leaping up to gain my first look at my foe. A tall figure, a man, stood on a wide tree branch, a drawn arrow at the ready. His face was concealed by a helmet, but his eyes gleamed silver bright as they bored into me. Taken aback, my fingers slackened on the string, the flame vanishing. I braced myself, expecting an arrow to plunge through me now, but the archer lowered his weapon. We stared at each other for a heartbeat of silence before he stepped backward into the shadows and was gone. There was no time to ponder this. I grabbed Princess Fengmei's hand as we raced down the stairs together toward the fury of battle, only to emerge into the deathly quiet of a graveyard. Bodies were strewn all around, dozens and dozens in bronze armor. My spirits plunged as I counted 10 in gold and white, the armor of the fallen Celestials. I raced from one to the next, searching each body for any sign of life. But their eyes were vacant. Their auras faded to nothingness. "Where is Prince Liwei?" Princess Fengmei's voice shook as she stared at the carnage in horror. "I don't know," I whispered, numb to everything except the dread creeping over me, turning my flesh to stone. 25. The waning light filtered through the fog, throwing an eerie halo around the trees. Princess Fengmei and I wandered through the forest, searching for any sign of Liwei. With every step, my heart sank further into despair. I could barely breathe through the panic which gripped me, but my desperate need to find him drove me on. Her muffled sobs pierced my daze. "Prince Liwei is powerful and strong. Maybe he escaped, or he might be injured and unable to find us." My voice rang hollow and my words false. He would not have abandoned us while there was life in him yet. She nodded, hiccuping from her distress as she grasped at my weak straw of comfort. "Thank you for rescuing me, but I wouldn't be able to bear it if Prince Liwei was in danger or hurt." Her voice broke as tears welled in her eyes once more. A flash of irritation struck me, my nerves already scraped raw. I did not want to play nursemaid at this moment. I wanted to find him. How could I track Liwei through her cries? If any enemies were hunting us, we would already be captured or dead. Yet I stifled the impulse to snap at her, slipping an arm around her shoulders and drawing her close instead. "We'll find him," I told her. A promise to us both. It seemed to calm her as her brown orbs locked onto mine. "I recognize you now. You were Prince Liwei's companion. We met the day of his banquet." "Yes, in the pavilion." A longing clutched me for those days long past and the joy that had filled my heart then. She sighed. "You were kind, as you are now." I fell silent as shame crept up from the pit of my stomach, rising to my face. No, I had not been kind, not now and not then. I had not realized who she was the first time, and after I had not wanted to learn more about her, perhaps afraid of discovering what I knew now, that Princess Fengmei would be a good match for Liwei. It would have been far easier if I could have disliked her. "Are His Highness and you good friends?" she asked. My gaze slid from hers, under the pretext of examining our surroundings. "Yes, we are." A half answer, as Teacher Daoming would have chided me. When she stiffened, so did I, afraid that she might ask me something which would force me to lie. As she raised her head from my shoulder, she pointed at the belt encircling my waist. "Why is that glowing?" The skydrop tassel. The once clear gem shone bright red, pulsing with a strange energy. I forced myself to breathe deeply, to rein in the terror which surged in me anew. Liwei was in danger, and yet it also meant I could find him now. I pulled the princess to a thicket of trees. "Wait here. Keep hidden. Try not to make a sound. I'll come back as soon as I can. If I don't return by dawn, head north till you're outside the forest. That way," I pointed in case she wasn't sure. "You have your magic again. Shield yourself and attack anyone who tries to harm you. Once outside, summon a cloud to take you home." I fumbled in my belt, drawing out a dagger and passing it to her. She took it without a word, her grip loose and uncertain. "Wrap your fingers tight around the hilt," I instructed her, "blade facing away from you and tilted up. If you must strike, do not hesitate." Her eyes were wide with fright as she nodded. Guilt struck me at leaving her, but I was running out of time. As I left, I swung around once to make sure she was hidden from sight, before sprinting away until my legs burned like fire. I followed the tug of the skydrop tassel to a narrow opening in the foothills of a mountain. Without a care for the perils within, I slipped inside. Pitch dark, the glowing red gem by my waist cast a menacing light upon the walls. The dank air was stale, thick with mold and rot. I gagged when it filled my lungs. As I turned a sharp corner, I stumbled over the uneven ground, scraping my palms as I fell. Voices filtered through from a distance away. I crouched low, crawling along the narrow path toward the sound, moving faster when I sighted light ahead. The passage opened to a wide ledge which I clambered upon, staring into the large chamber below. My heart lurched. There was leeway upon a chair, shackled with the same manacles used to restrain Princess Fengmei. Blood flowed from his matted hair, trickling onto his face. A deep gash ran across his brow, dark bruises blossoming over one cheek. His aura was somehow diminished, flickering in an erratic rhythm. Yet he held his head high, as though he sat on a throne instead of bound in chains. I searched his guards, relieved to find no trace of the strange archer in their midst. He alone would have been a formidable opponent. Had he been slain by the celestial soldiers before they fell? One aura sprang out to me, far stronger than the rest, strong and earthy, jangling and discordant. Not from the soldiers, as far as I could tell, instead emanating from the lady who stood before Li Wei. Her upturned eyes glittered a rich shade of bronze, and while the lower half of her face was covered by a sheer veil, her skin was as fair as new snow. Crimson peonies were embroidered on her vermilion dress, unfurling their silken petals to reveal bright gold stamens. A cluster of camellias was tucked into her sash. As I crouched in the ledge above, I caught a whiff of a floral fragrance, cloyingly sweet with the barest hint of decay. I used a bird to snare a dragon. Her voice was thick with satisfaction. After all the tales of your prowess, I'm disappointed at how easily you fell into my trap, Your Highness. Li Wei's jaw clenched, his muscles straining as though he was grappling with some unseen foe. What are these chains? He ground out at last. A gift from the demon realm, forged with metal from the mortal world using the arts forbidden by your father. As she watched his struggles, she said in a bored tone, Try all you want, but your magic is useless as long as these are on you. Lady Hualing, why do this? Why ally yourself with the demon realm? Li Wei demanded. Lady Hualing, the deposed flower immortal? I thought she had left the forest or vanished through some foul play. Never did I imagine her living in these dark caves. You were one of the greatest immortals of our kingdom, until you chose to live in seclusion. Do you truly wish to betray the immortal realm? Li Wei continued, his voice calm despite his peril. Perhaps he still hoped to sway her with reason. She laughed then, a bitter and joyless sound. Me? Betray the kingdom? Did you think I chose this life? Let me tell you the real story, little princeling. Long ago, your father and I met in this forest. He was newly wed to your mother, though that did not stop him from courting me. Li Wei jerked up from his chair, but two guards dragged him back down, clamping their palms on his shoulders. She did not appear to notice, lost in her memories. Whenever he could get away, he came here. He offered me a palace in the celestial kingdom. I refused. I was no lowly courtier, grateful for his favor, but one of the most illustrious deities in the realm. A softness slipped into her face. One spring evening, when the peonies were in bloom, he made a vow to me that once he grew powerful enough to risk angering the Phoenix Kingdom, he would wed me, raising me to the same rank as the Empress. Li Wei shook his head, the blood from his wound streaking across his cheek. My father would never have made such a reckless promise. Those in love often make promises they can't keep, she snarled. When word reached your mother's ears, she paid me a visit,
spitting her threats and venom. Before she left, she gave me a gift." The light in the cavern flickered as Lady Hualing lifted her veil. In the classic oval of her face, her full lips were a vibrant red, her nose delicately arched. The thin, faded scars, one across each cheek, puzzled me, yet so slight they were barely noticeable. The veil dropped once more. "The scars left by the phoenix talons can never be healed. I must live with these hideous marks, forever." I flinched, recalling those sharp gold sheaths covering the Empress's fingers which might so easily rake through flesh and bone. But despite what Lady Hualing thought, she was beautiful still. It was the viciousness in her expression that turned my stomach. "There must be an explanation. What if it was a spirit taking on my mother's appearance?" Li Wei protested. "You ignorant child. Who else wears the phoenix talons? Who else had I threatened, isolated as I was?" she sneered. "Worse still, your father, the faithless coward, abandoned me. In one stroke I was robbed of my beauty, betrayed by my love, stripped of my title, of all I cherished most. Since then, my life has been a misery, steeped in wretchedness and regret." As she stretched out her fingers to caress Li Wei's cheek, he recoiled from her, as far back as his captors would allow. "So, it is only fitting that I seize from my tormentors the one thing they prize above all. You, their son, the person most loved by those I most hate." "Lady Hualing, consider carefully what you do. This is treason at the highest level. You will be an outcast from the immortal realm, hunted by celestials and our allies alike. They will descend upon this place, and—" Her laughter was shrill and grating, and when she stopped, her smile was that of a sated fox. "I'm no fool, Your Highness. I will not be here when they come. Once I present your life force to the Demon King, I will earn his eternal gratitude. A bridal gift, if you wish to call it so. Maybe then he can defeat your accursed parents, and when he sits on the celestial throne, it will be I who is beside him. Finally, the Empress," she gloated, lifting a ring set with an oval amethyst that glowed with malevolent light. The sight of it stirred a deep revulsion in me, inexplicable and strange. And what did she mean about Li Wei's life force? He showed not a trace of fear. "Lady Hualing, a grave injustice was done to you. Release me, and I give you my word I will investigate this matter. Any wrong done to you will be righted. Don't fall for the Demon King's promises. His treachery is boundless." "As is that of your parents," she hissed, pressing the ring to his forehead. The cords in Li Wei's neck strained as his face clenched in agony. The amethyst flared with a shimmer of gold just before his eyelids fluttered shut, like the wings of a trapped moth. Something snapped inside me. I did not think. Consumed by rage, my hands moved of their own volition, releasing a fiery arrow which plunged into Lady Hualing's arm. She shrieked, snatching her hand from Li Wei as the guards rushed to her aid. I aimed an arrow at Li Wei's manacles, just as how I had shot them from the princess, but I was trembling too much from rage, and instead, it struck the chain between his wrists. They snapped apart, Li Wei slumping to the ground. He stirred then, my heart leaping as his eyes opened and fixed upon me, wide with shock and luminous with some emotion I could not read. Before he could move, the guards surrounded him swiftly, shields gleaming over them. A coldness engulfed me, fear mingling with rage as I shot arrow after arrow at them until their barriers broke and they fell like stalks of rice at harvest time. Bolts of magic and arrows hurtled toward me now as I flung myself against the stone floor, rolling to safety. I was tiring. Rapidly. I had to conserve my energy. My mind raced, trying to think of some way to distract Lady Hualing and her guards below so I could snatch Li Wei and make our escape. But then the air pulsed with magic, the rich scent of earth and metal suffusing my nostrils. A brilliant green moss crept over the ledge, spreading like spilled water, its thorny roots sinking deep, cracks streaking across the stone.
I lurched up, backing away, shielding myself. A heartbeat before the ledge shattered. I crashed through the air, falling through nothingness. Li Wei's cry pierced my ears, uttering my name with wrenching desperation. Below, Lady Hualing flicked her hand toward me, dispelling my shield. No longer protected, my feet slammed against the rough cavern floor, my knees giving way as I tumbled over. Rolling to my side, I sprang to my feet as the soldiers closed around me. Fewer now, yet more than I could take on without getting hurt. I cursed my recklessness which had led to discovery. Better by far to have remained hidden, to pick them off unaware. But what could I have done with Li Wei in such danger? As the guards thrust their spears at me, I hauled my energy, unleashing a gale which flung Lady Hualing and her soldiers against the rock walls. Spinning around, I rushed to Li Wei, but the soldiers, those remaining, scrambled to close around him, some holding him fast. Lady Hualing stalked closer to me, jeweled hairpins dangling askew from her coiled hair. Her veil was torn away, the scars now vivid against the pale fury of her skin.
"Who are you?"
Her tone was thick with menace. I drew my bow in reply, aiming a bolt of flame at her.
"Stop or he dies,"
she said flatly, gesturing to the soldier beside her who pressed the tip of her spear against Li Wei's neck. At once, I forced my fingers to loosen, the flaming arrow vanishing. Lady Hualing's gaze fixed on the phoenix fire bow before sliding to my face.
"Ah, the archer. The first archer, is that what they call you? I have heard of your accomplishments."
She sounded curious, intrigued even.
"A pity that your abilities are wasted in the service of the celestial kingdom."
"Who told you about me?" I was not conceited enough to believe my fame had spread to this remote place. She did not answer, merely tapping her chin, seemingly lost in thought.
"Your zeal in protecting the crown prince is admirable, to venture here where nothing but death awaits you. Forget him. Join us against the celestial kingdom. The demon realm would reward you well. Any position, any honor would be yours to demand."
"Never!" My refusal burst out, though I cursed myself in the next instant for revealing myself so. A wiser course would have been to feign interest in her offer and gain her trust, to have a hope of escaping. But this had always been my weakness, my inability to think clearly when my heart was clouded. A slow smile spread across her lips.
"Oh, this is more than just loyalty and duty, isn't it?" she breathed in seeming delight. "A soldier, in love with a royal, what could you possibly offer the celestial crown prince, except your life in his service?" "You know nothing," Li Wei bit out. "Xingyan, you must leave. Now."
He spoke the last words as a plea, urgency throbbing in his voice. But if I left, he would die. Alone.
"Ah, Your Highness, it appears your reputation is not quite as honorable as we believed," Lady Hualing sneered. "Dallying with a commoner whom you could never hope to marry? You are your father's son indeed, plucking flowers for your own pleasure and discarding them once they wilt."
She swung to me, her gaze intent and searching.
"Do you know he is betrothed? To one of royal blood, with beauty, power, and charm? A prize he would risk his life to rescue, just as you are sacrificing yourself to save him."
Each word about Princess Fengmei stabbed me, just as on the night of their betrothal. I had believed myself above such feelings, yet if they could be resurrected so easily, would I ever be free? A terrible thought slid into me that there was some truth to her vicious words, that I had come here to save Li Wei, but would accomplish nothing except my death. And if I died, what would happen to my mother? She would never learn of my miserable fate, whiling eternity away in her futile wait, first for my father and then for me. Why did I sacrifice everything for the one who had broken with me, who perhaps never really loved me? It was the gleam in her eyes that gave me pause. She had goaded me well, giving voice to my cruelest thoughts, those which taunted me in the deep of night. She wanted to make me jealous, to make me doubt my own worth, to allow hatred to slither in and sink its claws into my heart. I inhaled a deep breath, trying to gather myself. I needed to hold her interest, to gain time to strike or provoke her into rashness. I dared not have her attention return to Li Wei again and the vile things she had planned for him. Yes, we were together once, I admitted haltingly. Now His Highness and I have gone our separate ways. Was it your choice or his? Her lips curved like she already knew the answer. I looked away, her question cutting deeper than I expected. Life would be preferable without love, Lady Hualing said with feeling, as though I were her trusted friend, as though we were of the same mind. Her words resonated through me. Was closing one's heart to love, all love, the only way to contentment? Had I not imagined so myself during those long months of misery? Indeed, my darkest moments were when I had left my loved ones. And yet, the happiest times of my life had been with them too. But I would not disagree with her. She seemed to believe there was a connection between us. Did she see a part of herself in me? I shuddered at the idea, although now I would tread cautiously, to cultivate this illusion to better catch her unaware. Perhaps you are right, I said, letting a hardness edge my voice. Love has not served me well. Nor I. Lady Hualing's chest heaved. I did not ask for the Emperor's love, but he beguiled me with false promises until I returned his affection. When I was hurt and frightened, I yearned for his comfort. He never came back. Because of him, I lost everything, even the happiness I had before. I would rather he had died than hurt me so. All I want now is to repay those who brought me low. I recoiled inwardly from the vehemence in her words. She had not uttered her curse in the heat of anger, but as a fervent wish wrung from the depths of her heart. They will never change their minds, Lady Hualing continued, her tone low and intimate. The celestial royals are proud, cold, and unyielding. Their love, once lost, can never be regained. Ask yourself, why do you do this? Just so he can cherish your memory after he marries his princess? Weep a tear over your grave? Such paltry thanks for so great a sacrifice. Don't throw your life away. It hit me then. She believed our situations similar. That I too had been snared by a hopeless love, that I too was cast aside by the son of her cruel lover, no less, and that my actions were a desperate bid to regain what I had lost. My teeth sank into my lip, biting down harder until a warmth of salt and iron gushed into my mouth. Like her, I had not sought love. My life had been full without it, yet it had crept up on me, infiltrating my senses like a subtle scent, until I found beauty in a fallen blossom and delight in a thunderstorm. However, the joy it gave me, I repaid tenfold through my sorrow. Even when I believed my heart healed, the scars remained, reopening with no more than a touch from his hand. Why did I do this? Her question echoed through me again. I had known the dangers when I followed Li Wei's trail here, but not once did I hesitate. My only thought had been to come to his aid. My only fear had been for his safety. But she was wrong. I was not trying to win him back. Was it for friendship, as I had told myself, or out of honor to repay the debt of his kindness? The answer eluded me as it lurked on the fringes of my mind. I looked up, my eyes colliding into Li Wei's, and it struck me then with the force of a thunderbolt. What I had been struggling to understand, what I had fought so hard against before, what I had been afraid of knowing because its revelation might be my undoing. Such proud words I had spoken to him before, of honor and duty. Lies. All lies. I was still in love with Li Wei. All this time I kept telling myself that my feelings for him were a remnant of the past, a lingering attraction. My pride did not let me cling to him, yet I did not want to let him go. I had told him to forget us, when I could do no such thing myself. Each time he came, a secret part of me rejoiced in knowing he still cared. My coldness to him was but a mask to hide my feelings, even from myself, that I loved him still, and that I had never stopped. I stepped closer to Liwei, almost trembling now. The faces of the soldiers blurred into the background. All I saw was him. With a wrench, I unearthed the secrets buried deep in my heart. If I did not tell him now, I might never have the chance again. I love you! Tears sprang into my eyes. These I would not conceal or blink away. I loved you then. I love you still. I tried to forget you, to destroy my feelings, but I failed. Something heavy loosened in my chest and fell away. A burden I had not realized I bore till now. Gazing at him, I was lost for a moment in our past. Through the stagnant air of this putrid cavern, I could almost smell the sweet scent of peach blossoms. I yanked myself back to the present, to the danger. Liwei's eyes were fixed on mine, his lips parted to speak, but I shook my head in warning. Lady Hualing appeared transfixed, her face alight with anticipation. Was this not what she had accused me of? Did she hope Liwei might reject me? That I would join her, bitter and distraught? It would satisfy her craving for revenge to have me turn on Liwei, validating all she had done, all she had become, because of her own tainted love. I would give her no satisfaction today. I did not want to end up like her, engulfed in spite and hungering for something I could not have until it destroyed me. Those nights when my pain was at its sharpest, it would have been so easy to slide into resentment and hatred. Yet as much as I loved him, I loved myself more. And as I was discovering, there was no end to love. It was something which grew and renewed endlessly, expanding to encompass each new horizon. Family, friends, and other lovers too, none of them the same, yet each precious in their own way. I spoke to Liwei, raising my voice to be heard. I have no regrets. I will always cherish what we had together. I do not resent your happiness with another, and I could never wish for your death. This was the moment. There might not be another. My insides writhed as I met Lady Hualing's furious stare. I am not like you. You stupid, sentimental fool. Bright red spots blazed from Lady Hualing's cheeks as her eyes squeezed into slits. She was shaking now. Was it with disappointment or rage? Quick as a flash, I drew my bow, flames streaking through my fingers. It struck her chest with blinding light as she staggered back, the acrid smell of burnt silk and flesh throttling the air. But then, her magic surged out in a glittering stream, extinguishing the fire with a hiss. The soldiers lunged at me, their weapons gleaming in the torchlight. I ducked, whirling aside, another arrow springing from my fingers, only to strike the shield that sprang up around Lady Hualing now. As she flicked her fingers, an earthy smell wafted forth, like rotting leaves in a forest. Thick vines shot out, coiling tight around my waist and slamming me against the ground. Blood gushed from my temple as my bow was snatched from me. Sprawled on the ground, I tried to catch my breath as the beaded tip of a brocade slipper prodded my face up. Lady Hualing peered down at me, her lips curled in a smirk, a charred rip in her robe where my arrow had struck, though the skin beneath was smooth, already healed over. She was strong. I had failed, and now she was livid. How noble you are. Loving him, yet releasing him to another. Cherishing your past and forgiving the pain. Are you so self-sacrificing to risk yourself for a love that is no longer yours? She jeered, making a mockery of my confession. Let's see how your principles fare when you're truly tested. A guard grabbed my arm and hauled me to my feet. Two others dragged Liwei to where I stood. Black metal bands still encircled his wrists, binding his powers, and how I cursed missing my earlier shot. Liwei's gaze never left mine. Seemingly oblivious to our peril, They glowed with all the warmth and tenderness I remembered.
You risked your life for him, but will he do the same for you?
Her tone reeked with scorn.
Let her go. I will not fight you,
Li Wei said without a moment's hesitation. A fierce joy sang in my veins, even as I dreaded what would come after, that his declaration would only infuriate her more. Her mouth stretched into a mirthless smile.
Let's have some entertainment tonight. A fight to the death between you two. If you win, First Archer, you'll walk free. I'll even let you keep your bow.
The sweetness of her tone jarred with the abhorrent meaning of her words. I could not have heard her right. She did not mean it. She could not. For Li Wei and me, to kill the other to save ourselves? Was this some twisted jest to frighten us? But as I stared at her face, so lovely and pitiless, a shiver rippled along the length of my spine. This was no game. 26. Li Wei's eyes blazed.
I will not fight you, Chang'e. Please, go.
I shook my head. I would not abandon him to certain death, not even to save myself. Lady Hualing sighed.
Refuse to fight and you'll both be killed. A most romantic end, upholding all your honorable principles, though a reckless waste.
A hopeless despair settled over me as I met Li Wei's grim yet resolute gaze. Our hands remained slack by our sides in defiance of her command. We would not be her pawns in this sick game. Nor would I go quietly. I would fight until my energy was drained, until our final breaths were spent. Only then could she tear her bloodied victory from us. Her tongue clacked against the roof of her mouth.
How disappointing. I had hoped for more spirited entertainment. However, there are ways to ensure your cooperation.
Her shield gleamed as she stepped closer to Li Wei, seizing his chin between her fingers, her nails cutting into his skin. He recoiled, horror dawning over his face. Yet she held him fast, her soldiers gripping his arms tighter behind his back. Li Wei! I lunged toward him, trying to shove my way through the guards who grabbed me and flung me back. Lady Hualing's pupils glinted as shards of topaz. A recollection emerged, something Li Wei had told me once of the mind talents. Their eyes, which glitter like those of cut stones. Fear plunged through me, trailed by doubt. I refused to believe it. I dared not. Lady Hualing was of the Celestial Kingdom, not the Demon Realm, the Cloud Wall, or wherever that place was. Once the flower immortal, her talent had to be of the earth, not the mind. I had seen it myself with the creeping moths and those monstrous vines. Impossible that she should know the forbidden arts. And even if she did, surely the Emperor would have sealed them from her. But what if the Emperor did not know? What if she had disappeared before such magic was banned? Beads of sweat gleamed on Li Wei's skin. Still, Lady Hualing did not release her hold. I could not help recalling that she was one of the most powerful immortals in the realm. And even if Li Wei's magic was not bound, he had been weakened by the battle and the amethyst ring. If she was trying to compel him, she would fail, I tried to assure myself. Li Wei was strong too. He would not surrender. He would fight. But when Lady Hualing and her guards released him, I no longer knew him. Something vital in him had been lost. My insides shriveled as I stared into his eyes. Worse than a stranger's, they were as cold as his father's. His face was blank as he stood unmoving, even when a guard shoved a sword into his hand. Someone passed me another, my fingers closing reflexively around its hilt. As Lady Hualing leaned toward me, I gagged as the smell of decaying flowers crowded my nostrils.
Do you regret spurning my offer? A final warning, don't be so stupid as to throw your life away for him. He will not appreciate it. The men of his family have hearts of stone.
I did not hesitate, leaping forward to thrust my sword at her. As it crashed against her shield, pain coursed through my arm. I raised it again, better to go down fighting this way, but the soldiers shoved me aside, another kicking the back of my knees as I slumped to the ground. Lady Hualing crouched down as she brushed an icy knuckle down my cheek. I flinched, rearing away.
"Don't forget, you still have your powers," she spoke in an intimate whisper. "If you let him kill you, well, his life is forfeit regardless. But if he dies, you live." Something splintered inside me. An impossible choice, whether to die in a futile sacrifice or to kill Li Wei to save myself. More than just wanting Li Wei dead, she wanted me to kill him. Did she take a sadistic pleasure in tormenting her enemy's child? Did she relish the thought of me living in misery and regret as she had done? Or was this to prove me wrong? That despite my claim, she and I were not so different after all. That the same viciousness in her heart lurked in mine. Oh, I had baited her too well, and now we both would pay. Lady Hualing clapped, the hollow sound ringing in the cavern. As though it was a signal, Li Wei's body jerked. Then he stalked toward me. With his sword in his hand, he circled me, in a cruel parody of the many times he had challenged me in play. I could not move, unable to look away from his dead gaze. Even now, I did not believe he could harm me, although I myself was almost compelled before in the Eastern Sea and had seen what a sliver of such power could do. He charged, swift as lightning. Stunned, I threw up my sword, a second too late as his blade slashed my cheek. Blood trickled from the stinging gash, yet it was nothing to the agony within. It was not that he looked at me with hatred, but with utter indifference. Silver flashed, hard and bright. My body moved of its own volition, flinging my arm up, our blades clanging together. He bore down relentlessly as I staggered beneath the force of his blow, digging my heels into the ground. In a sudden feint, he whirled to the side. I reeled forward as he swept his sword across the scales of my armor, thrusting it deep into my shoulder. Cold iron sank through my flesh, scraping bone. With a smooth tug of his arm, his blade slid from me with a moist, sucking sound. A gasp was torn from my lungs as I pressed my palm to the gaping wound, blood gushing between my fingers. Anger surged through me now, misplaced though it was, as I lunged at him, my sword piercing his armor, driving into his side. I yanked it out at once before it went too deep, shame and remorse searing me, along with the horror that he did not even flinch. Our blades clashed, again and again. I held back each time, though he showed no such restraint. Yet we were more closely matched than I anticipated. He had been the better swordsman, but I had the benefit of a soldier's training. I was quick. He was strong. My strikes were deft. He was ruthless. Magic would have tipped the scales, except his was bound. And I found myself unwilling to draw my own against him. A slender distinction, but to use my powers on him now felt akin to execution. Unfair, almost. My mind screamed, what use was such honor? Even as my heart whispered that it was not Li Wei who attacked me so pitilessly, just the husk of his body, dancing to another's tune. He was my opponent, but he was not my enemy. And though I wanted to win, I could not kill him. It was not honor alone which restrained me, but a sense of self-preservation, knowing that slaying the one I loved would destroy me too. I would never recover, not for all eternity, not even if I found my way home. My foot caught on a loose rock and I stumbled. In a flash, the point of his sword pressed against the hollow of my neck. He stilled, a muscle clenching in his cheek. Was he struggling against Lady Hualing's control? I glanced at her, dazzling light pouring from her eyes, her brow coated in a sheen of sweat. Was she tiring? Hope flared in me, only to be extinguished when Li Wei's hand trembled, a moment before his sword dipped and drove through my chest. I gasped, my legs buckling as I collapsed onto the stone floor, sinking into a puddle of my still warm blood. Darkness beckoned.
A merciful void without the pain blossoming through my body, only eclipsed by the agony of knowing that it was he who had done this. A forgotten memory flared. My mother's arms, lifting me up from where I had fallen, her thumb brushing the tears from my cheek. How my scraped flesh had stung, my first real injury, until her cool touch and soft murmurs soothed it away. This would not be the end. My eyes flew open. I reached for a precious fragment of my power, sealing my wound. The healers would have cringed at my crude work, at the scar which would remain, but the pain subsided and the bleeding staunched. My mind cleared a little as I staggered to my feet, searching Li Wei's face for the faintest sign of recognition. Yet there was nothing. Not a flicker of love, not a speck of remorse. And in that moment, something snapped into place for me. I would not throw my life away. I would not be defeated by myself or another. I would fight to live, and while I lived, there would be hope. To grasp at a chance of our survival, I would risk everything, even our lives. My energy was dwindling. I seized what I could, the air shimmering as I hurled my magic at Li Wei. Coils of air wrapped around his body, knocking him to the ground, sealing his ears, nose, mouth, and pressing his eyelids shut, covering every inch of his skin until he could do nothing except lay there, writhing like a trapped beast. If his powers had not been constrained, my binds could never have held him so. Lady Hualing's delighted laugh rang through my ears. Was this not the spectacle she had forced us to perform? Had she dreamed of inflicting such torment on her own faithless lover? Trapped in the cocoon of air I buried him in, Li Wei was paler than snow. I gagged, fighting the urge to release him. Yet I hardened myself. I could not stop now. My power flowed, settling over every pore of his body until he glittered with 1,000 silver lights like he was cloaked in stardust. My heart ripped from me could not have hurt more. Pain had lost all meaning. His struggles weakened until his body went limp, the steady thrum of his aura fading until I could no longer sense it. Only then did I stop. My eyes were dry, though I had wept a river inside. How wretched I was, cracked and ripped and gouged. Yet I refused to shatter. Sinking onto the ground, my fingers sought Li Wei's cold hand, pressing our palms together. "I'm sorry," a ragged whisper. "Forgive me." Loud clapping rang through the cavern, jarring amid my despair. It hit me then. The vile, unspeakable thing I had done. Lady Hualing wanted to hurt those who had wronged her, but I had struck down the one I still loved. In the cold light of victory were my reasons hollow, glazing my selfish desire to live. My control broke. I fell away from him as though scalded. I did not deserve to touch him, not after this, not after what I had done. My arms clasped tight around myself as I retched until my stomach clenched in protest. Sobs ripped from my throat, ugly and raw, echoing through the terrible silence. But it was not over. I could not let all this be in vain. Gathering the remnants of my composure, I staggered to my feet. "My bow," I said flatly to Lady Hualing. She inclined her head. "I gave you my word, and my offer still stands. The Demon King would be pleased to have you by his side. A good mind, a strong arm and will. Someone who does what needs to be done when the time calls for it." I flinched from her praise, hoping she would take it for exhaustion rather than revulsion. I had never imagined myself bloodthirsty, but I would have killed her now and rejoiced. Yet she had spoken no lies. My hands were stained with Li Wei's blood. It had been my choice to hurt him. "You were right," I said, trying to lull her into a sense of false security. "There is no sense in dying for principles alone. And I will consider your offer, only because the Celestial Kingdom will no longer welcome me after this." When Lady Hualing nodded, a guard thrust the phoenix firebow at me. As I clutched it, a memory flashed through me of the first time I had held it in the peach blossom forest, a lifetime ago when I had still been whole. I turned away, stumbling toward him once more. Lifeless and shackled, he was still every inch the regal prince. How I prayed our ordeal was almost over. "Free him!" I pointed at his manacles. The sight of them enraged me past bearing. I would do it myself, except I did not want to rouse her suspicions. "Why?" she asked. I looked her full in the face. "I have done what you wished, though it hurt me greatly. Prince Liwei should be laid to rest with all the ceremony he deserves. I will do him the final service of returning his body to his parents, but I will not bring him fettered like a slave. Besides, do you want this to fall into the hands of the Celestial Kingdom?" I gestured at the metal encircling his wrists. When she did not speak, I frowned. "Did you not want their celestial majesties to know what you did to their son?" "What you did, you mean?" She taunted me with exquisite cruelty. "It would suit me well if you delivered his body to them. I only wish I were there to see it." She jerked her head at a soldier who hurried forward. He pressed something against Liwei's manacles, which fell away, clattering onto the ground. At once, I dragged Liwei's arm across my shoulders to haul him away. "Wait!" Lady Hualing drew closer, the amethyst ring glowing on her finger. "I must drain his life force as it's fading fast. It will be quicker now, without those chains." My breathing quickened. I fought for calm. I would not let her defile him further. As she reached for him, I grasped my energy, bracing for release. But the air warmed, a powerful force hurling Lady Hualing away. She slammed against the stone wall, her shield winking out as bands of fire bound her. I swung around to find Liwei staggering to his feet, the tip of his blade trailing on the ground. As 3 soldiers charged at him, he swung his sword in a wide arc, the blow sending them flying. A guard bolted toward me with his spear outstretched, whom I dispatched with a quick arrow to his chest. I was shaking, my heart ablaze. It had been nothing more than a wild guess, pieced together from the little I knew. In the Eastern Sea, I had sealed my hearing to fight Renyu's compulsion, but his charm was of the voice alone, and that would not have worked here. Yet the governor had spoken of death being the only release from those caught in the throes of such power. And so, to break Lady Hualing's control over Liwei, I had sealed off every sense he possessed, bringing him to the brink of death itself. Though if I had failed, he would have died or killed me, and we would have perished for nothing. When I held his hand after, I had channeled my energy into him, as much as I could muster without arousing suspicion. I was no healer, and all I could do then was pray it would suffice. I could not have risked his life just to save my own, but I had done it to save us both. I had hoped, under the guise of death, Lady Hualing would have let me take him away, and it had almost worked. But I gloated too soon. We were not out of danger yet. Too late did I sense her gathering power. In one strike, Lady Hualing dispelled her binds as vines shot out, coiling around Liwei and me, squeezing the breath from my chest, strangling my limbs to numbness. Before I could despair, Liwei's magic rippled across us, burning away the plants. Lady Hualing raised her hands again. The damp scent of earth thickened as the air gleamed with her magic. I flung up a barrier as Liwei threw his might behind mine. I could not fight her alone, yet together we stood a chance. Her energy crackled when it struck, transforming into endless vines which shone with a sinister light as they writhed against our shield. Sweat dripped from my brow as I tried not to imagine what they sought with such ravenous hunger. My struggles were not lost on her. Lady Hualing's red lips curved upward as the crushing pressure on our shield intensified. The tendrils curled with renewed vigor. Time was not on our side. I was close to exhaustion, and Liwei's strength must be ebbing too. Soon we would fall, either from fatigue or her malevolent spell or the soldiers closing around us, their faces alight with anticipation. No, I would not relinquish our hard-won lives so easily. A plan formed, mad and reckless, yet the faintest glimmer of hope was preferable to certain death. My eyes met Liwei's as I mouthed a silent instruction for him to hold the shield steady. He nodded, straining as he bore the full weight of our barrier now. I scraped the shreds of my energy into a glowing orb no larger than a marble, flinging it out to strike Liwei's shield from within. It cracked, though the web of vines held it fast. I clenched my teeth, a hiss of breath escaping my lips. Teacher Dowming's stern warning about not draining my power pounded in my mind, but I could not stop. My head throbbed as I wrung the final flecks of light from my core and hurled them out in a gust of wind. Our shield shattered, the force flinging Lady Hualing's vines away, right onto her body, the fleeing soldiers, the ceiling and walls, where they clung as though rooted. Cracks streaked through the cavern, the stone groaning and trembling. I crumpled onto the ground, as hollow as a paper lantern trampled by a careless foot. I was shivering not from the chill in the cave, but from the ice spreading through my limbs. My eyelids were heavy, yearning to shut, to surrender to the darkness spreading through my body. Everything took on a hazy sheen, until I no longer knew whether I was still alive or trapped in an endless dream. Lights swirled, golden bright. Li Wei's magic flowing into my broken body. They sank into the black, yet did not vanish, like sunlight glinting over the night sea. The lights streamed into the core of my life force, buried deep within my head, ringing forth a single fleck of silver. The last of my energy, the cold within me thawed, my strength returning as I awoke to find Li Wei's fingers entwined with mine as we lay upon the ground. Lady Hualing's eyes were glassy. Her mouth opened in a soundless scream. Her body convulsed as the vines coiled around her in a strangling hold. Tighter and tighter they wound, tearing the silk of her dress, squeezing her bulging flesh until it turned crimson and purple. I choked down my bile as I watched her struggles weaken. The camellias at her waist wilt and droop their once proud heads, the silk peonies on her gown brown and fray. The light faded from her pupils, the bitterness receding from her face, until just her cold beauty remained. I could have lain there until the moon waxed and waned, unable to summon the strength to rise. But the cavern shuddered with more force than before. Rocks tumbled from above as Li Wei dragged me to my feet, my muscles straining as we raced toward the entrance. A chunk of stone struck my back, knocking me to the ground. Clouds of dust descended as the ceiling fractured, crashing down, just as Li Wei summoned a gale that flung us through the opening, the cave collapsing behind us with a deafening roar. The hard ground offered scant relief to my battered body. I could not move, lying in the dirt as though pinned down. One ragged breath, and then another, slipped from my lungs. Li Wei's eyes were open, gazing into mine. As the color returned to his face, my fear receded. He reached out to me then, his palm cupping my cheek, wet with tears that had fallen unnoticed. I smiled, content to feel his warmth. I had no more words. I had said everything in my heart. The luminous glow of the moon cast a spell around the forest. In the pale light, the dead trees gleamed like polished columns of silver and jade. The fog vanished, dispersed by the night wind. Had it been cast by Lady Hualing to hide herself from the world? Leaves rustled, branches crackling. We swung around as Princess Feng Mei emerged from the woods. With a joyful cry, she rushed to Li Wei and threw her arms around him. His eyes darted toward me, his hand hesitating before reaching out to hold her. I struggled to a sitting position, looking away from their reunion, though their whispers pierced my ears. Finally, Princess Feng Mei touched my arm. I hid where you told me to, until I heard a loud crash. As she scrutinized me, she pressed a fist to her mouth. Are you all right? I must have been a fearsome sight, covered in blood, bruises, and grime. Yet her concern moved me. I will be, once your highness gets us back to the celestial kingdom. Princess Feng Mei's smile faltered as she glanced at Li Wei. His expression was inscrutable, but his eyes were deep pools which threatened to drown me if I stared into them for too long. Her gaze fell upon the skydrop tassel by his waist. She tilted her head toward its twin, which dangled from my belt, the gem clear once more. A matched pair? Her voice was as soft as a breeze in a meadow. An inexplicable urge to explain gripped me, even though she had not asked. A gift. Of friendship, I said. She did not respond, falling silent as Li Wei rose and offered me his hand. I grasped it as I rocked unsteadily to my feet, fighting the urge to clutch him tighter, to revel in the feel of his skin against mine. When he helped Princess Fengmei up, I hurried ahead of them. I did not want to intrude, nor was I strong enough to withstand seeing his arm wrapped protectively around her shoulders. Not when my heart was still raw after all we had been through, after everything I had confessed to both myself and him. Heading north, I led the way through the trees, beyond the forest, toward the scent of lush grass and wildflowers. I inhaled deeply, relishing the freshness of the air. Princess Fengmei's magic surged forth, summoning a large cloud which swooped down before us. I climbed upon it, eager to leave this graveyard of broken dreams. Now that it was over, pity sparked in me at the thought of Lady Hualing's fate, a tragic end to such an illustrious immortal. I recalled my mother, too, pining away for my father, living half her life in shadow, buried in memories and regret. No. I would not choose as they had done. I would not yearn after what had been lost, impossible to regain. I would look to the days ahead, to the happiness which awaited me there. If only I were brave and steadfast enough to reach for it. Part 3. 27. Sunlight streamed through the crystal pillars, casting hundreds of tiny rainbows upon the carved tiles. As a cool breeze wound through the hall of eastern light, the curtain of jade beads clinked gently behind the thrones. The full court was in attendance today, the weight of all their eyes upon me as I knelt on the ground. Stretching my arms out, I folded my body over, pressing my brow and palms to the floor, in a formal obeisance to the celestial emperor and empress.
"Rise,"
the emperor intoned. Slowly, I uncoiled my legs, lifting my head to the thrones. Today, their celestial majesties were resplendent in imperial yellow brocade. Lustrous pearls cascaded from the emperor's crown, while on the empress's hair rested a gold and ruby headdress shaped like the wings of a phoenix. Beside them stood Li Wei. His high-collared robe was of midnight blue brocade, embroidered with golden herons among swirling white clouds. A belt of jade links was clasped around his waist, and his topknot was encased in a sapphire crown. I searched his face, relieved to find no trace of his injuries from the eternal spring forest. I had been too nervous to seek him out before, afraid even. In that dank cavern where death courted us both, I had laid my heart bare. While I meant every word, in the light of day without the danger looming over us, the memory of my boldness scorched me. But I had no regrets. I understood now that before I could embrace my future, I had to release myself from the binds of the past. My gaze shifted to Wenxue, who stood by the side of the hall. He gave me a reassuring nod as I smiled, warmed by the recollection of his care since my return, commanding the healers to attend to me, bringing me rare herbs and medicines to hasten my recovery. His constant presence brought the rumors surrounding us to a fevered pitch. But after what I had just been through, I cared not what wagging tongues might say, and I could no longer claim these were mere rumors alone. The celestial empress's lips were pursed like she had bitten into an unripe kumquat, while Li Wei's eyes blazed so bright I found it hard to look away. Behind me, whispers drifted in the air, my name repeated in hushed tones. I was not alone in wondering why I had been summoned today. The celestial emperor spoke then.
"First, Archer, you have performed a great service to our kingdom. Our son would have perished without your aid, and he spoke at length of your deeds. Princess Fengmei has also expressed her gratitude for your rescue of her. We commend your courage and valor, and we thank you for your protection of our son and his betrothed."
I smiled tightly as I bowed in acknowledgement. Such gracious praise from the Celestial Emperor was rarer than the moon eclipsing the sun. Yet, despite his words, his face remained cold and expressionless. If he was relieved by his son's escape or affected by Lady Hualing's death, I saw no trace of it.
First Archer Xingyin, hear my command.
How strange it was to hear my name spoken by the Emperor. My body tensed as silence shrouded the court like a blanket of snow. Something clinked, gasps swelling through the air. I looked up to find the Celestial Emperor had stretched his hand out to me, an oblong piece of blood-red jade resting upon his palm.
I grant you the Crimson Lion Talisman.
He paused, letting his words sink in.
Ask a favor for yourself, and we will grant it as long as it's in our power to do so.
An attendant rushed up to him, bearing a black lacquered tray. The Emperor placed the talisman upon it, the attendant now advancing toward me with measured steps, stopping before me to offer up the tray. My hands were stiff as I took the jade, staring at it numbly. A lion was carved in its center, its bulbous eyes and curling mane chiseled with exquisite detail. From its base hung a thick tassel of gold silk. The Emperor's voice rumbled through the chamber, yet I only caught snatches of what he said. My heart slammed until I thought it might burst forth. Had I heard him correctly? Was this really the Crimson Lion Talisman? He spoke so coolly, as though what he offered was just a common parcel of land or a chest of gold, as though this was not the fulfillment of my greatest dream, which I had all but given up on. Glancing up, I found the Emperor staring at me expectantly. Did he expect joyous weeping or proclamations of eternal gratitude? Certainly not this yawning silence, my sudden trepidation robbing me of voice. I had only one wish, and it was not one which would please him.
Do you need time to think this through?
A sharpness jutted through his tone, impatience perhaps, or was it a warning not to overstep myself? Fear assailed me that I might lose this chance. The words surged up my throat, flying out in a strangled gasp. My mother! A hush swept across the crowd. I drew a shaking breath, trying to steady my jangled nerves. My wish is for your celestial majesty to free my mother. I spoke slower this time, as clearly as I could. The Empress's eyes curved as a predator's claws. Your mother? Who might that be? The malice in her tone gave me pause. My wish would undoubtedly incite their fury. Their celestial majesties would hate to appear the fool, deceived by the powerless moon goddess for all these years. What if I revealed all, only to have them deny my request and inflict greater punishment upon her? I dropped to my knees again, bending my head. Your celestial majesty, my mother did not ask this of me. This is all my own doing. I humbly ask for your assurance that she will not be punished for my actions, or for anything I reveal today. How dare you make demands of us, the Empress hissed. The air thickened with a sudden chill. If I were a common petitioner, the Emperor might have sentenced me to imprisonment, or worse, for my temerity. Yet the jade clutched in my fist reminded me that I had earned the right to speak today, through my blood, sweat, and tears.
Very well,
the Emperor said in an icy tone.
You have my word that your mother will be safe. However, you yourself will have no such protection should we discover that you have offended us in any way. You will answer for your own actions.
His threat sapped my courage. An urge to slink away gripped me, to slip into the shadows and be forgotten. Though we were parted, my mother and I were safe for now, unharmed. Was I greedy, reaching for more than I should? But I recalled what Wenjia had whispered to me once, when I first stood here, facing the jade thrones as I did today. When the battle lines are drawn, advance with a clear mind. Somehow I had done it. I had won the talisman. Never again would I get a chance as this. I would not be a coward now, not after everything I had done to get here. A rush of emotion coursed through me as I found the words nestled deep in my heart, the ones I had whispered to myself each night before I slept, before I awakened each dawn. My mother is Chang'e. I am the daughter of the moon goddess. The whispers began, faint rustles gathering into gasps, fervent mutterings accompanied by the nervous shuffling of feet. Li Wei's eyes went wide, his jaw clenched tight, while Wenxue's lips were drawn into a thin line. Those who knew me best, those who trusted me most, those I had kept in the dark. How betrayed they must feel by my confession. The moon goddess, the Empress spat each word. If Chang'e is your mother, who is your father? Fear clouded my heart, like ink billowing from a brush dipped into water. My father had killed the sunbirds, her beloved kin. But my anger at her crude insinuation prodded me into raising my chin to meet her gaze, to speak with less care and more pride than I should have. My father is my mother's husband, the mortal archer Hou Yi. The moment those words were spoken aloud, the tension knotted deep inside me for all these years unraveled. A lightness swept through me, a rush of freedom in acknowledging my parents. I had not realized the weight of this burden until now. Yet, beyond my fierce relief and pride, there was no glory in the unveiling of my identity. I had been pitied before for my lack of family and connections, but in the eyes of this court, it was worse by far to be tarnished by association with those who were disgraced. Fury modeled the Empress's fair skin. Her knuckles were white, the gold sheaths on her fingers digging into the armrest of her throne. The Celestial Emperor broke the stillness first.
Explain yourself.
His tone was grim, and the way he looked at me, it reminded me of the moment when Li Wei plunged his sword through my chest. All knew the tale of the 10 sunbirds, but none knew the truth behind the moon goddess's ascension to immortality. To the hostile audience hanging on to my every word, I retold the story I had heard once before. The danger to my mother's life and mine, her heartbreaking choice, the terror that had led her to conceal my existence. I could not help the tears pricking my eyes when I spoke of the sorrow which had haunted my mother every day of her immortal life. When I finished, I pressed my brow to the jade tiles again, swallowing my pride and resentment for this chance to be heard. For all these years, my mother has been a prisoner, living in loneliness and misery. She took the elixir to save our lives. She was unaware that she had broken any rule. How could a mortal know such a thing? I plead for your celestial majesty's mercy and understanding, to forgive my mother's transgression and lift her punishment. This is the favor I ask for. I raised myself, placing my shaking palms upon my folded knees. My gaze collided with the Celestial Emperor's, utterly unmoved by my heartfelt plea. The Empress pointed a finger at me, almost convulsing with rage. Such deceit cannot be tolerated. This family line, from Chang'e and Hou Yi to this girl, is a treacherous one, riddled with lies, duplicity, ingratitude. It should be ended at once. The glorious hope that had sprung up a moment ago shriveled and died. Yet silence greeted the Empress's words. There were no enthusiastic cries of support. Only a few nodded, and for that I was grateful. Someone strode out from the side, sinking to the floor to perform his obeisance. A courtier, I could tell, from his ceremonial hat and black robe and the yellow jade ornament dangling from his waist sash. A high-ranking one to be positioned so close to the thrones, though I could not see his face from where he knelt in front of me. Your Celestial Majesty, may I offer my opinion? Those silken tones, the back of his profile, jostled my memory then. Where had I met this immortal before? The Emperor leaned back against his throne.
Rise, Minister Wu, and speak your mind. Your counsel is valued.
My heart plunged. Minister Wu? I should not have been surprised. He seemed ever entwined with my most challenging times here. This close, his aura pulsed around me, as dense and opaque as a bottomless lake. The minister bowed again, before rising to his feet. When he swung around, I flinched from the hostility in his expression.
Your Celestial Majesty, neither Chang'e nor her daughter deserves your mercy. One stole your gift, the other deceived you in this contemptible manner. How brazenly the Moon Goddess lied to her Celestial Majesty when we visited her before. Upon your command, I will return there and apprehend her, to be tried with her daughter for their offenses. If you allow them to go unpunished, this will set a dangerous precedent to others who will seek to take advantage of your kindness.
His malice stunned me. In my brief encounter with the minister before, he had only regarded me with bored disinterest. He had not known who I was then, but why should it matter? Did he despise my mortal heritage? Did he think me unworthy to be here? Why would he utter such vicious words, carefully crafted to inflame the Emperor's suspicions and rage? Kindness? Mercy? I seethed. When my mother had been imprisoned all these years just for drinking the elixir? My mother is no threat to the Celestial Kingdom, I cried out, undoing all the good from my composed plea before. She has harmed no one. She was only trying to protect me. She does not deserve such—
Enough.
The Emperor spoke evenly, yet the menace which sprang from that single word was worse than any roar. I cursed myself for my rash outburst. If he struck me down now, none would fault him for it. In the sudden quiet, Li Wei stepped down from the dais, sweeping his robe aside as he dropped to his knees beside me. He threw me a warning glare before speaking, his voice exuding a steady calm. Honorable father, mother, I owe First Archer Xingyin my life. She risked herself to come to my aid, far beyond duty and honor. If not for her, I would be dead, Princess Fengmei a hostage still. Our kingdom would be thrown into disarray. As your dutiful son, I must remind you that because of her valiant deeds, the First Archer was granted the Crimson Lion Talisman today. A royal favor, not a sentencing. A warmth sparked inside me. To know that here, surrounded by hostility and condemnation, I had a friend in him still. More than the fact I could never have spoken so eloquently, Li Wei had risked his parents' wrath by reminding them of their promise, something no one else would have dared to do. It might not suffice to sway my fate, but to know he had done this, despite his discomfiture at my revelation, moved me deeply. The Empress glared at him so fearsomely, a less courageous man would have slunk away. As for the expression in his father's face, I shivered, looking away. Yet Li Wei held his ground, remaining on his knees before them as humbly as any petitioner. This is no common favor, she asks. Eternal imprisonment cannot be withdrawn on a whim. A cunning note slipped into the Empress's voice as she added, Moreover, the First Archer's request is on behalf of her mother, not herself, which is what is due to the talisman bearer. She is more than fortunate if we don't punish her for this deceit, pretending to be someone she is not. How could she haggle over my mother's life like it was some trinket in the market? How dare she steal my victory, so hard won, and twist it into this hollow triumph? The blood I had shed, the agony I had suffered. I squeezed my eyes shut, stifling the urge to lash out again, to hurl my contempt and rage into their arrogant and uncaring faces.
Her Celestial Majesty is wise,
Minister Wu agreed smoothly.
If the First Archer's intentions were honorable, why did she hide her identity? Who knows what trickery she was taught by her devious mother? What plots lurk in her heart?
Anger roiled in my veins. Insults to myself I could endure better than those aimed at my mother. I swung to the minister, my mouth opening to berate him, stupid of me to be sure, when footsteps clicked against the stone tiles. It was Wenshi, sinking down beside me.
Your Celestial Majesty, please consider the First Archer's valuable service. She has served loyally and bravely, helping us win victories which have strengthened the Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, First Archer Xingyin never outrightly deceived anyone. No one ever questioned whether she was the daughter of the goddess Chang'e and the mortal Houyi.
A few heads nodded. It was a shrewd argument, one I wished I had thought of myself. The Celestial Emperor's robes rustled as he shifted on his throne.
General Jianyun, what is your opinion?
I held my breath as the general made his way forward. From where I knelt, I could not see his face. As the Emperor's most senior commander, the general might tilt the scales in my favor if he chose to do so, if he were not incensed by my admission.
Your Celestial Majesty, First Archer Xingyin's parentage is unfortunate. However, she has been a valiant and exceptional recruit. More importantly, she has saved the lives of His Highness and his betrothed, preserving our alliance with the Phoenix Kingdom. Such bravery should not go unrewarded, as you have graciously determined before.
He paused, allowing his words to sink in.
We should appreciate the flower, regardless of its roots.
The murmurs around the hall grew louder. I strained my ears to listen. Was it possible some were expressing surprise at my treatment? A whisper of cautious disapproval, even? The Emperor did not speak. My pulse raced as I sensed his gaze upon me, though I dared not move as my breath misted the tiles. Would General Jianyun's words outweigh Minister Wu's accusations? He had spoken well, offering their Celestial Majesties a path to pardon me in the name of magnanimity and grace. But my insides clenched at the recollection of the Emperor's mercy, which he had so callously dispensed to my mother, Lady Hualing, and the dragons.
First Archer Xingyin,
the Emperor said finally. I folded my body over once more, bracing myself for what would come, trying not to think of the tortures and horrors which awaited those who had offended him.
You are not to be blamed for the mistakes of your parents. Your merits should stand on their own. You are bequeathed the Crimson Lion talisman for your service.
My head sprang up, hope thrumming through me, barely held in check as I eagerly awaited the Emperor's next words.
However, the favor you ask for, to free Chang'e, the moon goddess, cannot be granted.
My fingers clenched around the jade, crumpling its tassel. What use was this now? There was nothing else I wanted from the Celestial Emperor. Though I was relieved not to be punished, there was neither respect nor gratitude in my heart. Not for this trick played upon me, my service won with false coin. "Grant me this, then, your Celestial Majesty," I said, emboldened by resentment. "A favor from me alone. The right to earn my mother's freedom through a task of your choosing." A reckless offer, yet what did I have to lose? I would spell the terms out so clearly this time, none would doubt it again. My behavior bordered on the insolent. Who was I to make demands of the Celestial Emperor? But instead of wrath, a cunning light gleamed in those fathomless orbs. A finger lifted to stroke his chin.
Very well, First Archer. We command that you perform one more task on your mother's behalf to rebalance her offenses against us.
What is the task, your Celestial Majesty? My words fell out in my haste. I would journey to the ends of the earth, to the demon realm itself, to free my mother. The Emperor did not speak, holding out something to me, a dark gray lump in his palm. I leaned closer, craning my neck. It was a seal, crafted from dull metal with an intricately carved dragon on the top. Wenxia inhaled softly, a breath of wonder. I glanced at him in surprise.
The divine iron seal will release the 4 dragons, imprisoned in the mortal world for their grave crimes. Each possesses a pearl that is unique to them. I command you to retrieve the pearls from the dragons and bring them to me."
The Emperor's tone sharpened.
"If they do not obey my command, use whatever means necessary. Once the 4 pearls are in my possession, I will pardon your mother, and you will be free to return to her."
I recoiled involuntarily. The venerable dragons. After learning of them in the Eastern Sea, I had no desire to challenge such great and noble creatures. Would the dragons surrender their pearls freely? If they did not, could I harden myself to do what I needed to? What the Emperor expected of me?
"Are we in agreement?"
His voice was edged with impatience. I swallowed my unease, letting it settle in my stomach like congealed grease. I had asked this of the Emperor, sought this chance. How could I hesitate now? Cupping my hands before me, I bowed in acceptance of his terms. The bargain was struck, as commonplace as those in the market, yet the stakes here were higher by far. An attendant came forward, placing the seal into my outstretched palm. The metal was cool against my skin, and when I dropped it into my pouch, the silk sagged from its weight. The Emperor nodded to me, a curt dismissal which I accepted gladly. Rising to my feet, I turned from the thrones and pushed my legs forward, each step heavier than the last. Staring straight ahead, I might have appeared indifferent to the rest of the court. Yet inside, I was a mess of writhing emotions which threatened to tear me apart. Of relief that the truth was finally in the open, yet fury at having my hard-fought reward snatched away. Hope soared in me to be granted this second opportunity, even as it was tempered by a sinking dread that the price for my mother's freedom might be one I could not pay. 28. In a daze, I stepped out of the Hall of Eastern Light. Several of the palace servants stared at me curiously as they polished the stone balustrades and swept the immaculate grounds. Shu Xiao strode toward me as though she had been waiting for me all this time. I had told her of my summons, never imagining today's events to unfold the way they had. "Is it true?" she asked. "About your mother?" I blinked at her, surprised. I had not taken more than 5 paces from the hall. "How did you know?" Most royal audiences are terribly dull. When it was reported that raised voices were heard," she grinned as she looked around, "you'd be surprised at how many found something that required urgent attention here." Her smile faded as she pulled me aside, away from keen ears. "Is your mother really Chang'e, the moon goddess?" Was there anger in her voice? Resentment? All those times she had spoken of her own family, I said not a word, letting her believe mine were deceased. I could not blame her if she never wanted to speak to me again. It might be better for her if she did not. Coupled with the disfavor of their celestial majesties, I was both an unworthy and dangerous friend to have. "Yes," I said, bracing myself for harsh words. Instead, she reached out and hugged me. "I'm sorry about your mother," she said, releasing me. "But I'm mad at you, too. I would never have told anyone." There were other things I had told her in confidence, things she guessed that she kept to herself. I couldn't say anything, not until I knew it would be safe. She nodded slowly. "I understand, though I doubt your news was pleasing to their celestial majesties. As pleasing as a zither with a snapped string." I frowned, recalling the Empress's hissing rage, the Emperor's. He had been angry at first, to be sure. Yet he had seemed oddly satisfied when I left. He should be, I told myself, getting twice the labor for a single wage. And now I must somehow persuade 4 dragons to surrender their pearls to the Emperor, if I want a hope of seeing my mother again. I could not help wondering then. If I failed, if I proved myself of no further use to the Celestial Kingdom, would the Emperor's promise to me still hold? Would my mother be safe from the Empress's malice? Would I, even as far away as I would be in Wenjie's homeland? Why the pearls? I asked aloud. Isn't the Imperial Treasury overflowing with jewels?
All I've heard is the dragons guard their pearls well, that they're precious to them, though the stories don't say why.
Shu Xiao gestured at the golden dragons which gleamed from the jade roof, a luminous orb resting securely within each jaw. I blanched at the thought of those curved fangs sinking into my flesh. Was this a cunning plot to get me devoured, crimson lion talisman and all? Would that not solve the Emperor's dilemma, in one stroke dispensing himself of my troublesome presence, and yet honoring his word? My gut twisted at the thought. Shu Xiao tapped my arm.
Are you all right?
I'm not sure. I was numb inside. In the span of a morning, my heart had soared with hope, been sunken by fear, and now rocked in a sea of turmoil.
Well, don't get yourself killed yet. I've always wanted to visit the moon, she told me with a laugh.
I'm not planning to, although the dragons might decide otherwise, I said darkly.
Then we'll have to ensure they don't.
We? She folded her arms across her chest.
I'm coming with you.
Hope flared in me before it was abruptly doused. She was a celestial, her loyalties lay here. She served the army to protect her family. How could I so selfishly undo her sacrifice, exposing her to the Emperor's wrath? No, you can't abandon your position. When she started to protest, I continued. Listen, my father slew the Empress's kin. My mother defied the Emperor. I'm in disfavor too. You can't get drawn into this. You have your own family to protect. What if their celestial majesties took their anger out on them? Her face fell.
I couldn't bear that.
Neither could I. Because we are the same, I said somberly. We will do things for our family, our loved ones, that we would not for ourselves. I only learned this about myself after I left my home. Some might call us fools. Those who don't understand never will. She did not protest, although she seemed troubled still.
You can't go alone. It's too dangerous.
What if I joined you without anyone knowing? I'm just asking the dragons for their pearls. I spoke with an assurance I did not feel. Those of the Eastern Sea claim the dragons are peaceful. The worst thing they can do is refuse. My composure wavered as the Emperor's words echoed in my mind. Use whatever means necessary. Not a suggestion, but a command.
And you won't be alone, Wenjie said, coming forward.
How long had he been there?
I will go with you.
It was not in my nature to lean upon another, but oh, how relieved I was to hear this. He was not vulnerable like Shu Xiao. He would be leaving this place soon. More than that, we had fought together so many times, I was glad he would be with me for this. Shu Xiao sucked in a breath. Recovering herself, she bowed hastily to Wenjie.
Lieutenant, would you excuse us? He asked. I have something to discuss with Chang'e.
She tilted her head at me in an unspoken question. I loved her for it, that she watched out for my needs first. Yet that was precisely why I could not risk her joining me. I could not risk her angering those who had the power to retaliate and hurt her. Shu Xiao, I'll be fine.
If you change your mind, I could tell General Chang'e I'm feeling ill for the next few days. Old fox spirit bite acting up and all, she added earnestly.
Wenjie scowled.
Lieutenant, I hope you don't make a practice of such irresponsible behavior.
No, Captain, she bowed to him again. Only for special occasions. I stifled a laugh as she left, sobered by the thought of what lay ahead. Wenjie and I walked in silence, entering a familiar garden surrounding a tranquil lake. Without warning, he took my arm and drew me across the wooden bridge into the Willow Song Pavilion. I cast aside those unwanted memories of all the times I had sat here with Li Wei. He released me then, turning to stare at the mirror-like surface of the water.
Why didn't you tell me?
I closed my eyes, thinking of the night I had fled my home, stricken with grief and terror, the urgency in my mother's voice as she had sworn me to secrecy. I made a promise to my mother.
After all we've been through,
Don't you trust me?
Of course I do. But this was not a secret I could share on a whim. It would have endangered us all. I reached out to touch his wrist. Does it matter? I'm still who I've always been. He turned his hand around to clasp mine.
You're right, it doesn't matter. Though I wish you had told me before. Maybe I could have helped. Maybe I still can.
It touched me, his unflinching acceptance of my past, his unwavering support. Until this moment, I had not been sure of it. I leaned against him, resting my head on his chest as his arm slid around my shoulders. The scent clinging to his skin was fresh and evergreen. I wanted to tell you, one day, when we were far from here. His heart thudded against my ear, quicker than before.
Does this change anything? Will you still come with me?
Yes. A thrill coursed through me that now there was neither hesitation nor doubt. But I must help my mother first. I must fulfill the Emperor's task. Will you wait a little longer? Wenx's arms tightened, holding me closer.
As long as you are mine as I am yours, we have all the time in the world.
We stood unmoving until a prickling at the back of my neck roused me to recall where we were, in plain sight of anyone passing by. Pulling free, I twisted around. My gaze slammed into Li Wei's as he stood on the bridge, as still as one of its wooden columns. His eyes were wide, his hands fisted by his side. Something in me wrenched apart at the expression on his face. Not guilt, but sadness for the hurt I had inflicted. With measured steps, Li Wei entered the pavilion.
May I speak with you?
His manner was cold and formal, like I was a stranger, one of those courtiers he was always trying to avoid, when just days ago we had defended each other with our lives. Was it always to be so with us? One step forward and then 3 back? No, I told myself. We no longer walked together. Our paths had diverged. I nodded, even as my insides curled. More than to anyone, I owed him an explanation.
I will come to you later, Wenxia said to me.
I thought he would leave then, but he took my hand in his again, sliding his thumb across my palm in a deliberate stroke. My pulse quickened, and despite my mortification, I did not pull away. Wenx's lips curved in the shadow of a smile as he released me. He bowed to Li Wei, more a curt incline of his head, before striding away. I'm sorry, I said haltingly to Li Wei, though I owed him more than this crude apology. For all that we were to each other, for our friendship alone, he had not deserved my dishonesty.
You lied to me, from the day we met.
The bleakness in his tone cut me.
Why did you tell me your parents were dead?
I didn't. It was you who assumed it, and I let you think that way. I had no idea how to correct you, not without more lies. I promised my mother I would keep this secret. I had to protect her. Can you imagine her punishment if your parents discovered her deception? If they learned she had concealed me too? They would have sentenced her to torture or death, as they might have done today if I had not won the talisman, if I had not secured her safety before the court. My words tumbled out, harsher than intended. I was sorry to have deceived him, and yet I had little choice in the matter, driven to this by his family.
Why didn't you tell me after we grew closer?
His eyes held mine, so dark and unyielding.
You are not who I believed you to be.
His accusation stung, rousing my ire. I've always told you the truth about me. It was just my parents whom I concealed, and I've told you why I did so. I was separated from my family. They are lost to me. Knowing the truth would have changed nothing except endangering my mother. So why does this matter? Why does it bother you so? Is it because they were mortal? Disgraced? For disobeying your father? These words of mine were hateful, nor did they quite make sense. I knew him better than that. But riled now, I spoke without thinking, wanting to hurt as much as I was trying to explain. He recoiled, glaring at me.
That means nothing to me. I just never thought you would lie. You accepted my trust and never yielded me yours."
My anger dissipated. Though I wanted to deny it, there was truth in his words. I had been selfish, shuttering myself away, taking what he had to give. I wanted to tell you so many times, but I was scared. At first, I didn't know what you might do, and later, I didn't want to be a burden.
Chang'e, how could you ever think I might have harmed you? I would have helped you in any way I could.
He spoke more gently now. Li Wei, I didn't want to hide this from you. I was afraid of your parents finding out, afraid of what they might do to my mother, to me, to you even if you angered them. Do you think their celestial majesties would have been inclined to mercy? My lip curled in distaste. His eyes narrowed.
Why come here if it brought you closer to those you despise? Were you seeking revenge? Was everything calculated to advance yourself?
I did not look away. I was not ashamed of what I had done. Not revenge. Not everything. Yes, I wanted the opportunity you offered. I wanted to better myself. Only the strong are favored in the celestial kingdom. Only then might I get what I wanted. Can you blame me for seeking a new future after mine was snatched away? It didn't occur to me until I entered the palace who your parents were. Even then, I never wanted to set you against them. I wanted to free my mother more than anything, but only through my own efforts, as I did today, never through harming you or yours.
More than anything?
He repeated, with a catch in his voice.
As it turned out, I was just a stepping stone in your ambition. How well I served your needs when I urged my father to grant you his favor today.
He bent his head to mine, almost tenderly, and yet his words were steeped in bitterness.
Your gamble has paid off handsomely. Now you have what you wanted. First Archer, fame, respect, the Crimson Lion talisman, your mother's freedom, almost within your grasp.
All I wanted was what was taken from me, I snarled. You have no idea what I went through, how my mother has suffered. My temper snapped as my hand flew up to strike him. He caught it in his grip, his fingers burning against my wrist. For a moment we stood still, glaring at each other, our breaths quick and shallow, my heart pounding between my ears. I earned all this on my own, serving the celestial kingdom, your kingdom, with my blood, as I will earn my mother's freedom with this final task. I yanked myself free, stepping away from him. I'm sorry for deceiving you, I am, but I never meant to hurt you, and I don't deserve your accusations. I was almost shaking in my rage and disappointment as I added, no matter what we had lost, I always believed we would have our friendship. Maybe I was wrong. At this moment, I could not help thinking of Wen's and Shu Xiao's unreserved acceptance of me. Yet, of the three, it was Li Wei whom I had hurt most with my lies. He glanced away at the calm lake, clasping his hands behind him. When he spoke, his tone was steady once more.
Xingyin, my disappointment has made me vicious. I am a jealous fool. The sight of you both just now,
he shook his head.
This was not what I wanted to say to you. When we met again, I had it all planned out. A heartfelt speech about how grateful I am that you did not leave me to die at Lady Hualing's tender hands. Although you might be regretting that now.
A rueful smile tugged at his lips. Perhaps, I said stiffly, unwilling to let go of my anger even as it unraveled with his words.
In the eternal spring forest in that wretched cave, I rejoiced to see you, yet was terrified that you might die.
He spoke slowly as though the memory pained him.
I owe you my life. Thank you for saving it.
You don't owe me anything, I said. It was my choice. My decision.
You could have saved yourself, yet you stayed. While in return, I almost killed you.
His words cut off, his chest heaving.
I will never forget the look on your face when I struck the first blow. It will haunt me for the rest of my days.
A part of me, a faithless part, wanted to pull him close, to let us comfort each other until we had ripped away those vile remembrances of his sword spilling my blood, my magic draining his life. My chest burned like it was crammed with hot coals, but all I said was, "I know it wasn't you. I know you didn't mean to." He fell silent then, even as his eyes held mine fast.
"Did you mean what you said in the cave? That you loved me?"
He spoke so softly it was almost a whisper. "Yes." I inhaled deeply, trying to quash the twinge in my heart. Perhaps it would always be there. I was learning that love could not be extinguished at will. But I meant what I said after, too. That I will always cherish what we had, and I wish you joy in your life, though I will no longer be a part of it. His nails dug into his palm, a drop of blood falling upon a heron's golden wing.
"I thought if we survived Lady Hualing, we still had a chance to find our way back to each other. But I was mistaken, arrogant beyond belief in thinking your path led only to me."
I started at his words. Was it possible? Did he think I might have asked for him as the reward for the talisman? He continued, his voice laden with regret.
"I wish you every happiness, though he does not deserve you, though I cannot help wishing things were different between us."
"Thank you." The words were awkward on my tongue. Chilled despite the sun, I crossed my arms in front of me. "Do you still hate me for not telling you?"
"I could never hate you, and it was I who was stupid, refusing to let go when I had no right to hold on."
His throat worked as though he had more to say.
"You leave tomorrow?"
he finally asked. I nodded.
"I'll come with you."
"Why?" He shrugged, his tone reverting to the polite detachment which hurt more than I cared to admit.
"For the same reason you came with me to the forest. You are entwined in my life, whether we are together or not. I'll help you because I want to, not because I must. And there is no need for any accounting, what you owe to me, what I owe to you. Such debts are meaningless between us."
Long after he had left, I remained on the marble stool. A gust of wind swept the willow trees down, their branches rippling the lake. The leaves rustled as though whispering the secrets I had just spilled to the world. This had seemed an impossible dream, that I would reclaim my identity and liberate myself from the pretenses of the past. And now, I was one step closer to freeing my mother, to returning home. I had believed this opportunity would bring me unmitigated joy, yet I found it was laced with an incomprehensible bitterness. 29. Round, red lanterns, fringed in yellow silk, were strung above the stone-paved streets. Trees rustled, throwing their shadows over the pale building walls. The diamond lattice work on the doors and windows worn to muted shades of red and green. Gray roof tiles blended into the darkness, a practical choice against the temperamental weather of the mortal world. This village might have appeared dreary in the night, but the luminous lanterns lent it an enchanted glow. 100 aromas wafted in the air of foods, perfumes, and mortals. People thronged the streets, most dressed in plain cotton robes, while the more prosperous few were attired in gleaming brocade or silk. Ornaments hung from their waists, some adorned with jade beads or discs of precious metal. Loud popping noises startled me as bright sparks, shreds of red paper, and thick smoke burst into the air. Firecrackers. Was there a festival tonight? The faces of the villagers were alight with excitement, just as when I had watched them from afar in the moon. Li Wei and Wenzhe stopped outside a large building. A sturdy black plaque hung over its entrance, with the characters painted in white. West Lake Inn. Gourd-shaped lanterns cascaded on each side of the red wooden doors. Its windows were flung open to the cool night air, music and laughter spilling onto the street. A lively establishment, though my head began to throb from the incessant noise. We would spend the night here before journeying to the Chang'e, the river where the long dragon had been trapped under a mountain for centuries. When Wenjie had proposed that we stop in this village, I readily agreed, eager for a glimpse of how the mortals lived. But for a slip of fate, I might have been one of them too. At the sight of us, the innkeeper shook his head to turn us away. Was the inn full? The town was certainly bustling. Wenjie did not speak, merely placing a silver tael on the table. It worked as well as any enchantment, the innkeeper's face lighting up as he tucked it into his sleeve. He said something in a low voice to Wenjie, but it was drowned in the burst of laughter from a nearby customer. A young girl, his daughter perhaps, showed us to a wooden table by the window. She left only to return shortly, carrying a tray with plates of stir-fried wild mushrooms, braised pork ribs, a small fried fish, and a large bowl of steaming soup.
"What entertainment is there tonight?"
Wenjie asked the girl, nodding toward the raised platform in the middle of the room. She bowed to him, a blush staining her cheeks. "A storyteller, young master, one of the best in this region."
Young master? I swallowed my laugh. Wenjie must be twice her grandfather's age, though his smooth skin and chiseled features gave no hint of it. Midway through our meal, the storyteller arrived. A long gray beard dusted his wrinkled face, his pouched eyes gleaming beneath thick brows. As he settled onto a bamboo chair, he laid his gnarled wooden staff on the floor. Accepting a coin from a customer, he cleared his throat before beginning his tale of a noble king who had been betrayed by his favorite concubine, a spy planted by an enemy kingdom. When the ill-fated pair died at the tragic end, the rapt audience sighed and clapped, while a few dabbed their tears away with handkerchiefs and sleeves. I stifled a yawn, feeling little but revulsion at the concubine's deceit, and impatience for the king's stupidity. With an amused smile, Wenjie tossed a piece of silver to the storyteller, who caught it with surprising deftness, slipping it into his pouch.
"Young master, which tale do you wish to hear?"
the storyteller asked him deferentially. "The 4 dragons," Wenjie replied. I sat up straighter, my ears pricking up.
"Ah, a classic. Young master must be a scholar,"
the storyteller flattered. Several occupants of the tea-house groaned, likely hoping for more salacious tales of lustful kings and beautiful maidens. But when the storyteller raised his hand, they fell silent, the silver gleaming in his beard as brightly as that which now lay in his pouch. He began, his voice as smooth as the finest wine.
"Long ago, when the world was still new, there were no lakes or rivers. All the water was in the 4 seas, and the people relied upon the rain from the sky to grow their crops and quench their thirst. The Eastern Sea was the home of the 4 dragons. The Long Dragon was the largest of them all, its scales as red as flame, while the Pearl Dragon glowed like winter's frost. The Yellow Dragon blazed brighter than the sun, and the Black Dragon was darker than night. Twice a year they rose from the sea to fly in the sky above."
The storyteller raised his voice, startling his listeners.
"One day, they heard loud crying and wailing from our world below. Curious, they flew closer, hearing the people's desperate prayers for rain after a long drought. Their clothes hung loose on their thin bodies, and their lips were cracked from thirst. Distraught by their suffering, the dragons pleaded with the heavenly emperor to send rain to the mortals. The emperor agreed, but due to a divine calamity, it slipped his mind, and weeks more passed without rain."
He paused, reaching for his cup and lifting it to his mouth. When he continued, his tone was a controlled whisper. I found myself straining to listen, though I knew this tale well. It was the same one I had offered to tell Prince Yanming, the one he had scoffed at.
"Unable to bear the misery of the starving people, the dragons flew to the Eastern Sea. They filled their jaws with briny water, spraying it across the sky. Their magic transformed it into pure water, which rained to the parched earth below. The people fell to their knees, rejoicing and praising the gods. But the Heavenly Emperor was furious that the dragons had overstepped their authority. He imprisoned them, each beneath a mountain of iron and stone. However, before each dragon was trapped, it sacrificed its immense power to bring forth a gushing river to ensure that our world never lacked water again. From that day, 4 great rivers flowed across our land, from east to west, named after the dragons, in honor of their noble sacrifice.
The audience applauded, although with less enthusiasm than before. One woman quickly tossed the storyteller a coin, shouting out her request. I did not hear it, lost in the memories which drifted over me. This tale had been one of my favorites as a child, and I had often asked my mother to tell it to me. Closing my eyes, I could almost imagine myself lying in my bed of cinnamon wood, my fingers grazing the soft white drapes that fluttered in the breeze. I had no need for a lamp, as the stars glittered in the sky and the lanterns threw their pearly glow through my window. I had loved this story, though its ending left me unsettled. One night I had asked my mother, why did the Emperor forget to bring rain to the mortals?
The Emperor has many concerns and responsibilities. Governing the realms above and below is no easy task. Each day he oversees countless petitions and requests.
But why did he punish the dragons for helping the mortals, instead of thanking them? I wanted to know. Her hand had brushed my cheek, her cool touch soothing my restlessness.
Sleep, little star. It's just a story,
she had said, evading my question with ease. Only now did I understand that there was no satisfactory answer. At least none to avoid offending the celestial emperor. The emperor's task filled me with unease, like a thorn stabbing the underside of my heel. More so when I recalled Prince Yenxi's admiration of the dragons, the tales I had heard of their benevolence. If the dragons were unwilling, could I fight them for their pearls? Could I even defeat one of them, much less 4? This was a hopeless task, a thankless one, where success would come at the price of my honor, and my failure would be the death of me.
Xingyan, what's the matter?
Wenx's question roused me from my thoughts. I'm tired, I said, although I had no reason to be.
Why don't you sleep?
Li Wei suggested, not looking up from his bowl.
It will take us a full day to get to the Chang'e by foot, even without stopping to rest.
Since we had spoken in the Willow Song Pavilion, a coolness descended upon us. Had the words exchanged severed the lingering ties between us? Or was it the intimacy he had witnessed between Wenxia and me? Whatever the cause, Li Wei was unfailingly courteous, but withdrawn. And while this was exactly what I had asked of him before, it left me hollow inside. The innkeeper's daughter came to clear our table. As she lifted each plate onto her tray with painstaking slowness, she stole furtive glances at Wenxia and Li Wei. Her eyes darted back and forth, as though she could not decide who took her fancy more. Indeed, they had little competition in this place. Even garbed in plain robes, their auras muted, Wenxia and Li Wei had the same effect on mortal hearts as they did on immortal ones. I stood up, eager to leave. Just sharing this meal with them had rubbed my nerves raw. Where's my room? Wenxia grimaced as he gestured to the floor above.
The inn is full. The 3 of us will have to share.
As he caught my horrified expression, he added,
You may have the bed, of course. I'm sure His Highness can do without one for a night.
A hint of mockery laced his voice.
Indeed, Li Wei said coldly, though I intend to be present in the room nonetheless.
Was that a warning? Was I reading too much in the edge of his tone? It mattered not. Even if this inn possessed the softest beds in the kingdom, a patch of damp grass would be preferable to suffering through a night as that. I'm not tired after all. I backed away from the table, coward that I was. After eating so much, I'll go for a walk. It's my first time in a mortal village. Wenxia's stool scraped against the floor as he rose.
I'll join you.
I shook my head. smiling to take the sting out of my refusal. I wanted some time alone, and for some reason, I did not want to go with Wenjie and leave Li Wei by himself. I hurried through the inn, slipping out of its back entrance. This street was smaller than the one we had strolled through earlier, but no less lively. Several villagers watched the street performers as they spun plates on sticks or breathed out tongues of flame. I stopped to listen to an old man playing an erhu, a 2-stringed wooden fiddle. The plaintive melody suited my mood well. When it ended, I dropped a gold tael into his bowl, where it clinked against the copper coins. Even at this late hour, children ran around, chasing barking dogs or crowding the stalls. Some carried insects and butterflies woven from dried grass, while others clutched sticks stacked with glossy balls of red sweets. Curious, I bought one for myself, crunching through the crisp candied shell to reach the tangy hawthorn berry within. As I licked the bits of sugar off my fingers, some villagers stared at me, perhaps wondering at my enthusiasm over the common treat. Had my mother liked this too? I lifted my head to the skies, wishing I could ask her. The luminous orb of the moon was smaller than it appeared in the celestial kingdom, but just as striking against the black night. It struck me that if my father had not been gifted the elixir, if my mother had not taken it, perhaps we might be living in a village as this, in a house with white walls, a weathered moss-green roof, and wooden doors, our family whole. For a moment, I could not breathe, lost in the dream. Or perhaps you would be dead, my mind whispered. Did my mother still cast her eyes here with longing? Did my father live still? Did he blame my mother for her choice? Me for endangering her life? If only I could seek him out. But I had no idea where to start, and I dared not test the Emperor's patience any more than I had. I turned into a quiet lane. Not more than 50 steps in, my skin crawled with that same prickling sensation as whenever danger was afoot, just as when the archer had shot at me in the eternal spring forest. Impossible that he could be here in the mortal realm. More likely he was dead, killed by Li Wei's soldiers. But it did not change the fact that I was being watched. Feigning ignorance, I continued down the path. While I doubted anything could injure me here, I had a couple of daggers tucked away for good measure. The jade dragon bow was slung across my back, wrapped in a piece of cloth to avoid attracting attention. When Wenjie had suggested that I bring it along, it seemed a wise idea. In the quiet of my room, I had practiced using this bow. In the beginning, I could only sustain its arrows briefly, but over time they had grown steadier in my grasp. I had longed to test its power, to let fly the crackling shaft of light, yet never dared to. Where might one release a bolt of sky fire unseen in the celestial kingdom? As footsteps thudded behind me, I reminded myself that immortals were forbidden from using magic in the mortal realm unless there was a dire need. Hostile dragons were undoubtedly one, yet for now, my physical abilities would have to suffice.
"Where are you going in such a hurry?" a man called out. "Would a beautiful lady as yourself enjoy some company?"
3 men swaggered forward, encircling me where I stood. They wore fine clothes and had pieces of silver and jade, but the pungent fumes of wine assailed my nostrils. They must be drunk indeed to call me beautiful, I thought scathingly. From the leers on their faces, it was not hard to guess their intentions. My fingers clenched into fists. "Not the type of company you have in mind," I replied curtly, turning away. A meaty palm clamped down on my shoulder, spinning me around.
"Don't be so shy. Why would you be wandering here alone if you didn't want to be found?"
The taller one slurred into my face. His breath was sour, stinking with the remnants of his previous meal, his hand now fumbling at the collar of my robe.
"Do you know who we are? We can afford to—"
Rage and revulsion erupted through my veins. I seized his wrist and flipped him onto his back. He screamed in agony, clutching his hand. Was it broken? I hadn't intended to, though part of me hoped it was. His 2 friends snarled, charging at me together. I sidestepped their grasping hands, grabbing them both by their necks and bashing their heads into each other with a resounding crack. 2 kicks sent them flying into the ground. Before either of them could sit up, I held a dagger in each hand against their throats. Pressing the blades down until a thin line of blood oozed out, I hissed, "I'm guessing this is not your first time. If any of you even think of committing such a vile crime again, I'll come back and sink my knives into your hearts." I raked them with a scornful look before placing my foot onto each of their spines in turn, my kicks sending them sprawling.
Demon! Demon lady!
One of them gasped, his eyes bulging as he scrambled up and fled. Not quite, I thought to myself, but it was a closer guess than he would ever know. My rage unappeased, I released a surge of glittering magic which streaked after them. Perhaps my minor transgression would slip by unnoticed. It was rash of me, but I was sickened by their intent, and how they had tried to blame my choices for their despicable behavior. Someone snickered. I swung around to find Wenxia leaning against a nearby wall, his face alight with amusement.
"That was well done," he complimented me. "I would have joined you, but you didn't need any help."
"I'm glad you found that entertaining." I wiped the daggers clean before sliding them back into their sheaths. A dangerous glint sparked in his eyes.
"If you hadn't taken care of them, I would have been glad to. They wouldn't have been able to walk afterward, much less run. You let them off too lightly," he chided.
"I haven't told you what else I did. Their wounds won't heal for months, every bruise aching, the blood seeping from their cuts. They won't easily forget tonight what they tried to do and what I did to them. I don't think they'll be able to look at another girl again, much less try to attack one." Wenxia raised his brows.
"Remind me never to get on your bad side."
He pushed himself off the wall, closing the distance between us, his hands reaching out to slide around my waist. My pulse quickened as I lifted my face to his, anticipation flaring across my skin. His eyes blazed with unfathomable emotion as he bent his head, pressing his lips to mine. Light sparked through my mind like a scattering of stars. For a moment, we stood there, utterly still, our bodies molded together. Then his lips parted mine, his mouth urgent and seeking, his breath sliding in warm and sweet. Heat flashed through me, burning, molten bright, rushing through my veins, setting me alight. His palm swept up the arch of my back, his fingers tangling in my hair as he pulled my head gently back. Cool lips glided to the curve of my neck, trailing a scorching path. I was afire, undone. All thought fled my mind as I clutched him closer, pressing against him until the pounding of his heart echoed against my own. When his hands fell away, I could not help the sigh that slid from my throat. I wrapped my arms across my chest, small comfort to the emptiness that gaped within. Our breaths came harsh in the sudden silence which fell over us.
"I wasn't following you to stalk you. I wanted to show you something," he told me.
We walked until we reached the bank of a nearby river. It was crowded with people who were lighting lanterns and releasing them into the water. Unlike the ones of silk in the village, these were made of colored waxed paper that had been artfully folded and shaped into lotuses. A candle glowed from the center of each flower, luminous in the dark.
"I thought the Water Lantern Festival might interest you," he said.
The faces of the villagers were solemn and grave, a few weeping openly. Sadness clung to the air like winter's chill. What are they doing? I wondered.
Praying for guidance from their departed ancestors, honoring and remembering their loved ones who have passed. The lanterns are also meant to guide wandering spirits back to their realm.
From his flowing sleeve, he drew out a small one, offering it to me. I looked up at him. What is this for?
A dragon is no small matter. Perhaps you should ask for guidance from your own ancestors.
I stared at him, a tenderness unfurling in my chest. With this, he acknowledged my mortal roots and my place in this world, too. It was then I realized just how much he cared for me, and I for him. I took the lantern and lit its candle, crouching down to release it into the river. It bobbed unsteadily for a moment, before righting itself and floating away. I did not ask for guidance. Who might I ask? I did not know whether my father was still in this world or the next. I did not even know the names of my ancestors, but I hoped, wherever they were, they would see the lantern I had lit in their honor and know they were remembered. Beneath the dark sky, we stood, unspeaking. The river shone with the light of hundreds of lanterns, a stream of living fire which flowed with the current toward an unknown horizon. 30. The sun had faded to a muted orb of crimson light. In the dwindling glow, the waters of the Chang'e glittered as it wound like a fiery serpent across the Emerald Valley, stretching out far beyond where our eyes could see. I squinted, scanning our surroundings for where the Long Dragon, the most powerful of the dragons, was said to be imprisoned. Li Wei pointed out a mountain of blue-gray rock, its peak shrouded in fog. Fields of yellow flowers bloomed at the base. Against the darkening sky, a pale light radiated from the mountain, so faint it could not be seen by mortal eyes. My fingers untied the cord of my pouch, pulling out the divine iron seal. The metal was no longer cold, but pulsing with heat. My heart thudded as I lifted it toward the towering peak. Would it crumble to dust, the dragon soaring into the sky, grateful to be freed from its prison? Yet nothing happened. The valley remained still, with only the crickets chirping in their nightly serenade. "How does this work?" I asked Li Wei. He took the seal, inspecting its markings before passing it back to me. "It's a key. We just need to find the lock." I stared at the enormous mountain, wondering how long it might take to search it. "Would this count as a dire need?" I ventured. A faint smile tugged at his lips. "My father would not fault you when you're here at his behest." "Use whatever means necessary," the Emperor's words echoed through me again. Brushing aside my unease, I channeled my magic, light shooting from my palm to engulf the dull metal. The carved dragon erupted into flame, writhing as though it were alive. Hot wind surged into my face as the seal shot into the air, circling the mountain like a blazing beacon, then plunging down and vanishing from sight. Before I had time to fret, it appeared again on the horizon, hurtling back to my hand with such force that I staggered, almost falling to the ground. As I stared at it, the fire dwindled to nothingness, the dragon morphing into lifeless iron once more. The ground shuddered. I stumbled, almost dropping the seal before I slipped it into my pouch. A thunderous roar shattered the silence. My head snapped to the peak as a large crack wrenched it apart. Rocks flew in all directions, several hurtling past me as I ducked, crouching down on the ground. Crimson tongues of flame surged from the heart of the mountain, slithering through the gaping cracks like a volcano on the brink of eruption. With an ear-splitting cry, an enormous creature burst forth, shaking clouds of blinding dust from its body. Ruby-red scales glowed as if newly forged metal. Its massive paws were tipped with gold scythe-like claws, and its mane and tail flowed with lush vermilion strands. Its face would have been terrifying, crowned by bone-white antlers and with those sharp, curved fangs, but for its amber eyes, shining with wisdom. We stood transfixed, as the dragon arched its neck toward the sky. Its gaze swept over the valley, fixing upon us. Without a pause, it flew in our direction, its powerful body undulating in the air. How graceful its flight, unaided by wings! Yet, as the great creature drew closer, my heart thudded so hard I thought it would drive a hole through my ribs. Xiangliu, the giant octopus, the bone devil, none of those monsters had daunted me so. "Who freed me from my prison? Tell me your name." The dragon's tone was perfectly pitched, neither low nor high, neither sharp nor soft. With a start, I realized its jaws remained shut as it spoke, its voice reverberating in my mind like we were one and the same. I swung around to stare at Li Wei and Wenshi, both equally dazed and bewildered. I had not imagined it. The dragon had spoken to them too. The long dragon cocked its magnificent head to one side. Was it waiting for an answer to its question? I cleared my throat, trying to loosen the sudden cramp. Venerable dragon, I am Xingyin, the daughter of Chang'e and Houyi. I released you at the behest of the Celestial Emperor, who asks you to relinquish your pearl to him. My pride in speaking my parents' names was quashed by the shameful nature of my task. A deep growl punctured the quiet. Its eyes narrowed with menace as smoke streamed from its flaring nostrils. No, not smoke, but mist, as crisp as an autumn dawn. Shaken by its hostility, I took a step back, tugging the jade dragon bow free from its bindings.
What right do you have to demand my spiritual essence?
The dragon thundered. Not your essence, I said quickly, trying to allay its concerns. The Emperor only wants your pearl. Even as I spoke, a seed of doubt sprouted. In the Celestial Kingdom, where jewels were as plentiful as flowers, why did the Emperor covet these pearls? Sparks shot from the long dragon's nostrils as its voice erupted in my mind.
Our pearls contain our spiritual essence. Whoever possesses our pearls controls us. Do you expect us to willingly exchange imprisonment for enslavement? To the one who locked us away for bringing rain to the mortals? We could have fought him then. We could have fled into the oceans beyond his reach, but that would have torn the skies and upended the earth, pitting land and sea against each other. And that we could not bear.
My heart plunged as I spun to Liwei. Were you aware of this?
No, he replied tersely. Dragons disappeared from the immortal realm centuries ago. Nothing in our texts tell of this.
I should have known better. He would not have kept it from me. It dawned on me then that I had been duped by the Emperor. He had asked for the pearls without mentioning the dragon's essence. This was not what I had agreed to. Yet this was the bargain I had struck. How could I do this? How could I make the dragons give up their freedom in exchange for my mother's? Yet how could I not? It was not the same thing, I reminded myself, though it was a hard truth for me to bear. Imprisonment was not the same as enslavement. To give the Emperor such power over the dragons, to force them to yield their will to him, could I do such a monstrous thing? You served under the Celestial Emperor before. He must have good reason to request your service again. I fumbled for a peaceable solution, clinging to this slender thread to salvage my conscience, even as I loathed myself for it. The long dragon's eyes flashed, its tail lashing the air.
We never served the Celestial Emperor. We were once ruled by a far worthier immortal. To him we gave our allegiance, until he returned our pearls into our safekeeping.
Its words crushed my last glimmer of hope. Turning to Wenxia and Liwei, I read grim determination in their faces. My fingers reached for my jade pendant, pulling it out and clasping it for comfort. I could not look at the dragon, a hot, prickling tightness spreading across my chest. I'm sorry, but I need your pearls. The long dragon bared its fangs, sharper than spears. Its jaws parted, spewing a stream of white mist toward me. Light erupted from Liwei and Wenxia, even as I threw my own shield up too late, the mist shrouding me, clinging to my skin where it seared with a biting cold of ice. But the discomfort faded abruptly, leaving just a pleasant coolness below the hollow of my neck. My pendant? I lifted it to stare at the carving. The crack had vanished. The jade was whole once more. Had the dragon's breath done this? The long dragon reared back, its eyes bulging as mist coiled from its nostrils once more. Was it attacking again? Terror clawed me as I drew the bow, sky fire crackling between my fingers. My stomach churned as I aimed it at the creature. I thought wildly of my mother, grasping for the strength, the ruthlessness to do what I needed to. All I had to do was release this arrow. Unbidden, the memory of the paper dragon from Prince Yanming rose in my mind. May the dragons protect you on your journey. My heart quailed from a sudden burst of anguish as I raised my bow higher away from the dragon, releasing the bolt into the sky. White veins of light illuminated the heavens. A crushing disappointment descended over me, yet it was laced with undeniable relief. I could not strike it, and deep down I knew my mother would not have wanted this either, no matter what it cost us. Behind me, Li Wei sucked in a sharp breath. The long dragon craned its neck toward me, staring at the bow. Something flashed in its golden gaze, akin to recognition.
The jade dragon bow. How is this possible?
Its voice was calm once more. Before I could speak, Wenxia stepped forward. He must have heard the dragon's question too.
The bow chose her. She wields it now. This is most unexpected.
The long dragon's sigh was like the wind tearing through the trees.
Would you lend me the divine iron seal? I would use it to free my siblings, as I must confer with them. I give you my word that we will return here, and no harm will come to any of you.
Wenxia drew me aside and spoke in hushed tones.
Ask the dragon to surrender its pearl first. If you give it the seal, it will free the others, and you might never see it again. We've come this far. If you lose the seal now, you will end up with nothing.
His advice was sound. In any confrontation, Wenxia was ever vigilant and ruthless, which was why he was so often victorious. But the dragons were not my enemy. As I looked away, my eyes met Li Wei's.
Xingyan, this is your decision,
he said, in a gentler tone than I expected. I should have heeded Wenxia's advice, but my instincts guided me down a different path. I believed the long dragon would not deceive me. How could I hope to gain its trust if I hesitated to yield mine? Slowly, I stretched out my hand, the seal resting in my palm. Light shot from the long dragon's paw, enveloping the seal, which floated into its grasp. As its claws closed around it, the dragon's massive jaws curved up. With a single bound, it soared into the night. Wenxia stared silently after its shrinking silhouette. Was he displeased? I had not his wealth of experience, but I trusted my own intuition. I reached out to touch his arm, pressing my fingers against his sleeve. It will return.
How can you be sure?
Because I'm wise beyond my years, I spoke lightly, trying to conceal my own rising doubt. He laughed, the sound rich and full.
That you are. Though you are young for an immortal,
he added pointedly. Then tell me, ancient one, I said with a smile. What did you mean when you said the bow chose me? Why didn't you mention this before? He leaned over to tuck a loose strand of hair behind my ear, his hand lingering before falling away.
It was something I read in the Eastern Sea Library. I didn't think it was important, as it seemed obvious the bow had made its choice.
Not to me, I admitted. I thought it was some coincidence that maybe I was the first person to touch the bow, that I was just its custodian.
I should have told you, but it slipped my mind until now. The dragon's words might have pried the memory loose, he said wryly.
Did you discover anything else? I probed.
Just that the jade dragon bow yields to one master at a time. I wasn't sure that part was true.
A pensive look crossed his face.
However, the long dragon's reaction appears to confirm it.
I've never heard of this weapon before, Li Wei remarked, coming toward us. Unsurprising, perhaps, as we did not study the dragons. May I hold it? He asked, stretching out his hand. Before I could offer it to him, the bow quivered in my palm in seeming protest. Li Wei drew back, shaking his head. I'll not be fool enough to try to take it. I did not know how long we waited there, until the sky had darkened to black, until the last remnant of heat from the day was stripped from the earth, until I finally sank to the ground in exhaustion, wrapping my arms around my knees. Was I wrong to trust the dragons? Was I mistaken in their honor? I dared not look at Wenxia. Although he would not gloat or reproach me, I would have disappointed him nonetheless. And terror gripped me as I wondered, what would the Celestial Emperor do should I return empty-handed, with neither pearls nor seal? Just as I was about to admit defeat, the moon and stars vanished as though swallowed by the night, covered by the silhouettes of the 4 creatures flying above. The dragons landed before us, the ground trembling from the might of their descent. Soil flew up as their golden claws sank in, tails lashing behind them as their long necks arched to the sky, their antlers gleaming silvery white. Their auras were so powerful, the air itself seemed to shudder with their force. The other 3 were smaller than the Long Dragon, yet no less magnificent. One glowed as moonlight with a snowy mane. Another was as dazzling as the sun, a ridge of golden spikes stretching along its back. And the last merged seamlessly into the shadows, but for its ivory fangs gleaming like daggers of bone. On the bank of the longest river in the realm, the venerable dragons were united once more. They stared at me unblinkingly, their eyes ablaze with eternal wisdom. Without knowing why, I sank to my knees and folded my body over until my forehead pressed against the grass. The Long Dragon's voice thrummed in my mind.
We are grateful to be freed, to feel the wind in our faces again. Life is precious once more.
Its eyes flashed, mist streaming from its nostrils.
However, we do not wish to serve the Celestial Emperor. We will not give him our pearls.
A heaviness sank over me as I rose to my feet. Wenxia stepped closer, as though lending me his support. Did he think I would fight the dragons now? I could not. It was not fear which held me back, though they could probably tear me to pieces if they were so inclined, but I would not, which meant I had failed. My mother would remain a prisoner, and everything I had striven for in the Celestial Kingdom would be for nothing. The Long Dragon's voice resonated through me again.
We will give them to you.
What? Why? I repeated in disbelief, certain I had misheard even as Li Wei and Wenxia swung to me. As the Long Dragon lifted its head, its mane rippled through the air like silken flame.
Long ago, when we were young, a powerful sorcerer stole our spiritual essence. We would have died, if not for a brave warrior who saved us. Yet we were too weakened to retrieve our essence, and the warrior bound it to the 4 pearls instead. To him we swore our loyalty. When he left the Eastern Sea, he returned the pearls to us, though we are honor-bound to yield them to him again should he ask it of us, or to the one in his stead.
Here the Long Dragon paused.
The jade dragon bow was his cherished weapon, cleaving to him alone, and now it has chosen you.
My mind whirled. I had known the bow was powerful, yet never did I dream it held such a revered place among the dragons. Even less so that I would be its rightful owner, and that the dragons would acknowledge me as... "But I am not the immortal who saved you," I stammered aloud. "I know nothing of him. My mother and father are mortal-born."
Titles are inherited. Talent might be blood-bound. But true greatness lies within,
the Long Dragon said.
There is a reason the bow chose you. A reason that you might not even be aware of yet, which will only become clear once the clouds are parted. Our oath must be fulfilled. We will honor the bow's choice and yield our pearls to you, if you desire them.
The Long Dragon fixed its golden gaze upon me.
However, there is something else you must know. If you accept our pearls, we ask you to swear, as our ruler did, to never force us to act against our inclination, and to safeguard our honor and freedom. We are creatures of peace. We cannot allow our power to be harnessed for death and destruction, or our strength will wane, and we will die.
Despite the cool night, sweat broke out over my skin. Horror struck me to imagine what the Emperor might have demanded from the dragon's service, and what it would have cost them. What the dragons offered me was an immense honor, and yet a terrifying burden, one I was unsure whether I was worthy to undertake or strong enough to bear. Venerable dragons, could you free my mother, the moon goddess? I asked in a small voice. If they could, I would not need the Emperor's pardon. I would not need the pearls. I would not need to weigh my honor against my mother's freedom. The long dragon's amber orbs darkened.
Even during our imprisonment, we had heard the tale of Chang'e and Yi. The Emperor oversees the celestial bodies in the sky, and Chang'e is bound to the moon. Her immortality is from the elixir, his gift. Hence, Chang'e is his subject, and his punishment of her, while harsh, is within his right. We cannot undo the enchantment. If we attempt to release her, it would be to defy the celestial kingdom, an act of war. We cannot fight them, as that would destroy us.
The weight of my indecision almost crushed me. I had no wish to betray the dragons, but what if my mother was threatened? Could I resist the terrible temptation to trade them for her safety? And what if the dragons perished in the Emperor's service then? Could I live with that on my conscience? Part of me cried out to refuse this burden, yet how could I let this chance slip by? If only there was a way to harness the dragons' power without endangering them. If only I could keep the dragons and my mother safe. I did not know if it was possible, but there was only one way to find out. I cupped my hands before me, bowing to them. I will accept your pearls. The dragons inclined their heads. Was it disappointment that clouded their faces? Guilt pierced me sharp and deep. I added at once, in return, I swear to never force you to act against your inclination, to safeguard your honor and freedom, and I will return the pearls to you. My voice shook with the solemnity of my vow. The dragons had not asked the last of me, but deep down I knew this was right. The night was so still I could hear the shiver of the grass, the snap of a leaf fluttering from its twig. Finally, the long dragon prowled toward me. As its enormous jaws parted, its breath misted the air. Between gleaming white fangs, upon a blood-red tongue, rested a pearl of crimson flame. As it lowered its head, its tongue lifted the pearl gently onto my palm. One by one, the others followed suit, until 4 pearls glowed in my hand, each the color of the creature who had gifted it. They thrummed with power against my skin, incandescent, like they had been drenched in sunlight.
Our destinies are in your hands, daughter of Chang'e and Yi,
the long dragon intoned gravely.
Whenever you wish to summon us, hold our pearls and speak our names.
My fingers closed around the pearls, the payment the celestial emperor had demanded. Thank you for your trust, I whispered.
Thank you for your promise.
The long dragon let out a sigh of longing.
Now we wish to bathe in the cool waters of the Eastern Sea, from which we have been parted for too long.
Without another word, it sprang into the air, streaking across the heavens. The pearl and yellow dragon followed close behind it. Only the black dragon remained, its gaze disconcertingly bright. When it spoke, Its voice chimed like a bell struck hard. Daughter of Chang'e and Yi, during my years beneath the mountain, I heard the mortals who bathed in my river speak of the greatest archer who ever lived. You have news of my father? I dared not hope, yet I could not suppress the wild leap in my chest. The black dragon hesitated. They spoke of his grave, not far from the banks of my river. At the point where two rivers merge into one, there is a hill covered in white flowers. There, you will find his resting place. My father, dead? Deep down, I had always harbored a secret hope that he was alive. Even with the short lifespan of a mortal, he might still be in the early winter of his life. My last lingering hope crushed. I mourned the father I had never known. As for my mother, who waited for him still, this would break her heart, destroying the dream she had clung to all this time. The strength sapped from my limbs as I dropped to my knees on the dew-glazed grass, sunken in despair. Wenxia crouched down beside me, drawing me into his arms. From the corner of my eye, I saw Li Wei reach toward me, his fingers curling before they fell back down again. The black dragon sighed. I wish I had gladder tidings. I am sorry for your loss. With a graceful leap into the night, it flew away. Wenxia's arm tightened around me then. Looking up at him, I blinked in surprise. His pupils were no longer black, but a silvery gray, like rainfall in winter. I jerked back, shoving against him as a cloud swept in and whisked us into the sky, soaring so quickly I could barely breathe through the air rushing into my face. I thrashed against Wenxia's hold, reaching furiously for my energy, despite the numbing chill that spread through my body like the frost forming on a leaf. I could not move, not even to struggle. Li Wei's shout pierced my stupor, followed by the ringing clash of metal, which soon faded to a dull echo. I'm sorry. A drifting whisper that dissolved with the wind, so soft I might have imagined it. Eyes of silver shadowed with regret. And then, everything went dark. 31. A deep scent infiltrated my senses, opulent and sweet, like a gilded forest. Sandalwood, my mind whispered, roused from the fog that enveloped it. My eyes flicked open. Sitting up, I pressed my fingers to my throbbing head, the ache worsening as I stared at the room with its mahogany furniture, green marble floor, and gold silk hangings. Tendrils of fragrant smoke coiled from a 3-legged incense burner. Something cold seared my hands, and when I glanced down, I recoiled. Dark metal bracelets encircled my wrists, crafted from the same material used to bind Li Wei in the eternal spring forest. I tried to slide them off, but they stuck fast, endless circles of immutable metal with neither clasp nor hinge. I grasped at my energy, yet it evaded my hold, just as when my powers were untrained, just as in Shadow Peak. Fear clouded me as I stumbled to the doors, tugging at them. Locked. I sank onto a barrel-shaped stool, anger kindling in the pit of my stomach. Was I a prisoner? Was my magic bound? Where was Li Wei, Wenxia, and what of the pearls? My hands shook as I untied my pouch, shaking its contents onto the table. My jade flute rolled out along with Prince Yanming's paper dragon. I dashed to the bed and threw the covers aside, peering beneath furniture, flinging open chests and drawers. But there was no sign of the pearls or my bow. I recalled the glacial hue of Wenxia's pupils, the whisper in the wind before I lost consciousness. Was he possessed by some malevolent spirit? Impersonated by one? Was he in danger too? My chest tightened, even as a revolting suspicion crept up the fringes of my mind. The doors slid open. My head jerked up. A young girl entered, carrying a tray. Taken aback by my grim expression, she hesitated before bowing hastily. My lady, you're awake. I'll inform His Highness at once. She dropped the tray onto the table and hurried away, shutting the doors behind her. Wait! I ran to the doors and yanked at them to no avail, shouting after her, What is this place? Who is His Highness? There was no reply, just her footsteps fading to silence. I sat upon the stool again, restraining the urge to pound the table in frustration. For want of anything to do, I lifted the lid off the porcelain bowl, staring with disinterest at the clear broth drizzled with golden sesame oil. Its warm, savory aroma wafted into my nostrils, but I pushed the bowl aside. A breeze slipped into the room, cutting through the cloying incense. I ran to the window, inhaling great gulps of fresh air. The sun shone brightly, though the ground below was obscured by violet clouds. Iridescent tiles shimmered from the roof with a rainbow-like sheen. I peered closer at the obsidian walls, noticing ridges in them deep enough to grip onto. Hiking up my skirt, I swung a foot through the window, only to slam against an invisible barrier as hard as rock. Gritting my teeth, I grabbed at my energy with more force than before, but the flecks of light darted away as though scattered by the wind. I searched the room again, emptying out the contents of the drawers and cupboards, leaving silk and brocade strewn in my wake, books piled upon the floor. If I had to fight my way out of here, I needed to arm myself, with the leg wrenched from the table if need be. Rifling through a box filled with jewelry, I dug out all the hairpins, placing 2 in my hair and sliding the rest into the sash around my waist. The doors creaked behind me. I steeled myself as I whirled around, a gold pin tucked in my palm. Wenjia stepped into the room, dressed in a green brocade robe embroidered with autumn leaves, their hue shifting from crimson to gold. His dark hair was pulled through a jade ring, falling over his shoulder. Heat fired in my veins at the sight of his eyes, no longer black, but that strange silvery hue. An imposter! I hurled the hairpin at his face and raced toward the entrance. He spun to the side, catching me around my waist as I struggled and kicked at him. My foot landed hard against his thigh, his body tensing even as his arm tightened around me. As I bent my knee to drive it into his stomach, he struck it down deftly. Frantic now, I shoved the flat of my palms against his chest, rearing away from him as the back of my head slammed against the wall. Stupid, my mind hissed through the pain, sparks flashing across my eyes. I blinked in a dazed manner, then let my body go limp like I had fainted. One of his arms slid around my shoulders, the other below my knees as he swung me up, holding me tight. He carried me a short way before laying me down on the bed. My eyes shut, I sensed with startling clarity, his calloused fingertips brushing my skin, smoothing the hair from my face with unexpected tenderness. Recoiling inwardly, I kept my expression slack, even as I groped for a hairpin from my sash. As a shadow fell over me, I tensed in alarm, my eyes flying open as I yanked the pin free, stabbing at him. His fingers locked around my wrist, trapping the sharp point a hair's breadth from his neck. His lips curved up.
Xingyan, how bloodthirsty you are this morning.
Something cold slithered down my spine. His deep voice curled into my ear with aching familiarity. Yet he was a stranger to me now. As he pried the carved silver pin from my grasp with his other hand, I thrashed against his grip with renewed force. His hands fell away, his smile vanishing.
Don't be afraid.
Your eyes! I choked out, scrambling upright, my knees pressed to my chest. How brilliantly they glittered, just as those of Lady Hualing's. A shiver rippled through me. Until I knew what he was capable of, I would have to tread cautiously. He shrugged as though it were of no matter.
A disguise, to avoid unnecessary questions.
Who are you? I demanded.
The same person you've known all this time. The same person I've always been around you.
My voice hardened. No word games. Tell me who you are. He studied me intently.
Did I not accept you when you revealed yourself as the daughter of the moon goddess? Xingyan, you and I know everything that matters about each other.
There was a twisting sensation in my gut of a pawn who had been played. Everything he said was a defense or delay, calculated to temper my anger and prick my conscience, to link us together, to make us seem one and the same. Whatever he had done must be terrible indeed. Don't even compare us, I seethed. My deceit did not touch you, while you have locked me up and stolen my possessions. His jaw clenched as he turned away, striding toward the window. What is this place? I asked, hating the quiver in my voice. This new uncertainty I felt around him, this fear.
My home, the Cloud Wall.
A warmth glided into his tone, a moment before it turned cool once more.
Although others prefer to call it the Demon Realm, a clever ploy by the Celestials to brand us as the enemy, to be reviled and feared even by those we've never encountered.
Impossible. This could not be the Demon Realm. And he was no demon. They were forbidden from the Celestial Kingdom. Surely someone would have sensed him during those years he served with the army. Is this a joke? I leapt up from the bed, my elbow knocking over an enameled vase. It struck the floor hard, the clang reverberating in the room. The doors flew open. 2 soldiers raced into the room, clad in black armor edged with bronze. One, with a thin nose and the pointed chin of a ferret, his taller companion with pale skin and round eyes. Inky tassels fringed the gleaming spears they clutched. At the sight of Wenjie, they bowed, the ends of their spears thumping the floor.
Your Highness, we heard a crash,
the fair one said. My head darted up as I belatedly registered the soldier's greeting, the serving girl's earlier words. Was his father really the Demon King? The conniving monarch whom all Celestials dreaded and despised? I wanted to slump back onto the bed, to close my eyes, hoping this was just a nightmare I would awaken from. But I recalled the dragon's voice ringing through my mind, their pearls tingling in my hand, the wind surging in my face as I was borne away. This was no dream. The soldiers bowed again to Wenjie, acknowledging a command I had not heard. When they stood upright, they stared at me with blatant curiosity.
Leave us,
he said coldly. They backed out at once, closing the doors after them. I clasped my hands, wishing I held a weapon in them. Your Highness, I ground out. How dare you bring me here against my will? He leaned against the window frame, facing me now.
Against your will? You agreed to come with me.
I did nothing of that sort.
You did. You said you would come with me, to my home.
I could barely think through the rage which throttled me. His deceit made a mockery of our promises to each other. I had believed he was from the Western Sea. Never did I imagine the Demon Realm was his home. Never would I have agreed to this. My fists clenched, but I forced them to loosen. Now was not the time to indulge my wrath. He was a liar without par. However, knowing this could only help me now. I needed to find out more. How could you do this to me? My voice was hoarse with swallowed rage. He crossed the room, taking one of the stools by the table. Lifting the porcelain teapot, he poured out 2 cups of tea, offering me one just as he used to. I stared at him stonily until he raised the cup to his own mouth and drank from it. He frowned.
Good decision. It's cold.
A light surge of his power enveloped the cups, the fragrance of jasmine rising as its color morphed from the dull brown of oversteeped dregs to a rich gold. I might have done that myself, except I couldn't. What did you do to me? I shoved myself off the bed, stretching my hands out to him, the metal gleaming darkly against my skin.
Just a precaution, to make sure you don't do anything foolish.
An urge to strike him gripped me. The stupidest thing I ever did was to trust you. How did you get past the wards of the Celestial Kingdom? Why the farce of joining the army? Why did you bring me here?
So many questions, Xingyan. I'll answer what I can if you sit down.
He gestured to the stool beside him. I glared at him as I lowered myself onto it, my back stiffer than a plank of wood.
The wards of the Celestial Kingdom aren't as strong as they once were, perhaps because they no longer possess the ability to probe their enemies' thoughts. It was a simple matter to weaken them further, to conceal myself with magic.
You're one of them. You practice the forbidden arts. I could not help my shudder.
Yes, Though it is not forbidden here. Here it is a gift.
You traitor, I snarled, recalling the fox spirits that had broken through the wards and injured Shu Xiao. Don't you care for the hurt you've caused?
What of those I saved? The monsters and enemies I helped the Celestial Kingdom vanquish, he countered. But we talk in circles now. This will lead nowhere. Did you not keep your own parentage a secret, Chang'e? You more than anyone should understand the position I was in.
His tone turned mocking.
Don't be so righteous. Your loyalties don't lie with the Celestial Kingdom.
My fragile hold over my emotions snapped. Whatever I did, I was no spy. I had to protect my family, my life. At no time did I endanger anyone other than myself. I added scathingly. What of your loyalties? How well you pretended to care for Celestial soldiers when you were inwardly rejoicing at their wounds. His aura thickened, churning as storm clouds.
I always cared for those under my command. I mourned for each life lost. But I did what I had to. It did not matter whether I liked it.
As you did with me.
What?
He said sharply, seemingly taken aback.
No, not that. Never.
Then why? I probed, glimpsing a chink in his composure. I did not think he would answer me, and even if he did, I expected more lies. Yet when he spoke, there was such tension locked in his body, whatever he was thinking affected him deeply.
The second son of the king has few opportunities here. Everything was given to my half-brother, Wunshuang. Even though he was less capable and his powers inferior to mine, without the slightest talent in our magic, the pillar of our might, yet he was named the crown prince for no other reason than he was the firstborn.
His mouth twisted into a bitter smile.
So I went to my father and we made a bargain, not much different from the one you struck with the emperor.
All this? Just to take your brother's position? I uttered with disbelief. Perhaps a part of me hoped that he had been driven to this against his will, but greed and ambition, I did not think such things spurred him so. He was not who I believed him to be. There was no honor in him. Yet that spark of ruthlessness, that desire to win at all costs, had always been there. If only I had recognized it for the unfettered ambition it was. His fingers squeezed the cup on the table, his knuckles white with strain.
You know nothing of my half-brother.
I didn't even know you had a brother.
Beyond our shared blood, he's no kin of mine. Ever since we were young, he has showed me nothing but cruelty and hate. Such suffering I endured at his hands, the beatings, punishments, and insults. I could do nothing against him, not because I was weaker, but because he was the heir. The few loyal attendants and friends I had in my youth were taken away by him, too, and I learned not to show anyone my favor. The only way I could protect myself and those I cared for was to rise above him and claim the throne.
I quashed a spurt of pity, trying to ignore the rawness in his tone. Who knew if these were more lies to elicit my sympathy? My eyes bored into his as I asked, "What does this have to do with the Celestial Kingdom? The pearls? Me?"
My father's dream is to overthrow the Celestial Kingdom. His hatred of the Emperor runs deep, for vilifying our magic and turning the immortal realm against us, for those we lost in the war. But we could not break the truce. We were not strong enough to defeat them and their allies.
Your magic is despicable. Rash words, spurred by the memory of Li Wei's torment under Lady Hualing's control. My own struggles with Governor Renyu.
No, it is not. Our magic can heal ailments of the minds, soothe misery, uncover lies, detect ill intent. It can be used in despicable ways, just as water, fire, earth, and air have been channeled into grotesque acts of death and destruction. It is easily maligned because it's the least understood of the talents. Most of all, because it is feared by those in power, the Emperor and his allies.
To control someone's mind, to take their will away, is a vile thing. His face darkened.
This magic was rarely exercised before the war, not tolerated even among us until we were forced to use it to defend ourselves. Don't blame the instrument, but the one who directs its tune. Perhaps this was the Emperor's intent to solidify his power in the immortal realm. There is no greater unity than a common danger. If so, he has created a self-fulfilling prophecy, one which will be his undoing. Hounding us into exile only made us stronger, giving us a cause. And in a war, the lines between right and wrong are blurred.
My thoughts wound and tangled together. Between him and the Emperor, I trusted neither. Or was it simply Wenx's skill that made me feel this way? His ability to twist things until I could no longer discern the head from its tail. When I remained silent, he continued,
I promised my father that if he named me heir, I would help him overthrow the Celestial Kingdom. I would seek out the most powerful weapon against its emperor, one he feared so greatly, he locked it away in the mortal realm.
The dragons, I said in a strangled whisper. You took their pearls from me. What will you do with them?
He shrugged. Perhaps they would be glad to avenge themselves against the one who imprisoned them for so long.
Never, I cried. You heard what they said. The dragons are peace-loving. They allowed themselves to be imprisoned to avoid bloodshed. They will die if you force them to do such a thing. My words fell on deaf ears. His face was set with icy determination, hewn from stone. Ignoring the writhing in my chest, I pressed on. I had to learn how deep his treachery lay. The ore from Shadow Peak. You took it to forge these? I thrust the bracelets before him.
We needed to defend ourselves, however we could.
In the Eastern Sea, did you orchestrate the Merfolk rebellion? His lips clamped into thin lines.
A seed planted that bore more trouble than it was worth. I had long wanted to visit the library of the Eastern Sea, but they are fiercely protective of their knowledge, particularly of anything related to the dragons. Our spies told us of their complacent forces and the ambitious governor. We arranged for the pendant to be gifted to Governor Renyu to sow discord, knowing the Eastern Sea would call upon the Celestial Kingdom for aid at the first sign of unrest. Who could refuse a favor to a savior? But the governor's plans went beyond what we intended. We did not want him to usurp the Eastern Sea throne, to cast his ambition toward the Four Seas. Our enmity lies with the Celestial Kingdom alone.
I forced myself to listen with a detached calm, though it sickened me to think he had feigned such concern over those struck down that day. I dared not ponder his answers too deeply. I would not be able to restrain myself if I did. Glancing up, I found his gaze upon me, pale, gleaming, gray. Something stirred in me, an elusive echo of recognition. That of the archer in the forest, the one with the silver eyes who had shot at me so relentlessly. You attacked me! In the pagoda! I almost folded over from the pain slashing my heart. It was you behind Princess Fengmei's abduction! He looked away then. Was it with shame or guilt?
I warned you not to go. I was trying to protect you. I only shot at you to keep you safe, to keep you in the pagoda, away from the ambush. And if you were injured, you might leave to safety.
His black feathered arrow had indeed struck down my attacker, yet it did nothing to appease my rage. How could you? Do you know the hell we went through there? He inhaled a ragged breath.
I ordered Lady Hualing not to harm you. She agreed, but you, Xingyin, have a knack of evoking strong emotions in those you meet, to both your benefit and detriment.
I flinched from the intimate way he spoke to me. An honorable plan, I congratulated him with blazing scorn. Abducting an innocent girl and manipulating the pain of an embittered immortal, getting her to do your bidding without staining your hands. Have you no shame? His face tightened at my taunt.
My decades of service, gaining access to the innermost circle of power in the Celestial Kingdom, had not yielded the key to the dragons. My father was impatient, so I decided to return and deliver him a gift in lieu of them.
Leeway. A pang struck me at the thought of him. Had he made his way back to the Celestial Kingdom? Was he wondering where I was? Wenxia sighed.
Either would have sufficed. The Crown Prince's life force or the collapse of the alliance with the Phoenix Kingdom. It was a pity you destroyed Lady Hualing's ring. My father was most displeased at its loss.
Something in me shattered at his lack of remorse. The last of whatever scrap of hope I still clung to, that this was not him, that this was not real. Everything I had done since leaving my mother, everything I had accomplished, seemed to be tainted by his wickedness. Bile rose in my throat. Hot, bitter, acrid. I fought for calm, failing miserably as my rage erupted. I swung my palm into his cheek with every bit of strength I could muster. He did not flinch or block me, as his head snapped to one side with a resounding crack. My hand stung like fire, though the red imprint left on his skin gave me a fierce satisfaction.
Xingyan, I know you're angry, but don't hit me again.
Angry? There's no word to describe how I feel right now. How much I despise you.
He leaned closer to me, his voice dropping to a sinuous whisper. It was your choice to make. You took the pearls from the dragons. Don't deny that you wanted their power too.
I flinched from the undeniable truth he spoke. But he was wrong about me. Yes, I wanted their power, but not for the reasons he craved. Yet my chest caved then at a sudden realization. Did you pretend to care for me? Because you knew the Jade Dragon Bow's heritage? Because you suspected I could control it and through it the dragons?
No.
He spoke without hesitation.
I can't deny I was intrigued by your connection with the bow, and what I learned in the Eastern Sea gave me a reason to keep you close. At first as an ally, and then
a dull flush spread across his face.
What exists between us began before that. The first time I watched you shoot was when you moved something in me. I did not expect to feel what I did. It was partly why I decided to give up on the pearls and return home. I wanted no more lies between us.
Even now, a part of me ached at his confession, but I would not let it show. He would never know how much he had hurt me.
He continued, I almost wish the Emperor had not given you this task. I never wanted to set myself against you. Yet, as fate would have it, during your audience with the Emperor, he revealed the one thing I had been waiting all these years for, a fortuitous coincidence which I could not ignore.
Not so fortuitous for me. I searched his face, but there was no sign that doing this to me had hurt him too. You knew I needed the pearls to save my mother. You knew what I went through to get them, and still you took them from me. I fought to steady myself, to make one last appeal. If you care for me as you say you do, give me the pearls and let me go. With one step, he closed the distance between us, dragging me into his arms. Against my burning skin, his hands were like ice. The pearls are essential for my people's future, so we can throw off the perpetual threat of the Celestial Kingdom. With the dragons at our command, we'll defeat them easily. Once that happens, I swear I'll find a way to release your mother. We will have everything we ever wanted, that we never dreamed possible. Family, power, and each other. All you need to do is trust me. I wrenched free of his hold. My skin crawled from his touch, when just a day ago I had yearned for him. His vision of our future, how it repelled me. I gave the dragons my word. My promise means something to me, even if yours means nothing to you. I could have said more. I could have raged, yelled, and cursed at him. But an aching weariness gripped me now, a sickness of the heart. I turned from him, wanting him to leave, unable to bear his presence a moment longer. His sigh was heavy, cloaked in regret. Take your time to think things through. Either way, you'll not leave here. He strode to the doors and tugged them apart. It's useless to try to escape. If you persist in acting the fool, I'll have no choice but to treat you as one. The doors closed after him. My anger roiling over, I snatched his cup and hurled it at the wall, the delicate porcelain shattering into countless fragments. Impossible to ever be made whole again. 32. Despite his warning, I tried to escape. I had to, but the windows were sealed and the doors firmly locked. I barged through them once when an attendant brought me my meal, only to crash into the guards outside. Unfortunately, they were seasoned veterans, not green soldiers I might catch unaware. I fought them with all my might, but they subdued me easily, tossing me back into my room. Slumping onto the stool, my fingers drummed the table in an incessant rhythm. How could I get out of this accursed place? How could I retrieve the pearls? And my mother, my hope of freeing her had dwindled to a desperate fantasy, just as when I had served in the Golden Lotus Mansion. In one stroke, Wenxia had ripped my dreams apart, along with my heart. My nails dug into the table, prying loose thin slivers of wood. An ache clawed at me, sharp and relentless, just when I believed myself numbed from his betrayal. My mind drifted to our time together. The memories pained me, but I was in no mood to be kind to myself. I thought back on all he had said and done, his insistence that we keep the Jade Dragon Bow secret, his midnight walk at Shadow Peak, brushing off my interest in the Eastern Sea Library. Nothing glaring by itself, yet taken together, they formed a more sinister whole. Even his reticence in speaking of himself should have served as a warning, to me more than anyone. But I had been so wrapped up in my own emotions, ambitions, and desires that I was deaf and blind to all else. My vanity was at fault, too. I could not deny being dazzled by his reputation and flattered by his attention. I had wanted him to be honorable, someone I could trust, and so I had cast everything he did into that light. He had deceived me, but I had let him. If only I had heeded Teacher Daoming's warning that a clouded mind would lead to disaster. And now, it was too late. The doors slid open. I shot to my feet, scanning the room for anything I could use as a weapon. Since the last time Wenxia had ordered the removal of all the hairpins, I could have subdued an attendant with my hands, but after my attempt to flee, it was now the soldiers who brought me my meals. It wasn't a guard. Wenxia strode in, his indigo brocade robe swirling around his feet. A cloth belt studded with amber was fastened around his waist. Upon his hair rested a crown of white jade, set with a glowing emerald. My eyes narrowed at the sight of it, the price of his honor. I sat back down, refusing to acknowledge his presence. Instinctively, my fingers clawed at the metal around my wrists. No matter how I yanked at them or slammed them against the walls, they remained intact, although my skin was bruised and scraped raw. As his gaze fixed upon my arms, I tucked them behind me. He stalked forward and pulled them out. A soothing coolness seeped into me from his touch as the marks on my skin vanished. I jerked free of his hold. I did not thank him. I did not look at him. He sat down across from me. Don't harm yourself again. My patience is not boundless. I swung to him, my voice thick with venom. What else will you do? Beyond capturing me, sealing my magic, and stealing my possessions? The gem in his crown flared brighter, perhaps channeling his ire. Yet his expression remained inscrutable as he leaned toward me. What can I do to put you at ease? He asked, as though he were a gracious host, and I, his honored guest. I lifted my shackled wrists to him. A corner of his mouth curved up. I'm afraid not. At least not until you come to your senses. I have come to my senses, I shot back. Now that I see you for what you are, a liar and a thief. He drew away, his expression shuddering. If he was wounded by my words, I was glad for it. Something occurred to me, I said. You, a demon prince, deceived the Celestial Emperor. You infiltrated the Celestial Kingdom, the closest circles of their court, and spied upon them. Does that not violate your truce? Surely the celestial kingdom's allies will rise with them against you." He shrugged, showing none of the concern I had hoped for.
"One might argue that I served them well, at least while I was theirs to command."
I bit the inside of my cheek at the reminder that he had indeed been the most renowned warrior of the celestial army. "But it was you who weakened the wards, instigated the unrest in the Eastern Sea, plotted Princess Fengmei's abduction."
"Xingyan, only you know that,"
he interjected with infuriating calm.
"The Celestials don't know who I am here, at least not yet. They believe I'm just a spy, like those they've sent to infiltrate our court, to no avail. Moreover, the Emperor will be reluctant to admit to being deceived all these years. His pride is too great. For now, he will seek a way to salvage his dignity, rather than mustering his allies for a war he does not want. At least, not while the balance of power is uncertain."
A smile played on his lips.
"Though it is certainly weighted in our favor now."
"The pearls," I seethed silently. Seemingly oblivious to my simmering rage, he plucked a mandarin from the bowl, stripping away its peel. He offered the fruit to me, but I did not deign to respond. "What about me?" I demanded. "Surely it would violate your precious truce to kidnap a celestial soldier, stealing the pearls the Emperor wanted for himself." My voice rang with triumph. I was sure I had struck true this time. "Release me, return my possessions, and I won't tell them what you did." It injured my pride to bargain with him, but I was in no position to be particular. He popped the fruit into his mouth one wedge at a time, chewing with great concentration. Was he trying to avoid answering me? Had he not realized this before? Unlikely, given his cunning. At last, he rested his elbows on the table, weaving his fingers together.
"I would have preferred that you not know this."
"What do you mean?" A chill slid over my skin. I did not think I would like what he had to say next.
"The Celestial Court believes you are my honored guest, my future bride, the conniving trickster who persuaded the Emperor to give you the seal, then took the dragon's pearls, and fled here of your own will. They cannot fault me for harboring you. It does not go against the truce if I was ignorant of your crimes."
"You monster," I swore under my breath. "This was all your doing. No one would believe that we—" My insides twisted at the recollection of the gossip which had surrounded us, which I had disdained, thinking wagging tongues did not matter. I was wrong, so wrong. Words held power. They whispered falsehoods into reality, built reputations up or tore them down. It was why I had trusted Wenxia so readily before. It was why so many would believe this of me now, a known liar who had concealed her identity from all who knew her. Who would trust me with my honor in tatters? "Li Wei," I said. "He would believe me. He was there." My frail hope crumbled as something jolted my memory. Those shouts I had heard as Wenxia carried me away, the clang of metal. Had Li Wei been attacked? Was he hurt? He would have tried to help me. He would have tried to come after me, unless he had been prevented from doing so. "What did you do to him?" I demanded. As an irate expression flashed across Wenxia's face, relief flooded me. "He escaped," I said with certainty.
"Even if he spoke for you, few would believe him. The evidence against you is irrefutable, and it's well known that he has a soft spot for his former companion."
He paused, as though weighing his next words.
"Xingyan, I'm sorry if this distresses you, but it's for the best. A clean break. Forget the Celestial Kingdom. There is nothing left for you there."
He spoke gently, and in that moment, I hated him. The enormity of what he had done crashed over me, my body clenching in terror. If the Emperor believed I had betrayed him, what would he do to my mother? Would he still honor his promise to not harm her? I had to go back to set this right. His mouth opened to speak again, but then a soldier rushed in. He bowed low as he said urgently, "Your Highness, the Celestial Army—"
"Not now,"
Wenxia bit out. The soldier stiffened, before turning on his heel and hurrying away, closing the doors after him. Celestial army? My tone lifted with mild interest, though I burned to know. A heartbeat of hesitation was the only sign of his unease.
Just the usual trouble at our borders.
I feigned indifference, even as my mind spun, trying to make sense of what I had heard. That soldier had hurried to relay urgent news about the Celestial Army, and Wenxia's sharp response was most unlike his usual self. This was no simple matter of unruly troops at the border. Something more serious was afoot, something he wanted to hide from me. How smoothly he lied, I realized with a twinge in my chest. But I was no longer so easily deceived. The moment he left, I rushed to the doors. They were crafted from ebony with a solid panel of wood on the bottom, the top half latticed in a pattern of interlocking circles, lined with white silk. I crouched low to hide my silhouette from the other side. Wenxia's voice reached my ears, low and muffled.
Double the guard. Should anything unexpected happen, or if she tries to escape again, inform me at once.
Armor clinked, perhaps the soldiers bowing. The thought of having my guard doubled infuriated me. How would I ever escape now? Bunching up my long skirt, I sank onto the floor. The marble was hard and cold, but perhaps I might hear something of import. I must have sat there for hours with my back pressed against the doors, until my neck ached and my legs were cramped. Twice I leapt to my feet and rushed away at the creak of wood. The sun sank lower, my room falling deeper into shadow. Yet I had learned nothing beyond the favorite meals of my guards, their family histories, the men and women they fancied. With a sigh, I rose to pace the floor, trying to settle the ceaseless churning in my gut. By the window, I paused. Over 1,000 soldiers had gathered below, their black armor gleaming like an ocean of night. Wenxia stood upon a dais in front of them, addressing the troops as he usually did before an impending confrontation, though it sickened me to think he was now plotting against those he had fought alongside before. I strained to listen, but nothing slipped through the barrier, not even the sigh of the breeze which glided through it. I pounded the shield until my fists were sore. If only I could hear what he was saying, it would answer the questions searing my mind. Below, a group of soldiers stepped forward. When Wenxia nodded, they raised their hands. The air glittered with magic as a stretch of violet cloud morphed to golden sand. Why? I pressed closer against the barrier, but the soldiers dispersed soon after. An uneasiness settled over me like I was standing on a rickety bridge that might give way any moment, dropping me into the gorge. Night had fallen, so I extinguished the lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Perhaps the soldiers might be less guarded if they believed I was asleep. I returned to my place by the doors, sinking down and wrapping my arms around my knees. A confrontation was looming, I was sure of it. But when? How was the Celestial Army involved, and why did they transform the clouds to sand? Footsteps thudded outside. Armor clinked. His Highness requests a report. A woman's voice this time. She spoke so softly I had to close my eyes, straining to hear, just as I did when I shot blindfolded in the peach blossom forest.
No trouble. She was quiet today and went to bed early. Maybe she's finally coming around.
Someone laughed. I clenched my jaws at the mocking sound.
Captain Mengqi, we missed His Highness's address,
another said in a respectful tone.
Do you have any news for us?
My ears pricked up. A captain? She might be better informed. Our sources tell us the Celestial Crown Prince will join the army tomorrow. They will march the day after, at dawn. Li Wei was coming here? Why? My soaring hope plunged into fear as I wondered, what would Wenxia do? Somehow he would twist this to his advantage, which meant this was a trap, and I its bait. Someone cleared his throat.
Is everything in order?
He asked a little nervously. The moment they cross the border, our victory is sealed. Her voice throbbed with satisfaction as grunts of approval met her words. Shortly after, Captain Mengqi left. As her footsteps faded to silence, I slumped against the wall, fighting down a burst of panic. Why was the Celestial Army here? It could not be for me. The Emperor would never lift a finger in my defense, especially not after the lies Wenxia had spread. They must be here for the pearls. But why would they come alone without even gathering their allies? Surely they did not mean to attack and break the truce, not for a war they were not ready for, one they did not want. More than Wenxia's claim, I sensed the truth in this. In the Celestial Army, there seemed to be little appetite to engage with the demon realm again. Soldiers did not speak of the past confrontation with triumph, but in hushed voices, sunken with dread. They had gone to battle expecting a quick victory, only to limp back with a frail truce. No, the Celestials would not cross the border. Li Wei would never be so rash, not even if he were provoked. I had studied with him. I knew his mind. Reckless loss of life was not something he would accept. Was this a decoy to distract the demon realm while they searched for the pearls? But Wenxia must realize the Celestial Army did not intend to invade. He had said as much earlier. What could he be planning? With the pearls in his possession, Wenxia controlled the dragons. It was in his greatest advantage to force a confrontation now, close to his homeland. Yet if they attacked the Celestials without cause, the rest of the immortal realm would rise against them. My head throbbed as I tried to piece together the fragments of my thoughts. The cloud wall lay beside the golden desert. The soldiers had changed the violet clouds into sand. Were they creating a new border? An illusion of one? The sudden realization left me cold. It was a trap, but one far worse than I had imagined. The Celestials would be lured into the demon realm with a false border. Once they crossed over, they would be in violation of the truce and vulnerable to retaliation. Not even their allies could fault the demon realm for anything they did to defend themselves. An ambush would await the Celestials. I was sure of it. Nothing would be left to chance. A devious plan. A heinous one. My fist flew to my mouth, stifling my cry. Oh, if only I had not taken the pearls. But I had been tempted by the power, desperate for a way to free my mother without paying the Emperor's price. How greedy I had been in trying to have it all. How utterly arrogant in thinking that I could protect them when I could not even protect myself. And now, the upcoming devastation, the deaths of thousands would be on my conscience. A wave of midnight swept over me, stealing the last of my strength. I closed my eyes, yet all I could see was the ground awash with blood, glittering with the armor of fallen Celestials. Li Wei's unseeing gaze, Shu Xiao's lifeless body, the faces of those I had served with flashed across my mind, all marching toward their doom. I bit down hard on my knuckle until the skin split and a warm gush of iron and salt spilled into my mouth. My vision blurred from the hot tears filling my eyes as I crumpled to the ground. My body curled into a tight ball, my hands clenching into fists that could do nothing but pummel the cold marble floor. 33. I could not let Li Wei and the Celestial Army walk into the deadly trap which awaited them. I could not let them die because of me. What could I do to prevent it? If I had my magic and the jade dragon bow, I might have taken my chances and stormed out. But powerless, weaponless, friendless, my hope of escaping was as slender as a mouse trapped in a tiger's claws. For now, I had only my wits to depend on, and I reminded myself, not every battle could be won with brute force. Sometimes it was water that could wear down stone. I had lashed out at Wenxia as a child would, hurt, angry, and rash. My defiance only roused his suspicions of me, which made escape harder. I needed to convince him I had a change of heart to get him to lower his guard. Only then might I recover the pearls and escape. But he would not be easily duped. Tears might be useful, except Wenxia had seen me slay monsters without flinching. Pleading would not work. His ambition was pitiless. Nor would it be easy to lie to him. He knew me too well. At least he thought he did. anger searing me as I recalled his arrogant assumptions. How could he ever imagine that I would fall in with his vile plans? But perhaps I could use what he knew of me against him, to let him think he had swayed me to his side. He had tried to use my mother's freedom to tempt me. He believed I would do anything to save her, just as he had done to secure his position. He was wrong. I was not like him. My honor was precious to me, and I knew it was precious to my mother, too. It was dark still, yet I threw aside the covers and rose to ready myself, my stomach churning as it always did the morning of a battle. This time, however, I had no weapons beyond smiles and words, neither of which I was adept at wielding, and instead of armor, I would be clad in silk. I rummaged through the closet, crammed with exquisite garments in vivid colors. How trivial and wrong this felt, to worry about my attire now. Yet a polished outward appearance would distract from the hollow lies I planned on uttering. Determined on this course, I pulled out a black robe, which suited well my current mood. Feathered cranes were embroidered on its skirt, and when I touched a white wing, it fluttered, the bird soaring through the midnight silk. If only I could do the same. Hours passed, the sun rising higher in the sky. Still Wenjie did not come. I thought bitterly perhaps he was too busy planning for the slaughter tomorrow, setting his traps, plotting and scheming, while all I had accomplished so far was to scrape a sizable hole in the table. No, I could not just sit here and wait when those I cared for were in danger. If he did not come, I would seek him out before it was too late. Striding to the doors, I rapped loudly upon them. Muted voices filtered through the silk-lined panel.
"Don't answer. It's another trick," one whispered. "What if she's hurt or something is wrong?"
Another snorted,
"Hurt? We'll be the ones hurt if we open the doors."
I scowled to hear their suspicions, well-founded though they were. In my attempts to escape, I had clawed, kicked, and cursed them with abandon. Impatient now, I demanded, "I need to see Prince Wenjie." His title felt awkward on my tongue. Silence greeted my request. Just when I thought they would refuse, that I might have to pound the doors down, they slid open. A shield shimmered around the 6 soldiers, their spears thrust toward me. Even in the bleakness of my predicament, I stifled the urge to laugh. Did they think me so fearsome? "Could you take me to Prince Wenjie?" I asked in my sweetest tone, trying not to choke over the words. The guards exchanged flustered looks. After whispering among themselves, one of them hurried away. Was it in search of reinforcements? Not long after, a tall female soldier appeared, stalking down the corridor. Her features were striking, despite the suspicion in her clear brown eyes. She did not appear anything like the demons I had expected from Pinga's tales. None of them did. Though I hated to admit it, the word demon had altered my perceptions, making me think the worst of them, when they were no different from the rest of us. "I'm Captain Meng-Chi, of Crown Prince Wenjie's personal guard. His Highness left orders not to be disturbed today," the newcomer announced with grim finality. But I would not return meekly to my room, in no mood to be so easily deflected. "Prince Wenjie told me I could see him whenever I wished," I lied baldly, surprised at my own glibness. A young, pale-skinned soldier piped up. "His Highness is meditating before the bed." At the fierce glare from Captain Meng-Chi, he shut his mouth and stepped back. I sighed, smoothing out the non-existent creases on my skirt. "Prince Wenjie will be most displeased to learn of this." I brightened as though struck by a sudden idea. "Why don't you take me to him? If he declines to see me, we can come back right away." As the captain's eyes curved with suspicion, I added, "Can't 7 armed soldiers restrain one weaponless and powerless captive?" My voice rang with challenge and a hint of scorn, as I raised my wrists to display the cursed metal which encircled them. With a jerk of her head, Captain Meng-Chi indicated that I should follow her. She led the way at a brisk pace, while the other guards trailed after me. With every step, I could feel their stares boring into my skull, their spears pointed at my back. I hurried to keep pace with the captain, studying our path, hoping to find a way out. The heady scent of sandalwood clung to the air, wafting from the bronze incense burners scattered along the corridor. Ornate gold latticework wrapped the ebony pillars, while the green marble floor was veined with thick streaks of silver. Through the wooden doors at the end of the corridor, we entered a lush garden. Here, the fragrance of blooming flowers drowned the cloying incense. I paused, turning around as though entranced as I hunted for anything I might exploit. Jasmine was sometimes used as a sedative, but it was too mild. I ripped a few leaves from the ginkgo tree, said to cause stomach upsets and dizziness, though I did not know yet what I intended. Despite the abundance of plants and herbs here, I could find nothing else of use, not even a single mushroom with hallucinatory properties. If only I had been a more attentive student. But then I stilled, glimpsing the blue flowers with pointed petals peeking through the grass. I had seen these before, the first day in the Chamber of Reflection. The memory of our irate instructor surfaced in my mind, and that of Leeway pretending to fall asleep. Crouching down, I plucked one, pretending to admire it while I bruised its petals between my fingers until they were sticky with juice. As I breathed in its scent, a drowsiness settled over me. I dropped it at once, wiping my hands on my skirt. Star lilies. Mixed with wine, they could send anyone into the deepest slumber. Behind me, a soldier cleared his throat impatiently. I glanced up to find Captain Mengqi had already left the garden. I was glad for it, as she seemed harder to dupe. Rising, I feigned a stumble, falling and grinding my palm against a rock until blood streaked across it. As the soldiers stared at it in consternation, my other hand snaked around my back to snatch a fistful of flowers. How clumsy of me! I shot them a rueful smile. Hard to believe that I had uttered my first lie just a few years ago. I had hated lying to Liwei and Xu Xiao, but this deceit fired something new in me. An unexpected satisfaction, an inner glee almost, at fooling my captors, to repay Wenxia in kind. I shook the dirt from my skirt, slipping the flowers into my pouch. As a shadow fell over me, I looked up to find a man standing before us. His clothes were magnificent, almost ostentatious, studded with precious gems which winked against the purple brocade. He seemed somewhat familiar with those high cheekbones, his strong jaw and thin lips. While some might find him attractive, the cunning restlessness in his expression repelled me.
Your Highness,
the soldiers greeted him with a bow. Another prince, I thought to myself. Hardly surprising, as the demon king was unwed, rumored to have dozens of concubines, many of whom would be vying for children to secure their influence and position. He ignored the others, his attention fixed on me.
And who might you be?
His tone was pleasant, but his yellow eyes reminded me of a serpent hunting for its prey. I did not reply, unsure of what to say, certain that I would find no allies here. Fortunately, Captain Mengqi appeared, striding toward us. She frowned at the sight of the stranger, although she bowed to him respectfully.
Captain Mengqi, how rare to see you from my half-brother's side. Can you tell me who she is?
He gestured toward me. Half-brother? I started, peering closer at him. Was this Prince Wenxuang, Wenxia's hated sibling? She is Crown Prince Wenxia's guest, Captain Mengqi replied in a level tone. A sudden menace swept over the man's face. Had the mention of Wenxia's title infuriated him so? And had Captain Mengqi done it to antagonize him? To avoid our detainment, or both? Prince Wenxuang cast a dazzling smile at me now, all trace of his ire gone.
I heard news of this. Are you really from the Celestial Kingdom?
Unsettled by his stare, I nodded tersely. Your Highness, forgive us, but we must be on our way. Captain Mengqi bowed again, her body tensing as she rose. Prince Wenxuang's lip curled as he flicked his hand in a dismissive gesture. As we left, I could sense his gaze boring into my back. We walked through a circular stone gateway into a courtyard, toward a large building surrounded by pine trees, tall and evergreen. The air was fresh and sweet, of pine needles mingling with the night breeze, reminiscent of Wenxia's own scent, though I quelled the unwanted thought. Black marble pillars flanked the entrance, carved with a swirling pattern inlaid in gold. The closed doors were solid panels of ebony, giving no hint as to what lay behind them. Captain Mengqi rapped her knuckles against the wood. A brief silence, then footsteps tread across the floor.
I gave clear instructions that I was not to be disturbed, Wenjie said coldly from within.
The captain glared at me. I apologize for the intrusion, Your Highness. We will leave at once. I would not. I insisted Captain Mengqi bring me here, I called out. He did not reply. I held my breath as Captain Mengqi sighed, the soldiers exchanging anxious glances. The doors slid open then. Wenjie stood in the entrance, his dark green robe almost sweeping the floor. His hair fell over his shoulders, loose and unbound. At the sight of me, his eyes widened before tightening, with suspicion, I thought. Yet he moved aside, allowing me to enter. I stepped into his room, hearing the doors shut behind me with an ominous thud. My back pulled straight, I glanced around the spacious quarters, taking in the stone walls, high ceilings, and tall windows. Gold incense burners flanked the entrance, thankfully unlit as I was glad for the unscented air. A mahogany bed lay on a raised platform in the middle of the room, draped with white curtains from its wooden frame. Books and scrolls were piled onto a large desk by the window, which would offer a pleasing view of the courtyard if it were not shuttered. Several swords were hung on the far side of the room, in scabbards of gold and silver, precious woods and jade. At the sight of them, I stilled, trying to suppress a burst of excitement. He walked toward me, his gaze pinning me where I stood. My fingers curled, yet I forced them to hang limp against my skirt. If I could keep my composure, if he believed me ignorant of his plots, I had a chance. But if I revealed my true intentions, I would be locked up once more, with no hope of escape. And that would be the least of my troubles. His eyes slid from my brocade slippers, along the length of my robe, to the jade comb in my hair.
Why, this? Though the color suits you.
I shrugged. I was bored. A smile played on his lips.
Did you miss me today?
I stifled the urge to snarl at him. Harsh words would gain me nothing but a moment's childish satisfaction, undoing all my efforts to get here. Instead, I lifted my chin, fixing him with a challenging stare. Even if I did, I would not admit it.
Why are you here, Xingyan? He asked bluntly.
I want answers, I returned in kind. You have the pearls, the jade dragon bow. I am no longer of use to you. Why keep me here? He was silent for a moment, as though trying to decide what to say.
Is it not obvious? My heart remains unchanged.
I thought I would feel nothing but loathing for him. Yet his simply spoken confession stirred something in me. Weak, that was what I was, and I cursed myself for it. Despite the tenderness of his words, I would never forget the vicious things he had done. He had claimed he cared for me and then taken everything I held dear. If this was his love, I did not want it. I looked down at the floor, trying to appear confused, torn, undecided. What you said before, about us, our future, my mother, did you mean it? He leaned closer to me, so close a lock of his hair brushed my cheek.
Are you no longer angry with me?
Though his voice was soft, his stare was watchful and assessing. I drew a deep breath, trying to calm myself. I was angry before. Furious, how could I not be after what you had done? Lifting my chin, I met his gaze. But you were right. What matters most is my mother's freedom. It's why I joined the army, what I've worked for all these years. And there's also... My voice trailed away then, though I hoped the implication was clear. That he would mistake the heat coloring my cheeks for desire, and not the shame it was. You said you could help me free her. How? I asked urgently, like I was trying to test his sincerity rather than convince him of mine. He would not expect a disadvantaged opponent moving to attack rather than defend. It would be a reckless move, foolish even. But what did it matter when I had nothing more to lose?
Once we overthrow the celestial kingdom, with the might of the dragons behind us, nothing will be beyond our reach.
His tone was guarded, though his eyes shone startlingly bright. I forced myself to nod, inwardly seething that he believed the dragons were his to command, even against their will, even though they would die from serving him so. As though it would be a fair battle tomorrow, instead of the devious tactics he had planned to ambush the soldiers who had fought with him before. I buried my revulsion in the warm smile on my lips. Do I have your word? How it stung, letting him dangle before me the thing I wanted most in the world. More so because it was still out of my reach. He blinked slowly, in seeming disbelief, yet his mind was ever sharp.
Are you willing to sever all your ties with the celestial kingdom?
He countered, seeking the slightest crack in my composure. Did he mean leeway? I slipped on a mask of indifference. The celestial kingdom means nothing to me. The emperor imprisoned my mother. The empress treated me with spite and disdain. As for their son, here I let a teasing note slide into my voice. Are you still jealous of him? He hurt me once, and I only helped him after because I hoped he would plead for my mother. It was what Liwei had accused me of before. Just what Wenjie might believe, given his own lack of scruples. I stepped closer to him until the silk of our robes grazed. You were my choice, even before we left to find the dragons. My anger these days past had nothing to do with him, but you. What you did, how you lied to me and broke my trust. My tone gentled, now low with promise as I tossed my head back. Oh, I haven't forgiven you yet. It will take a while. Though, it depends. On what? He wanted to know. On whether you can make things right between us. He stared at me, his arms folded over his chest. I knew that look of his, deep in thought, weighing each word spoken against what he knew. Did he recall the coolness between Liwei and me in the mortal realm? My promise to him on the rooftop? The best lies were indeed those steeped in truth. Finally, he dropped his arms, his expression softening.
Stay with me, and I promise to free your mother once we defeat the Celestial Kingdom. Your family will be mine too.
He spoke the words with the gravity of a vow, one which would have brought me such joy just days ago, but now turned my stomach. Yet hope sparked in me too, that he had believed my lies, that I still had a chance. I will hold you to that. I drew out each word softly. His eyes shone molten silver as he raised a hand to cradle my cheek. Our embrace in the mortal village flashed across my mind, when I had craved his touch and longed for more. But I knew what he wanted of me now, and I would not give it to him. I could not kiss him again. I was not that good a liar. Shall we have a drink? To celebrate? I suggested then.
If you wish.
He dropped his hand, raising his voice to call for an attendant who entered with a deferential bow.
Osmanthus wine,
he told her, recalling my drink of choice. Yet such consideration was irrelevant now. I needed something stronger to mask the bitterness of the star lilies. My fingers brushed the cool skin of his wrist as I tried not to flinch. I'm in the mood for something else. Plum wine, maybe? He nodded to the attendant, who bowed in acknowledgement before leaving. As the doors closed behind her, he took a step toward me, his gaze darkening with intent. My eyes darted around the room, seeking something, anything to distract his thoughts. A chin lay upon a low table in the corner, a beautiful instrument, the red lacquered wood inlaid with mother of pearl. Do you play? I asked, a stark reminder that I did not know much of him at all.
A little.
Those who say a little usually mean a lot. Are you skilled? My voice rang with challenge. The corners of his mouth tilted up.
A little.
He lowered himself before the instrument, his forehead wrinkled in concentration. His song began in a tantalizing whisper, soft and sweet. As he plucked the strings, his notes rose and fell with haunting beauty. He played with such intensity, such passion, that even with all I knew of him, his music moved me deep inside. As the last note faded, I brushed my palms against my skirt. The crumpled petals of the star lilies fell unseen to the floor, their juice squeezed into the wine the attendant had brought. Lifting the porcelain jug, I filled a cup with wine and offered it to him with both my hands. He accepted it with a smile, but when he lifted it to his lips, he paused. I raised my cup to him at once. To the days ahead. He accepted my toast, draining his cup. His expression was surprised, perplexed even. Did he wonder at the taste? You play well, I said a little too quickly, hoping to divert his attention.
Not as well as you play the flute.
The only time he had heard me perform was at Li Wei's banquet, the song I gifted him. Wenxia had never asked me to play before, and I wondered, was it because of this? To buy precious time, I pulled out my flute, tilting my head toward him in an unspoken question.
It would be an honor, he said quietly.
I had not played in a long time. I blew several running notes to reacquaint myself with the instrument, sifting through my mind for the song I wanted. My breath slid into the hollow jade, measured and calm, the notes soothing and languid. As I played, I thought of the waterfall in the courtyard of eternal tranquility, the water falling onto the rocks as it lulled me to sleep, of the moon in the dark sky, its radiance comforting countless mortals before their eyes closed in slumber, of the star lilies, crushed into Wenxia's wine, a sleeping draught more potent than a half-dozen jars of wine, which, even now, was racing through his blood. His hand clamped over my flute, dragging it from my lips. My pulse raced as I shot him an innocent look. I wrenched my instrument free from his weakened grasp and dropped it back into my pouch. Hastily, I pulled the chin toward me, strumming the first song I could think of, a vibrant, lively melody. I was out of practice, less skilled than him, but it sufficed to drown his voice from the soldiers outside. He blinked slowly, as though fighting the wave of fatigue which I prayed would soon drag him under.
Xingyan, what did you do?
He slurred the words, his furious tone laced with hurt. Nothing less than you deserved. My fingers slid over the chin, plucking out rippling strains that culminated into a triumphant crescendo, a mockery of his current predicament. A strangled gasp broke from his throat, as though he was trying to call out to the guards, even as a new melody flowed from my fingers now, a mournful one with haunting, drawn-out notes which drowned his cries.
Why?
He rasped. I cast him a scornful glare. Did you really think I could forgive you for all you did? That my promise to the dragons would be so easily broken? That I could betray those I cared for to fulfill my own ends? I'm not like you. He fumbled at his waist, but there was no weapon by his side. Again he tried to call to the guards, his voice nothing more than a hoarse whisper.
This won't change anything.
Maybe not, I hissed, my fingers sliding over the strings without a pause. But I know all about your trap for the Celestial Army. I had to do something, or I'd never be able to live with myself.
They're already here. It's too late.
His eyes drooped as a small, sad smile touched his lips.
I knew he would come. For you or the pearls, it mattered not which, but I knew he would come.
His voice dropped to a strained breath.
Just as I suspected you would go to him if you could. I had hoped, but...
He weaved where he sat, blinking rapidly, before his eyelids sank shut, and he slumped onto the floor. I continued playing until the end of the song. To stop now would invite suspicion. The plaintive melody was a fitting farewell to all we had lost. The moment the last note faded, I leapt to my feet. I was not sure how long I had until the draft wore off. Grabbing a sword from his collection, a white jade hilt studded with rubies, I looked toward the door, only to shake my head. I could not escape before finding the pearls. I could not leave them in Wench's keeping. I stole a glance at his still form, his dark green robes spread across the floor, his hair spilling around him like a pool of ink. Sleep relaxed his stern features, tugging at my conscience, shame sweeping over me in this moment. That, like him now, deceit came so easily to me. 34. The pearls were here. I was certain of it. Wenja would keep so precious an item close at hand, particularly on the eve of battle. Flinging open the drawers in his desk, I found only a few seals of jade and metal, an inkstone, and loose sheets of paper. The shelves held nothing but books and scrolls, while the closet was stacked with garments that tumbled to the floor in my frantic search. The sun descended, the room growing darker. I lit the silk-paneled lanterns which cast their soft glow across the walls. Deep in slumber, Wenja's rhythmic breathing broke the silence. How much time did I have until the draft wore off? He had asked not to be disturbed, yet how long would that order stand? What if someone brought him a meal or a report? And I could not help wondering what the guards outside believed us to be doing all this time. My nails cut into my palms. I forced myself to calm, to think. In Xiangliu's lair, I had somehow sensed the jade dragon bow's presence. Closing my eyes, I focused on drowning out the powerful thrum of Wenja's aura, reaching out with my senses as I did when taking a particularly challenging shot. I pressed my fingers to my temples, trying to steady the thud of my heart, to silence my fear, frustration, and hope too, just as teacher Dao Ming had taught me. As the stillness descended, I breathed easier, the tension easing from my body. All around was the soothing darkness, threaded with glimmers of light. My eyes flew open. There it was, that elusive sensation grazing my awareness. A whisper, a brush of wind, calling to me, just as it had when it drew me to the hidden cavern in Shadow Peak. Surely the pearls would be kept in the same place as the jade dragon bow. It was like feeling my way blind in the night, but for a thread of spider silk between my fingers as a guide. Step by step, I traced the pull to a small lacquered cabinet in a corner of the room. In my frantic search, I must have missed it, or had it been enchanted to stay out of sight? I dashed to it and tugged the handles, only to find it secured with a heavy brass lock. Impatient now, I snatched up my sword and sawed at the hinges as hard as I could. The wood was sturdy, and it took time, splinters piercing my skin before the panel broke and swung free. Someone cleared his throat behind me, a deliberate sound crawling with menace. I spun around, afraid to find Wenja waking up, only to look into the gloating yellow orbs of Prince Wenshuang. I had not heard him enter, so intent was I on my task. Only now did I perceive the shift in the air, pulsing with the heat of his aura. He shut the doors behind him as I smothered the urge to cry out. Dread sank over me at his presence, but I feared more alerting the guards. If they came in, nothing I uttered would convince them of my innocence. But he was just one man, and I was so close now. If only I could rid myself of him.
"Does my dear brother know what you're doing?"
He spoke in a pleasant tone, a smile playing on his lips. I did not reply, my mind drawing a blank. His finger tapped his chin as his stare swept the room. It had been immaculate when I entered, yet now appeared as though a tornado had swept through, scattering Wenja's possessions with abandon.
"I think not,"
he answered his own question. My pulse quickened as I took a casual step to the side, trying to block Wenja's sleeping form from his sight. His eyes followed me, an eerie light flaring in them as they alighted on his brother. Despair surged in me, that surely he would cry out. I would have no choice but to attack him as guards poured into the room at the first clash of metal. I would be imprisoned or killed, leaving the dragons to be enslaved and my mother trapped forever, and Li Wei and the celestial army would perish. Without warning, his magic surged through the air, the walls of the room shimmering with a translucent light that sank into the crevices between the windows and doors. A coldness formed in the pit of my stomach like I had swallowed a chunk of ice. I knew this enchantment. I had woven it once before to prevent my music from drifting across the courtyard of eternal tranquility. Even if I screamed until my throat was hoarse, the guards outside would hear nothing but the rustling wind. The thought heartened, yet terrified me. "What are you doing?" I was glad my confusion masked my fear, and it helped that it was unfeigned. Even though the room was silenced and my bow was just a quick lunge away, I dared not risk him discovering the pearls. Not while his magic rippled off him, while mine was still bound.
"You have my deepest thanks. I've long wished for this moment. It wasn't enough for my little brother to be revered and praised by all. He had to steal my birthright, too."
His hands bunched into fists by his sides. I stepped away from him, closer to the lacquered cabinet. He cocked his head at me.
"I'm so grateful. I'll even let you flee. It would save me the trouble of disposing of you, and it would strengthen my story."
I froze. "Story?"
"Everyone will weep at the tragic tale. How the celestial spy, the one my stupid half-brother fell in love with, betrayed and killed him."
His lips curved wider into a vicious smile. "You're going to kill him? Your brother, and blame me for it?" Despite my anger at Wenxia, my heart twisted at the thought.
"Half-brother,"
he corrected me coldly, echoing Wenxia's own disdain at their kinship.
"What's the matter? Don't you want to escape? Don't you hate him? Isn't that why you did all this?"
His arm swept across the room. Without waiting for my answer, he drew his sword and stalked toward Wenxia. Chaos erupted in my mind. I hated Wenxia, I reminded myself. For all he had done, for all he planned to do. I loathed and despised him and wanted nothing more than to escape. Yet could I really stand by and let him get murdered without a chance to defend himself? He was only vulnerable because I had tricked him. His death would be on my conscience as surely as though I had plunged the sword into him myself. Unbidden, memories flooded me. Of when he had defended me against Governor Renyu, when he had borne the brunt of Xiangliu's attack, the many times we watched over and protected each other. Oh, how he had lied to and deceived me. We could never go back to what we were. But neither could I pretend that everything had been erased between us. I hated him now because I had loved him then. I moved in front of Prince Wenshuang, blocking his path. My fingers clutched the jade hilt of my sword so tightly, the rubies dug into my palm. "I can't let you do this." His pupils were slits of yellow flame.
"Perhaps it would be best if you didn't survive after all."
I lunged at him, my sword raised high. He slammed it away with his blade before flying toward me. I spun aside, whirling to kick at him. He dodged. I missed. As my sword arced toward his chest, he ducked, too slow, my blade slicing his ear. As blood trickled down his neck, a snarl erupted from his throat. I dove at him again, the air thickening with his energy as a gleaming shield encased him now. My sword crashed into his barrier, my arm throbbing as I staggered from the rebound. Before I could recover, he seized my wrist, twisting it roughly as my weapon clattered to the floor. His fist plowed into my temple, his rings cutting into my flesh. I gasped as pain exploded through my head. Darkness bloomed as I fought against the beckoning void. If I fainted now, Wenxia and I would die. Prince Wenshuang lunged at me, so quick I was caught unaware, his arms locking around my waist, jerking my body against his, forcing me into a repulsive embrace. The fury in his expression morphed into something more sinister, which made me want to hurl up the contents of my stomach. If only I had my powers, I would have flung him against the wall until every bone in his immortal body broke. And still it would not be enough. My legs lashed out instead, my knee driving into his abdomen. He flinched, but did not loosen his hold. As I thrashed against him, he twisted my arms behind me and spun me around, shoving me against the ground with blinding force. My head slammed into the marble, stinging as my blood splattered across the floor. As he crouched over me, he held me firmly down by my shoulder blades as I writhed in his grip.
If only I could tell my little brother about this. Unfortunately for him, he'll never awaken.
He was so close to me. Flecks of his spittle sprayed across my cheek. I gagged, trying to twist away from him. His fingers dug into my flesh with bruising force. His breath was hot and thick against my neck. Fear racked me as a thought flitted across my mind. That maybe death might be a mercy after all. No, I banished it at once, sucking in a mouthful of air and screaming as loudly as I could. Let the guards come, I thought wildly. Let them capture me. I would rather be a prisoner than at the mercy of this monster. But it was futile, the prince's privacy shield swallowing the sound, yet I did not stop. What had begun as a hollow cry of fear morphing into a bellow of white-hot rage, burning away my terror, kindling the fire in me. That I would fight. Prince Wenshuang jerked away, perhaps disconcerted by the ferocity in my voice. Just for a heartbeat, but it was enough. I struck then, bashing the back of my head into his face with all the force I could muster. A crack ripped the air. He released me with a curse, pressing his hand to his nose to stem the gush of blood. Leaping to my feet, I grabbed my sword from the ground and swung it at him. He went scarlet with rage as lights sparked from his palm, a bolt of flame already streaking my way. My sword flashed up, blocking his attack, tendrils of fire crackling along the blade, which shattered into silver shards. I did not pause, dropping down to slide across the marble floor, kicking his legs out from under him. He fell with a thump, groaning where he lay. I searched frantically for another weapon, not daring to look away from him. Already he was scrambling up, his expression one of murderous fury. My blade was destroyed, yet the jade hilt in my grip was heavy and crusted with gems. Raising it high, I smashed it against his temple with all my might. And then again. It struck with a sickening crunch, his eyes widening before they fluttered shut. I panted, fighting the urge to retch as I dropped the hilt. Blood poured from the gash on his forehead. If he were mortal, my blow would have crushed his skull like a soft-boiled egg. I felt no pity for him, though, for planning to murder his sleeping brother, for what he had tried to do to me. A part of me wondered, should I kill him? It would be a simple matter, a single arrow from my bow. Racing to the cabinet, I pried the remnants of its door apart, carefully, as I could not drop my guard. With the prince unconscious, his privacy shield was no more. My fingers closed around the jade of my bow, which I snatched up at once. Sweeping aside the debris, I plunged my hand in deeper to find a small wooden box. As I flipped the lid open, the pearls glowed back at me, luminous and bright. I could have laughed aloud from relief. Plucking out the one that gleamed with midnight fire, I held it up, whispering the black dragon's name, praying the wind would carry my words swiftly to the eastern sea. A groan pricked my ears. I whirled to see Chang'e stirring, his head swinging from side to side like he was suffering some restless dream. The draft was wearing off. My fingers tightened around the bow, even as I recoiled from the temptation. I would be no better than his brother if I did, and surely the guards would barge in at the sound, trapping me inside the room. Bracing myself, I barreled through the doors, sprinting across the courtyard. Startled cries erupted behind me, from the soldiers caught unaware by my sudden dash. Their stupor didn't last, the coils of their power already surging forth to catch me. Worse yet, a familiar voice called my name in a desperate cry. Chang'e, fully awake now and racing after me, his long legs outpacing mine with every step. The air shimmered with his magic, flecks of ice glistening in the air. I swung sharply down another path, racing away from his enchantment. But a wall loomed before me, its smooth stone impossible to scale. Footsteps thudded louder. They were almost upon me. Leaping onto one of the marble pillars, I clambered up it, using the ornate latticework as a foothold. I had enough practice doing so in the Jade Palace. On the rooftop, I drew the jade dragon bow, almost weeping at the familiar crackle of its power. With my energy still bound, the string was stiff as it cut into my fingers, the sky fire a shadow of its former might. I could only pray it would suffice as I aimed it downward at the enemy who would emerge at any moment, my insides wound tight at the thought of having to release it. But then, the pine trees shuddered, bent over by a gust of wind which tore their fragrant needles free, blanketing the grass. The waning moon vanished, hidden behind the shadowy creature that descended toward me, its amber eyes glowing like 2 stars in the sky. The black dragon, its immense form undulating as it hovered above. Wenja appeared, climbing up with agile grace. He moved toward me, only halting at the sight of the blazing arrow aimed at his chest. "I should sink this into your wicked heart." His gaze burned into mine as he took a step closer. "Why don't you?" I gripped the bow tighter, holding the arrow steady. It would be so easy to release it. He was awake, he was baiting me. There was no dishonor in this. Yet why did I hesitate? Shouts from below caught my attention. Clouds swooped down from the sky, summoned by his soldiers. Soon they would ascend and give chase. The sky was no longer impenetrably dark, splintered by slivers of light. Dawn was almost upon us. Soon the celestial army would march, and I was running out of time. My fingers loosened on the string. The arrow disappeared. I spun on my heel, racing across the roof, leaping off the end as my legs arced in the air. My hand grasped a golden claw, straining to hold on as the dragon's tail coiled around my waist to lift me upon its back. Through the delicate fabric of my robe, its scales were as hard and cold as stone. The black dragon soared into the sky, faster than any bird, faster than the wind itself. Looking down, I caught my first glimpse of the demon realm, the city resting on an endless bank of violet clouds. Silk lanterns floated around, casting an ethereal glow over the houses of ebony and stone. Their roofs were arched with upturned eaves on each corner, glazed in brilliant shades, like jewels in the night. Towering above them was the palace I had fled from, its iridescent stone tiles shimmering with the elusive beauty of a rainbow. The city was quiet, snared in the throes of slumber. Yet, try as I might, I could not drown Wenja's voice from my mind, and the anguish with which he had called my name. The black dragon's powerful body covered vast distances in mere moments. Soon, the demon realm vanished from my sight, as though it were a nightmare I had awakened from, except for the memories etched deep, and the pain shadowing my heart. 35. The air thrummed with power like that of a roiling storm. Glancing below, a chill sank into my limbs. 1,000 or more black-armored soldiers sailed upon violet clouds, a creeping shadow across the sky. They were eerily silent, with neither a clank nor rustle, and I cursed their shrewdness in shielding their movements. The dragon flew ahead until we had almost passed them. The soldiers at the front wore gleaming bronze helmets, studded with onyx. As they raised their palms, shimmering waves of light streaked forth. The energy pulsing through the air thickened, an opaque mist forming with crimson glints tucked in its folds like scattered drops of blood. It swirled through the night, thin tendrils clawing at my skirt. A heavy sweetness suffused my senses, laced with the unpleasant tang of spoiled fruit, my lungs clogging as though I had choked on smoke. A dullness settled over my mind. I shivered, wrapping my arms around myself as my head swiveled from side to side, trying to make sense of my unfamiliar surroundings. Where was I? How did I get here, and what were those lights darting through the sky like scarlet raindrops? My gut tightened at the sight of the creature that carried me so swiftly, of inky scales and golden claws, its whiskers streaming behind like silken ribbons. Magnificent, terrifying, though strangely familiar. A picture I had seen before, perhaps? Where was it taking me? I fumbled for my bow to defend myself, to demand an answer, but the creature swerved up, soaring higher to where the sky was black and clear. Half frozen with fright, I clutched it instinctively, the wind lashing my face as I sucked in a ragged breath. How fresh the air which filled my lungs now, expelling the cloying sweetness. My mind cleared, though I was still reeling from shock. I didn't know you, I told the dragon. I thought you were an enemy. I almost shot you.
Its silvery voice chimed in my head. The confounding mist is an enchantment of the mind. Its victims can't distinguish friend from foe, their memories blurred for as long as they inhale it. While less powerful than compulsion, this enchantment can be spread far wider.
Across an army, the Celestials would be defenseless against this, trapped as butterflies in a net. How can we protect ourselves? A shield?
Only the strongest of shields would work. The mist can find its way through the slightest crack or crevice. Such a thing cannot be easily dispelled, but you can evade it, disperse it, or cleanse it from the heavens.
Beneath us now, the desert gleamed burnished gold, the vast crescent of land which lay between the demon realm and the rest of the immortal realm. Hundreds of lights flickered just ahead, campfires fading in the dawn. Relief swept through me that I was not too late. The celestial army had not yet marched. As we descended, the heads of 1,000 soldiers swung to the black dragon, their fear mingling with awe as we landed in a cloud of billowing sand. I slid off its back, stumbling onto the ground. Only then did a few soldiers turn toward me, as though just noticing my presence.
Wait,
the black dragon commanded. Its jaws parted, its pale breath rippling like frost across the bracelets which shackled me. The metal fractured, falling to the sand in shards. I rubbed my wrists to warm them. How wonderfully light they were, unbound. Thank you. For everything, I told it gratefully. The black dragon inclined its head in return. With a graceful leap into the air, it took flight toward the eastern sea, its scales glowing like embers in the light of the rising sun. Only then did I notice the soldiers encircling me. My greeting died on my lips at the sight of their faces, wreathed in suspicion and loathing.
Traitor,
someone hissed, a soldier who had served under Wenj's command in the Eastern Sea.
Were you plotting to desert us all this time, while you were eating your meals in the captain's tent? Why are you here? Another cried out. Go back to the demons where you belong.
A chorus of agreement rose from the rest. They were not all strangers to me. I recognized several whom I had trained with, others from Wench's troop. We had battled together, my arrows working in unison with their swords and spears. I did not know what I expected. There would have been surprise, of course, questions to be sure, but once I explained myself, would they not be glad for my escape? Yet all I saw now were their hostile glares and drawn weapons. In the tumult, I had almost forgotten the rumors Wencha had spread. How easily they had believed those lies of me. You fools! A familiar voice rang out. It was Xu Xiao, pushing her way through the crowd, her long hair tucked into a gilded helmet. My spirits lifted, though I dared not run to her. I dared not taint her with my intimacy. Yet she had no such qualms, linking her arm through mine. Don't believe everything you hear, especially if it comes from the demon realm. Prince Liwei told us that Xingyin was abducted. She would never have gone there of her own will. Xu Xiao muttered from my ears alone. At least you'd better not have. She added, You really should have let me come with you to find the dragons. You might have had far less trouble. I wish I had, I said with feeling. She squeezed my arm a little tighter before releasing it. Are you all right? I am now. We were not out of danger, but it struck me that I was free. With sudden clarity, I realized how precious such a feeling was, how easily it might be taken away, and how much their captivity had cost my mother and the dragons. The crowd of soldiers parted as Li Wei strode toward me, halting a step away. His white gold armor gleamed, a cloak of scarlet brocade flowing from his shoulders. No words sprang to my tongue, and I was content in this moment just to gaze upon him, safe, unharmed, alive. Slowly, as though awakening from a dream, Li Wei closed the distance between us and folded me into his arms. His armor pressed into my skin, but I clung to him in a selfish indulgence, the warmth of his embrace driving away my distress and terror, thawing the coldness which had sprung up between us before. In that moment, I had no thought for the impending danger or the Emperor's wrath. until a cough startled me, a reminder of the watchful soldiers surrounding us. Li Wei's arms fell away as I took a quick step back.
What happened? Who is Wenjie? He wanted to know.
The Demon King's son. Even now, the claim sounded obscene to my ears. Shu Xiao's breath whistled out. Captain Wenjie? A demon? But aren't you and he... She cast a furtive look at Li Wei.
Impossible. Our wards would never have permitted a demon to enter, he declared.
He told me the wards are no longer as strong as before, and his own powers are formidable. I recalled his pupils, shining silvered gems. He had not stooped to controlling me through such despicable means, but after what I had done, he might not exercise such restraint again.
What did he want? Li Wei asked grimly. Though I can well imagine.
The pearls, to secure his position as heir. I did not elaborate. The other things he had said, those were between us alone.
Li Wei's jaw tightened, his throat working as though he was stopping himself from asking more.
Wait, I must show you something.
I grasped my energy, such relief to feel my senses sharpening again, the power flowing from me in a shimmering current to dispel the demon army's enchantment.
Just 100 paces away, the land shivered like a wind-tossed lake. Gold morphed to violet, sand churning into cloud.
A false border, Li Wei rasped, such horror in his tone.
A trap, to get you to break the treaty.
If we did, they could have retaliated without fear of repercussion. They would have caught us unaware. We are not prepared for battle. Our presence here was intended as a diversion while we searched for you.
Me?
I repeated in disbelief. The Emperor would never have commanded the army to march on my behalf, unless it was to haul me back to face his wrath. His mouth lifted into a wry grin. For father, the imperative is to retrieve the pearls, of course. Yet for me, there is no other reason than you.
A tenderness bloomed within me, as precious and frail as the first sunshine after winter's frost. We had trod this path so many times before. Just as I believed the door shut, it creaked open once more. But I would not read too much into his words. He would have done no less for Princess Fengmei. I would guard myself better this time. I was weary of heartache.
How did you escape? Li Wei asked.
I smiled at him, my first real one since I had been taken. Do you remember the star lilies from our lesson when you gave me the answer which saved me a scolding? That morning in the Chamber of Reflection felt like a lifetime ago. Fortunately, you were a conscientious student. I would not have known about them otherwise. He nodded, though somewhat uncertainly. I used them to put Wenjie to sleep. A taut silence fell over us. If he wondered how I had done it, how I enticed Wenjie into drinking the potion, he did not ask. I was not sure I would have told him in any case.
It's a shame you didn't have any aconite for a more lasting slumber.
His eyes flashed dangerously bright as his fingers brushed the swelling on my temple and the cuts on my cheek and lip with aching tenderness. As he took my hand, his energy flowed into me with a tingling warmth, the last of my discomfort vanishing.
Did he hurt you? He ground out.
No, it was his brother.
My stomach roiled, nauseated by the memory of Prince Wenshuang's flesh against mine, his breath on my neck.
Shu Xiao wrapped an arm around me in silent comfort, perhaps sensing my distress.
Li Wei's hands balled into fists. This is my fault. His soldiers attacked me. I could not dispatch them quickly enough. You were gone. Only later did we discover where you were. I'm sorry for not finding you sooner.
I escaped. I'm unharmed, as are you, I said, trying to banish our unease. And I have the pearls. That is what matters. The air stirred, churning with power, rolling in from the west, where the demon realm lay. Terror engulfed me as I grabbed Li Wei's arm. It was not over. We must leave, now. Wenjie's army is close. Once you crossed the border, they planned to unleash an enchanted mist upon our army, one which would confound us. He still might. He'll stop at nothing to retrieve the pearls. This far out, who would know the truth? Without witnesses, Wenjie can claim anything he wants. I cursed myself for not thinking of this earlier. Li Wei whirled, calling for his commanders, soldiers dispatched in search of them. After a brief wait, 3 generals hurried toward us, the sunlight gleaming off their helmets adorned with thick tassels of red silk. They were older than Li Wei, one of them a distinguished-looking immortal with white streaks in his hair. General Lynn Tan, who had often sent his soldiers to observe my archery practices in the field. As one, they bowed to Li Wei, their palms covering their fists. "This is an ambush. Gather the troops. Make for home at once." He spoke with firm authority. The general's eyes slid to me, creased with suspicion. I lifted my chin higher, suppressing the urge to flinch. I had done nothing wrong. I had risked my life to warn them. The shorter of the 3 stepped forward.
"Your Highness, where did you hear this? Your father's command was that we remain at the border until we retrieved the dragon's pearls."
Li Wei's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly.
"First Archer Xingyin brought us this news."
Someone snorted. I did not know who. General Lynn Tan cast an accusing glare my way before saying,
"Your Highness, we ask you to exercise caution. She is a spy for the demon realm."
"I am no spy," I said as steadily as I could, though their scorn and disbelief seared me. "Those lies were spread to keep the demon realm blameless for the theft of the pearls." I might as well have said nothing for all the good it did. General Lynn Tan's expression remained unchanged as he added,
"Your Highness, spies are most skilled at protesting their innocence. Your father—" "Enough," Li Wei interjected, his tone as sharp as a blade. "I trust First Archer Xingyin with my life, which she has saved more than once. Do you defy my command, General Lynn Tan?"
The general's face turned a sickly gray. All 3 of them sank to their knees at once.
"We will obey, Your Highness."
Li Wei gestured for them to rise with a jerk of his hand. "There is little time to lose. The demons will release a mist to confound us. Do not attack unless necessary. Conserve your troops' energy for flight and to shield themselves. The shields must be strong, woven tight." The generals did not look my way as I spoke. Anger flashed through me, but I plunged onward, ignoring their contempt. "Flight is the safest way. Though the mist can be cleansed with wind or rain, don't inhale it. Just a single breath is enough to muddle you." My voice faltered at the memory of my own disorientation and how I had almost attacked the dragon. General Lynn Tan hesitated.
"The pearls, Your Highness. What of them? Could this be a trick so we will leave empty-handed?"
"I have them," I said, impatient to silence his doubts, yet regretting the words when I caught the gleam in his eyes. "Not for much longer if we don't make haste."
"Spread the word. No more than 2 or 3 to a cloud. Speed is essential," Li Wei ordered.
The generals bowed before turning away, almost running in their haste. "Li Wei, we should go too," I urged.
"Not till the camp is cleared. But you must leave with the pearls," he told me gravely.
My fingers grazed my silk pouch. I did not want to leave Li Wei here, in danger. But he was right. I could not let Wenjie take the pearls again. I had undertaken this burden, and it was mine to bear. "Be careful. Don't take too long or I'll come back for you," I said, more fiercely than intended.
"Is that a promise or a threat?"
The corner of his lip quirked into a crooked smile.
"I confess, my pride will be sorely wounded if you save me again."
"Better wounded than dead." My light tone masked my fear, but I trusted him to look after himself, and greater things than us were at stake. Clouds swooped down from above. As celestial soldiers leapt onto them, taking flight into the heavens, I exhaled with relief. But when the familiar syrupy sweetness drifted into my nostrils, I swung around, my body clenching in terror. We were out of time. 36. An army of night soared toward us, led by Wenjie, stony-faced and grim. How had we come to this? Just a few weeks ago he had fought by my side, and now he was the enemy.
"Hurry, Xingyin!"
Shu Xiao threw her hand out, blazing with light. As a cloud dove down, she half dragged me onto it. The wind lashed my skin, my hair streaming behind me. As we soared farther from the border, the desert rippled before us like a bolt of unraveled satin. I craned my neck, searching for Li Wei among the fleeing celestials, my spirits sinking to find no trace of him. I must go back, I told her. Something must have gone wrong.
Shu Xiao glanced over my shoulder, her body stiffening. Xingyan, something is wrong. Behind us, slithering between the soldiers, was the confounding mist, a glitter with bloodied stars as it streaked across the skies. With every moment it drew closer, its tendrils grasping at all within reach. Fortunately, Shu Xiao's cloud was swift. We were at the fringes of it, and yet even at that distance a wave of dizziness still struck me. Hastily, I wove a shield over us, sealing it tight so not a wisp of the vile enchantment could slip through. The Celestials nearest to us followed suit, gleaming shields arcing over them as they sped away. But I watched in horror as the bulk of the army behind us, where the mist swirled thickest, ground to a stuttering halt. "Shield yourselves!" I shouted to them, though my words were lost in the tumult. Their eyes took on a glassy sheen, their movements jerking and uncertain. Ice glazed my insides, as a few of them began shaking their heads in seeming confusion, clawing at their throats. Some fell, writhing as they ripped their helmets away, tearing at their hair. One staggered to the edge of the cloud, and then, without hesitation, beyond, plummeting into the emptiness beneath. My scream slashed the air even as I threw my power out to catch her. But I was too late, as she vanished from sight, a dull thud rising from the ground. I lowered my hand, shaking now. "Shu Xiao, we must—" As though she had read my thoughts, our cloud swerved before racing back toward the mist. She shuddered, gesturing ahead. "What is this?" "Mind magic, one of its more grotesque manifestations." "No wonder it's forbidden," she said fervently. As we drew closer, the true extent of the horror revealed itself. I fought the urge to flee from the unfolding nightmare. Amid the roiling mist, some Celestials hurled bolts of ice and flame at each other, others attacking with weapons. One thrust his spear through his companion's shoulder, its blood-drenched tip jutting from her flesh. But the victim neither cried out nor flinched, barreling forward to hurl her weight against her attacker as they fell, rolling right to the edge. On another cloud, 3 Celestials hacked away at each other with methodical abandon, their faces blank, seemingly numb to the pain, though their cloud was speckled with blood. Sick to my stomach, an urge to retch gripped me. No matter what Wenjia had claimed, there was a viciousness to this magic beyond any other. With friend turning upon friend, the cruelties inflicted were twice as sharp. A wicked torment that those fortunate enough to survive would be doomed to a lifetime of remorse and grief. Why did they not protect themselves? Where were their shields? Why was there no attempt to banish the mist? Were they too slow, caught in its throes, before they had a chance to secure themselves? Or had the generals not conveyed my warning? Their suspicious faces flashed across my mind. Perhaps they truly believed me a traitor, and Li Wei a trusting fool. The fog thickened, spreading its malevolent glow until the sky seemed soaked in blood. In a moment, it would engulf those at the fringes, infiltrating their shields and throwing them into disorder. More screams rent the air, alongside cries of terror. I was free of the mist, and yet this helplessness sank over me anyway. I hated that there was no monster to slay here, no target to strike. What use was my bow against this wretched enemy? A nebulous shifting thing with a hunger nothing could sate? Shu Xiao clutched me, her fingers digging into my arm. "General Lynn Tan!" she cried, pointing ahead. I spun to find the white-haired general, the one who had accused me of being a spy, surrounded by dozens of confounded soldiers. A shield encased him, even as the others pressed closer, leaving no opening for escape. My gut recoiled as they attacked the general, his face clenched from the effort of sustaining his shield. A celestial soared toward us then, his scarlet cloak streaming after him. Li Wei. I could have wept with relief at the sight of him. "I'll help General Lynn Tan. Take as many as you can to safety." He paused, his gaze lingering on me. "Be careful." Without waiting for an answer, he flew toward the soldiers, the sun-struck gold of their armor lighting the sky. Yet nothing but chaos reigned in their midst. Celestials writhing in confusion, attacking each other with magic, fists, and weapons. Never did I imagine this calamity.
Such brutal violence. When I had been confounded, I only wanted to defend myself, not to hurt another. Yet now, their bloodlust emanated in waves. Had the turmoil aggravated their confusion? Knowing they were in a battle, yet unable to distinguish enemy from friend? They suffer because of you, a harsh voice inside me hissed. You should never have taken the dragon's pearls. See what your greed and arrogance have spawned. Remorse stabbed me like a knife thrust deep. But there were other forces at play too. The Emperor's lust for power and Wenx's ambition. I would not pay the price alone in my conscience, and I would not wallow in guilt now, not when there was still a chance to end this. An insidious thought slid into me, that I could so easily make this right. The dragons, what if I called them to aid us? I had summoned the black dragon to carry me to safety before, why not harness them to drive away the enemy? In a single stroke, I could save the celestial army and repay Wenxia for his treachery. With their power at my command, I could wrest my mother's freedom from the Emperor. My vision shifted. I saw myself with a crown on my head, raising high those loyal to me, tearing down all who had caused me harm. Only then would I relinquish the pearls. All I had to do was speak the dragon's names. My hand drifted to my pouch. Struggling against its lure, I snatched it back. No. Such a thing would destroy the dragons. It would destroy me. I could never forgive myself. I had made a promise to them, one I meant, one I would keep. I dared not venture down a path I might never find my way back from, at least not until every other lane had been traversed. I turned to Shu Xiao. Wind, rain, anything to cleanse the skies. She nodded, squeezing her eyes tight in concentration, the veins straining from her neck. I grasped as much of my energy as I could muster, the power coursing through my body. No! I cried. Magic streamed from our palms. A gust of wind surged through the clouds, snatched from a summer storm in the mortal world, laced with dust and heat. Something jolted our cloud, and I stumbled, steadying myself to feed the hungering wind, the churning air transforming into a howling gale which hurtled through the sky, dispelling the mist from those closest to us. Yet our reach was not wide enough. Hundreds were still in danger. Worse still, the demons began countering our efforts, forcing the mist back upon us. It writhed thicker now, trapped between both sides. How much longer could we sustain this? Our shields would not hold indefinitely. Even now we were tiring. If we failed to banish the mist soon, it would return in greater force, engulfing us all. Just ahead, a cluster of demons shot by, led by Wenxia. I hesitated for a moment before summoning a cloud and leaping upon it to give chase. What are you doing? Shu Xiao cried. Going after them! Are you insane? She yelled, gesturing at the horde of confounded celestials ahead. No! Which is precisely why I'm doing this. I pointed at Wenxia. His presence here is no coincidence. Maybe I'll find a way to stop this. Trailing Wenxia through the clouds, I flew in a winding path to avoid detection, though there was little chance of him sensing my aura amid this vast tangle of immortals. I pulled the jade dragon bow from my back, clutching it in readiness. Here, the mist was so dense I could barely see beyond the shimmering haze of crimson dust. As a whiff of its cloying fragrance hit me, of honey and of rot, I held my breath at once, tightening my shield. I could not lose control now, when a moment might make the difference between life and death, between killing an enemy or a loved one. A short distance away was Li Wei, harnessing a raging wind to clear the air. It was working, the soldiers beginning to emerge from their stupor and move away from General Liu Tan. But then, Wenxia swooped toward him like a hawk sighting its prey. Had Li Wei been his target all this while? He would fail, I resolved, racing after him with my heart thumping in my chest. Li Wei's head shot up as though he sensed Wenxia's approach. For a moment, they stared at each other, eyes so bright, so dangerously narrowed, I went cold inside. Swords drawn now, they lunged at each other with unrestrained ferocity. Blades clashing, sparks raining down in a shower of fire and ice, the clouds trembling from the force of their blows. For a moment, I could not move, trapped in fear's embrace, yet transfixed by the savage grace of their swordsmanship. their movements a blur in this merciless battle. My fingers were stiff as I drew my bow, sky fire crackling in my grip. I steeled myself to release, reminding myself that Wenxia was the enemy. But they were too quick, blades flashing, bodies whirling and spinning. What if I missed? Just then, Li Wei dipped low, evading Wenxia's sword, which sliced over his head, then rolling back to thrust his blade toward Wenxia's chest. He swerved, swinging his sword in a wide arc, slashing through Li Wei's armor, his blood spraying into the air. Li Wei gasped, clutching his wound. As Wenxia loomed over him, raising his sword, something inside me snapped. Not the bow, this close. The sky fire might hurt Li Wei too. Coils of air sprang from my palms, striking Wenxia. He folded over like he had been punched in the gut, stumbling to the edge of his cloud. Catching his balance, a shield closed around him now. He swung to me.
Xingyan, you have your powers back.
No thanks to you, I snarled.
You're too late, though.
Regret laced his tone as he raised his hand again, daggers of ice streaking toward Li Wei. I shot through the air, hurling myself between them, slamming a barrier around Li Wei and I, Wenxia's attack shattering harmlessly against it. It stirred something in my mind, a recollection of the time Wenxia and I had stood in the Chamber of Lions, when he instructed me to use my powers. I did not think he ever expected his lesson to be used so. Wenxia's face tightened. Was it with anger, disappointment? As he drew back, the air roiled with his energy, crashing against my shield. It quivered as I braced myself, holding it steady against him, but then his soldiers attacked, unleashing their magic upon us. My shield ruptured, shards of ice and wood and flame scraping me. My teeth sank into my tongue, stifling a cry. Something hissed from behind me, fire erupting over the demon soldiers cast by Li Wei. He shifted his hand toward Wenxia, the tongues of vermilion flame now streaking toward him, so hot like they were torn from the sun. Wenxia's shield broke. He was flung back, right off his cloud, plunging into the depths below. My heart, it dropped. I rushed to the edge, peering down as his soldiers hurtled after him, their power dragging him to safety. A mess of tangled emotions wound through me, one of which was undeniably relief.
You're making a habit of saving me,
Li Wei remarked. I thought we weren't keeping count. I glanced below again, half fearing to see Wenxia emerge. This isn't over yet, Li Wei. We must hurry. All around us, the fog swirled thicker, Li Wei's earlier efforts for naught. Once more, the soldiers closed around General Lynn Tan, whose hair was slicked with sweat, his shield beginning to waver. My magic was already flowing forth to summon a gale, Li Wei's energy merging with mine in seamless streams of light. Sweat poured from my face, my knees almost buckling from the strain. Though the mist thinned a little, it still hung over the trapped celestials who were beginning to turn their attention to us. Flames shot out from the hands of one. I ducked, barely missing a scorching. Another hurled a spear at Li Wei, but he deflected the blow with ease. While General Lynn Tan crouched on his cloud, bearing the brunt of their attacks. Just ahead, I sighted the demon soldiers in the onyx-studded helmets, those I had seen when flying with the Black Dragon, only now visible in the heart of the fog. The mind talents who had crafted the mist, their eyes a-glitter as waves of crimson light swirled from their palms. Yet their faces were strained and beaded with sweat. They were as tired as we were, which meant they could break. Hope flared in me as I gestured to them. Li Wei, I will attack the mind talents. Hold the enchantment here. Before I finished speaking, his power had swelled to shoulder my burden. Wind rolled through the air, a storm breaking upon the celestials. An arrow of sky fire hurtled from my hand, plunging into a mind talent. He screamed once, his body convulsing as his skin crackled with light. As he fell, the mist streaming from his hands dissipated. I did not pause. No time for either triumph or remorse, my cloud soaring through the air as I shot another and then a third. The mind talents cried out, pointing at me as torrents of their magic leapt my way. My shield trembled before it shattered, but another sprang up in its place, golden bright.
Xingyan, watch out!
Li Wei called out. I nodded in thanks, another arrow already streaking from my fingers. The demon ducked, but my next shot took her in the shoulder. As I aimed at the fifth, the mind talents broke rank and fled. The mist lingered in their wake, yet more celestials roused from their daze, more of them joining us now. My hair was whipped free from the last of its coils, my black dress fluttering wildly as our gale strengthened, howling as it sped across the heavens, sweeping each corner of the sky. The mist thinned, its crimson lights fading like stars in the dawn, before ebbing into oblivion. The sky had the calm of a tempest just past, as our clouds rolled toward the safety of the celestial kingdom. We were safe. The demons gone, but my pulse still raced, my breaths coming in quick bursts at the thought of what awaited me in my audience with the Emperor. My options were rapidly diminishing. Now that the generals knew I had the pearls, I must either relinquish them to the Emperor or outrightly defy him by refusing. An agonizing choice, if even a choice at all. Either one would be a betrayal, a loss of something infinitely precious, whether my mother's freedom or the dragon's. Even worse was the fear that the Emperor would punish my mother further for my defiance, or that he would wrest the pearls from me by force, just as he had ordered me to take them. My head pounded. If only I could safeguard both. Such a thing was impossible unless there was some way to fulfill my bargain without harming the dragons. An idea formed in my mind, frail and new, wild and undoubtedly dangerous. "Xingyin," Xu Xiao called out as she halted beside me. "Let's go." "I can't," I replied. "Not yet." I did not say more. I dared not reveal my plan, if it could even be called one. More a haphazard string of ideas and guesses. Such information would endanger her, placing her in an untenable situation when I was plunging toward myself, torn between my loved ones and my honor. "Will you do something for me?" I asked her somberly. "Anything. Don't tell them I didn't go back. Spread the word that you lost sight of me in the battle. Perhaps this might delay arousing the Emperor's suspicions." "Is that all? I was hoping you might give me an actual challenge," she snorted. "Everything about me is a challenge these days, but if things don't go as planned, maybe you can think of a way to diffuse His Celestial Majesty's anger?" I spoke in jest, trying to conceal my unspoken fear. She paused, searching my face. "Stay safe. I will do what I can," she said finally. "Thank you," was all I said, though there was so much more left unspoken. As she flew toward the celestial kingdom, she turned around once, her hand lifted in a wave. "Xingyin, my father expects you." I looked away from Li Wei, brushing the hair from my forehead as I gathered the courage to tell him. "I can't surrender the dragon's pearls to your father. I gave them my word." He did not speak at first, his eyes so dark and solemn. "What will you do?" I hesitated. Dare I trust him with this? Did he want the pearls for his father, and if so, would he try to stop me? But as I looked into his face, alight with the warmth that haunted me still, I knew my worries were false. He might argue with me, he might try to dissuade me, but he would never betray me. The dragon said it was an enchantment which bound their spiritual essence to the pearls. According to teacher Daoming, no enchantment is unbreakable. What if this can be undone? I don't know if it's possible, but I intend to find out. I added haltingly. This way I will keep my bargain with your father, but just the one I struck with him and no more. A faint smile formed on his lips. Just the pearls and no more, do you mean? I nodded, despite the doubt which gnawed at me. The Emperor intended to get from me more than what had been agreed, and now he would get exactly what was promised, which was not what he wanted at all. It might not work. There were too many things that could go wrong. Perhaps the enchantment could not be undone. Perhaps the Emperor would not accept the pearls without the essence. He would certainly be furious. But what choice did I have? None that I could stomach making. As Li Wei's cloud drifted closer, he leapt onto mine, reaching out to clasp my hand. We don't have much time. At that moment, I breathed easier than I had in years, ever since I left the courtyard of tranquility. I was not alone. And despite everything which had happened between us, He was my friend still. Yet I took no pleasure drawing him into these plans of mine. My schemes would pit Li Wei against his father, incurring his displeasure and inciting his wrath. But I would not refuse his help now, not when it was as welcome to me as the rain on parched soil, not when so much hung in the balance.
"Where are we going?" he asked.
To where the dragons were born. 37. The fragrant coral palace gleamed like a blushing pearl in its shell. Today, the ever-changing waters were a brilliant azure, the waves cresting with white foam. As we walked over the crystalline bridge, something caught at my heart, unwelcome memories flooding me from when I was last here. The palace guards bowed to Li Wei, recognizing him at once. While they knew me too, his presence helped us obtain a swift audience, despite our lack of civility in appearing unannounced. We were ushered into a spacious room, as an attendant left in search of Prince Yanxi. Li Wei stared through the clear wall at a magnificent coral reef, glowing in jeweled tones. Bright-colored fish darted through it, wary of the larger shadows which passed above, the hunters in search of prey. His expression was somber, perhaps contemplating the impossible situation I had dragged him into. I know this is not what you want, but thank you for coming with me, I told him.
Many will disagree with what you're planning.
His gaze shifted to me, as opaque as the waters beyond.
But you'll always have my support.
Simple words spoken in his quiet manner, yet how they affected me. The doors slid open as Prince Yanxi entered. His pearl-gray brocade robe was shot through with gold, a belt of lapis lazuli fastened around his waist. I surreptitiously pressed my palms against my skirt in a futile attempt to smooth out the creases. At least the dark color hid the smears of dirt, sweat, and blood. He greeted Li Wei before turning to me with a smile.
First Archer, have you decided to leave the cold celestial kingdom for our warm shores?
I shook my head ruefully. Unfortunately, we are here under less desirable circumstances, Your Highness. The urgency in my tone banished his mirth.
If there is anything you need, you have only to ask,
he assured me, sitting down and gesturing for me to do the same. I remained standing, my fingers already untying the strings of my pouch and tipping the pearls into my palm, tingling against my skin and pulsing with inner fire. Prince Yanxi leaned closer to inspect them, his head jerking up.
Are these the pearls of the venerable dragons?
Yes.
How did you get them? He asked in wonder.
They were given to me. The words stumbled out, halting and uncertain. I was unused to unveiling my secrets so easily. Even now, a part of me feared that I had made a mistake in coming here, that Prince Yanxi would be obligated to surrender us to the Celestial Kingdom. Perhaps sensing my unease, he stiffened, drawing away.
Who gave them to you? Who has the right to do so?
The dragons themselves, I replied, a little stung by his doubt. But I recalled how greatly he cared for the dragons, and I myself was still in disbelief to be entrusted with their pearls.
My father tasked Xingyin to gather the dragon's pearls for him. They were released from the mortal realm using his seal, Li Wei explained.
Prince Yanxi leapt to his feet, his face aglow.
The dragons are freed. I must inform my father.
I moved in front of him. Your Highness, your father will know in good time. For now, there is a more urgent matter we need your help on.
Urgent?
I must ask you something about these pearls. His gaze probed me, guarded once more.
I cannot help but wonder, why does the Celestial Emperor desire the pearls now? And why would the dragons relinquish them?
I can't speak for His Celestial Majesty's intentions. When I agreed, I did not realize what the pearls meant to the dragons. Rest assured, I have promised to protect their freedom. He did not reply, his head tilted to one side as though he had not yet decided whether to trust us. Inhaling deeply, I plunged ahead. The enchantment which binds the dragon's spiritual essence to the pearls, can it be undone? My heart thudded as I awaited his answer.
Why?
He looked at me like I was a puzzle he was trying to figure out. I want to restore the dragon's essence to them. They will never be beholden to another again.
Why do you want to do this? Why not just return the pearls to the dragons? He probed, ever perceptive.
I thought of my mother, whom Prince Yanxi might still be ignorant of. In truth, I am being selfish too. If I give the pearls back to the dragons, I will have failed in my task. I do not want that. The Emperor has promised me something which I want very much. He arched an eyebrow.
It must be something important, First Archer.
Nothing is more important than family, I said in a low voice. As you yourself know, Your Highness. Prince Yanxi's expression softened as he leaned back against his chair. Was he thinking of his brother? His parents?
This enchantment you speak of is a powerful one. He rubbed his chin pensively. The seal was formed through blood and magic, and through those it can be broken, but only with that of the rightful owner of the pearls.
It was possible. There was still a chance. Every enchantment required magic, though I could not help quailing at the mention of blood. He hesitated, glancing at Li Wei.
Speak freely, Your Highness. You're among friends. None who will take offense, said Li Wei.
Prince Yanxi laced his fingers together, his elbows resting on the table.
First Archer Xingyin, was it to you alone the dragons offered their pearls?
When I nodded, his frown deepened.
Not much is known of their ruler, the warrior who saved them. Some believe he was a relation of the Celestial Emperor. If so, why would the dragons not offer their allegiance to you, or your father? He asked Li Wei.
The gold sculptures on the rooftop of the Jade Palace, the embroidery on the imperial robes. Was the rumor true, or were these merely symbols to perpetuate a powerful myth? Had the Emperor coveted the might of the dragons all this time? Had their punishment been rooted in their refusal to bow to him?
In the Celestial Kingdom, we don't have much information on the dragons. All I know is they have no wish to serve my father. They made that clear when they were freed.
Li Wei paused.
Why do you ask?
Prince Yanxi sighed.
Releasing the dragon's essence is no simple matter. It requires a great sacrifice, one which the warrior paid to bind their essence to his pearls. Half of one's life force to complete the enchantment.
He leaned across the table toward me.
The dragons yielded their pearls to you, which means they acknowledge you as their true owner. Therefore, it is you alone who must pay this price.
His words pounded into my mind. Half my life force? Unlike my energy, which could be recovered through recuperation, it might take decades to regain my life force. Centuries, perhaps. I would be weakened, immensely so. Drawing the jade dragon bow would be a challenge. How could I protect those I loved? How could I defend myself?
Li Wei seized my hand, holding it tight. Xingyin, don't do this. There must be another way.
I pulled free from his grasp, conscious of Prince Yanxi's penetrating stare. It would be so easy to walk away, to let fate take its course, to have the decision made for me instead of grappling with it. But I had come so close to losing the pearls before. I dared not risk it again. I did not know how much longer I had. Even now, Wenx's troops might be closing in on us, and the Emperor must be growing impatient at my absence. I bit the inside of my lip, biting down harder until the soft flesh gave way, stinging as the warm tang of blood filled my mouth. If Prince Yanxi was wrong, or if the enchantment failed, I would have weakened myself for nothing. And if I did not surrender the pearls to the Celestial Emperor then, I would earn his eternal enmity. Would he honor the promise not to harm my mother? As for myself, a shiver coursed through my flesh. But magic was not the only strength I possessed. I had lived without it before. I had tricked Wenxi with my words and a fistful of petals, defeated a demon prince with my powers bound. If this worked, in one stroke I could free the dragons and return with the pearls, fulfilling, in name, the bargain I had struck with the Emperor. I would still have a chance of freeing my mother. I will do it, My hands shook as I dropped the pearls into my pouch, knotting the cord tight. Your Highness, I'm grateful for your assistance. Now that the decision had been made, I was eager to proceed.
You'll need a weapon, a powerful one, he said. Blood will lift the seal and your life force will open the path, but the dragon's essence needs to be expelled from the pearls. If your weapon is too weak, you'll drain yourself further. There's no turning back once the enchantment is underway.
Left unspoken was his warning, you might die. The jade dragon bow was a comforting weight across my back. Will this do? I unslung it from my shoulder, laying it on the table before him. Prince Yenshi traced its intricate carvings reverently. When the bow rattled at his touch, he drew away at once.
You wield the jade dragon bow? How is that possible?
I'm not sure, I replied honestly. It is the bow which allows me to wield it.
This is why the dragons gave their pearls to you, he said.
They did not want to, I confessed, the heat of my shame rising in me. But I was tempted by their power, and arrogant in believing I could keep them safe. I was wrong. I lifted the bow from the table. Your Highness, I apologize for our haste, but we must go. Is there some place secluded nearby where we might summon the dragons? He rose to his feet.
The southern tip has a quiet stretch of land. If you have no objections, I will bring you there myself.
A wistful smile played on his lips.
I confess I've long desired to see the venerable dragons. We might be legends to the mortals, but the dragons are legends to us all.
Prince Yenshi's cloud carried us to the beach, a short distance away. Hemmed in by towering cliffs and jagged rocks, it was no wonder that it was deserted, despite its pristine waters. As we stood upon the white sand, I stared at the pearls in my hand. Would this work? Soon I would find out. Drawing a deep breath, I whispered the dragon's names to the pearls, fire flaring in their lustrous depths. For a single heartbeat, all was still, sea and sky melding as one. With a whispering rush, the waters morphed from azure to green, the waves surging higher, cresting with white foam as they raced to the shore. On the horizon, a whirlpool yawned, circling wider and wider until it threatened to swallow the ocean whole. From its depths, the 4 dragons surged forth, soaring into the sky. Cold water splashed over us, the drops gleaming in the sunlight. The air thrummed with their might as they landed on the beach before us, gold claws buried in the sand. Prince Yenshi staggered back, his jaw falling open. His robes were damp, his hair sticking to his brow. As I mopped the water from my own face, I tried not to smile at the sight of the immaculate prince so disheveled and drenched. The dragons' immense bodies cast the beach into shadow, yet their steps were graceful and light as they prowled toward us. The long dragon's amber gaze fixed upon me, its voice reverberating in my mind.
Xingyan, daughter of Chang'e and Houyi, why did you summon us?
Prince Yenshi inhaled sharply. Had the long dragon spoken to us all? I shot him an apologetic look. I had been a most discourteous guest, leaving him in the dark till now. I would have been content to stand there, drinking in the sight of the dragons in their glory, but I dared not waste any more time. Venerable dragons, I wish to release your spiritual essence from the pearls and return it to you. Is this what you want as well? I spoke plainly, going to the heart of the matter. They reared their heads, the air crackling with excitement. The long dragon's voice rang between my ears.
We wish this more than to swim in the sea and fly in the air. We could not ask this of you before. This sacrifice must come from a willing heart.
My chest clenched at the hope in their eyes, burning golden bright. Then I will try. The dragons bent their long necks in a graceful nod, their gazes fixed hungrily on the pearls in my hand. Prince Yenshi drew out a dagger with a lapis hilt.
Are you ready?
I nodded, holding my palm out to him. But Li Wei stepped between us, catching my wrist. His face was pale, drawn with anxiety.
Xingyan, be careful. If you don't stop when you should, I will—
She must do this alone, Prince Yanxi warned. You cannot interfere once the enchantment is underway. She will die if you do.
Li Wei ignored him, speaking to me alone.
Are you sure you want to do this? You don't have to decide now.
I have decided, I told him quietly. This is my choice. He fell silent, finally taking the dagger from Prince Yanxi. When I nodded, his knuckles whitened around its hilt, dragging its blade across my palm. A good cut, a clean one, neither too shallow nor too deep. The cold metal numbed the sting as my skin split, hot blood spilling forth. I curled my fingers into a tight fist and turned it over, letting it drip over the pearls like crimson rain. My insides twisted into knots at the thought of what lay ahead. Closing my eyes, I followed the trail of lights in my body until I reached the shining core of my life force, tucked deep in my head. With a wrench, I clawed it apart. How wrong this felt. A violation of myself. But I did not stop, my life force surging free, running through my veins like a river undammed. Strong, indomitable, roiling with power. Brighter than the infinite stars, more luminous than the moon. But when my life force flowed from my hands onto the pearls, a sudden weakness swept over me. My strength snatched from my limbs. I stumbled, almost falling down, clenching my jaw until it ached as I locked my knees into place, fighting the instinctive urge to stem the outflow. My life force slid over the pearls, turning my blood a glitter. A heartbeat before it was sucked within as water into a sponge. The pearls floated from my palm into the air, the radiance within them burning brighter until each was an orb of pure flame. Only then did I halt the flow of my life force, slumping to my knees upon the sand, strangled gasps sliding from my throat. Sweat streaked down my face as a numbing exhaustion crawled up my legs and arms. Worse still was the gaping void within, an intrinsic part of me torn away. I could only hope it was enough. Li Wei crouched down and clasped my hands. His energy surged into me, coursing through my body. Unlike the other times he had healed me, though, its warmth was hollow, its comfort weak. Could I no longer channel the power he gave me, like he was pouring water into an overflowing cup? There was no time to ponder this. I was not done. I pulled myself free, panting as I pushed myself off the ground. Staggering a few steps back, I raised the jade dragon bow. Once it had curved in my grip as silk, but now the cord was unyielding, cutting into my fingers until it was slippery with blood. My muscles strained, yet I held fast until finally a thin bolt of sky fire glimmered. A pang struck me at its diminished strength, but this was no time for self-pity. Aiming it at the red pearl, I released the lightning at its flaming center. It struck in a blinding flash, a cloud of gold bursting from the pearl. The long dragon craned its neck forward, opening its jaws wide to draw the glittering motes into its body. Its chest gleamed as though it had swallowed a star before fading to dark. The crimson pearl dropped onto the sand, intact, yet its inner fire extinguished. The other dragons swung to me, their faces alight with anticipation. 3 times I drew the bow, shooting 3 arrows at the remaining pearls. Each time the golden cloud erupted, wafting into the waiting jaws of a dragon. My energy was almost drained. My fingers cut to the bone as my blood scattered across the white sand like plum blossoms in the snow. 4 pearls lay on the ground. Bending down, I gathered them into my hands. Sun-bright, fire-red, frost-white, midnight black. They were beautiful, yet something vital in them had been lost. Once you had seen the full moon, the crescent lost its charm. The dragon's eyes shimmered with flecks of gold as their mouths curved into a smile. Their voices reverberated as one, the sound more exquisite than any song in the world.
You have our gratitude, We are whole once more, our own masters.
Humbled and too exhausted to speak, I bowed to them instead. With its curved claw, the long dragon plucked a shining scale from its body, as perfect as a petal from a rose in bloom. It offered the scale to me as it inclined its head.
Should you need us, immerse this in liquid, and we will come to you.
I took the scale, clutching it tight. Without another word, they swung around and dove into the water. As the final ripple from their tails vanished, the sea calmed, once again mirroring the sky above. Li Wei slipped his hand over mine, his magic already coursing through me, healing my ravaged flesh. But there was nothing he could do for the gaping emptiness within. Leaning against him, I stared at the ocean, feeling strangely bereft. Prince Yanxi stood beside us, as still as a statue, his gaze fixed upon the distance. Your Highness, thank you for your aid, I told him. His smile was radiant.
It is I who should thank you, daughter of the moon goddess. What I have seen today will warm me for eternity.
I flushed, filled with fierce pride at his unflinching address. But my mother was still a prisoner, our fates hanging in precarious balance. I had no regrets. I was glad for what I had done. Yet it was shadowed by mounting dread at the confrontation that loomed before me. The Celestial Emperor was not known for his mercy, and after today, I had given him ample reason to show me none. 38. Our cloud glided through the sky, carried by a gentle breeze. It was a clear day, and we could see all the way to the mortal world below, though I stared blankly ahead. In the distance, sunlight glinted over the gold dragons poised on the roof of the Jade Palace. Black-armored soldiers appeared on the horizon, soaring upon violet clouds to sweep between us and the Celestial Kingdom. At once they surrounded us, only parting to let Wenxia through. He stood before me now, his dark gray robe swirling around his ankles, the emerald in his crown flashing with jade fire. While he wore no armor, a sword was strapped to his side. Li Wei stiffened beside me, his anger rolling off him in waves.
Traitor, are you here to confess your crimes?
There is nothing to confess, nor have I heard any accusation from the Celestial Court.
Wenxia's silken tone was cultivated to infuriate.
You know what you did, as do I, and you will pay for your offenses, Li Wei said scornfully.
Perhaps, but not today, and certainly not at your hands.
Wenxia deliberately turned from him, his gaze locking onto mine.
I didn't come to fight you today.
I gestured at the arrows and spears which his soldiers aimed at us. This would imply otherwise.
I didn't say anything about him. His head jerked toward Li Wei, though he did not look away from me.
Give me the pearls, he said, like he was asking for a pin from my hair. I would give him nothing more of me. Not now, not ever. It's too late. The pearls are of no use to you now. He frowned, searching my face.
What do you mean?
The dragon's essence is gone, returned to them. A sharp hiss of breath.
Don't lie, Xingyan. It doesn't suit you.
This is no lie, I spoke gravely. If he did not believe me, if he took the pearls again, he would snatch away the last hope for my mother's freedom. Digging the pearls from my pouch, I cradled them in my palm as I walked to the edge of the cloud. You've seen what they were before. Can you say they are the same? My pulse leapt to an erratic rhythm. Though I wanted him to see how diminished they were, this was the very thing I feared the Emperor would discover and punish me for. He stared at the pearls, unspeaking.
Why?
He ground out at last. His voice throbbed with such shock, dismay, and disappointment, it was as music to my ears. I did not expect this rich satisfaction to course through me, This exulting triumph that despite everything he had done, the intricate web he had snared me in, it was all for nothing. Because of you, I told him.
What?
I want to thank you for showing me what needed to be done, of what would happen if the pearls fell into the wrong hands. I could not let that happen again. I tipped the pearls back into my pouch. Now we have nothing you want. Let us pass. Instead, his cloud drifted closer, the anger easing from his expression. I braced myself for more lies.
What if I told you I'm not here for the pearls alone? He asked.
I don't give a damn what you're here for. Li Wei stepped beside me, his knuckles white around the hilt of his sword. I gripped his sleeve. Li Wei, don't attack him.
After everything, do you still care for him? He asked in disbelief.
How can you think that? I seethed, releasing him. I am sick to my core of bloodshed, terror, and grief. Our best chance is to convince him to let us go. If you attack him, his soldiers will strike us. And if he hurts you again, I raised my voice so Wenxia would hear, he'll have a lightning bolt through his heart.
You've already broken it, Chang'e. What other damage could you do? He said quietly.
My laughter rang sharp and bright. I shall be pleased to try. In the next moment, I had unslung the bow, sky fire blazing between my clenched fingers, yet undeniably muted from before. Wenxia's gaze fixed upon the blood trickling down my hand, from old wounds torn anew.
What happened to you? Why are you weakened?
His tone was rough with urgency. We had fought together so many times it was little wonder he could sense my diminished strength. I did not answer, stifling a hiss of pain.
Don't exhaust yourself, Li Wei warned.
Drop your sword, demon prince, I said in my most threatening voice. Call off your soldiers and let us go. In return, I won't sink this into your chest, even though it's well-deserved. A heartbeat of silence pulsed through us, unbroken by word or breath. Wenxia's eyes flashed, silvery bright.
Chang'e, have you lost your mind? If you've stripped the pearls of their power, how can you return to the Jade Palace? Do you trust so fully in the mercy of their celestial majesties?
I stiffened at his scorn, yet beneath it I detected something else. Was it alarm for my safety? It did not matter as I recalled his boundless deceit, raising my chin in defiance. More than in yours. What did my trust in you gain me before? Lies and captivity, my magic sealed and my possessions stolen. I could not help trembling with fury at the memory. Wenxia stretched his hand out to me.
You don't have to confront the Celestial Emperor. Come with me, I'll keep you safe. You'll not be a prisoner this time. I'll do what I can to help you and your mother, without conditions.
His offer took me by surprise, as did his concern. But words were easily spoken. What mattered was one's conduct, and I could never trust him again. I kept my grip steady on my weapon, my gaze trained upon him. I will not go with you, and I'll keep myself safe. His face darkened.
Do you realize what awaits you in the Celestial Court? Count yourself fortunate if all they do is lock you up, as they did your mother.
She has my support. Unlike you, I will never betray her, Li Wei declared flatly. Before I could speak, a hail of arrows whistled through the air, one plunging into my shoulder. Pain flashed through me as I bit back a cry, the bow slipping from my hand. Was this a trap? As Li Wei pulled out the arrow and healed my wound, I glowered at Wenxia. Yet his expression was strangely stricken.
Hold your fire,
he barked at his soldiers. His pupils were the gray of a windswept sea as he turned back to me.
I know what my brother said to you. He offered you your freedom and my death. You refused. Why?
I could sense Li Wei staring at me, his unspoken surprise. I had not told him of this. For some reason, I had not wanted to. Not because of you, I said fiercely. I couldn't let him, because not even my worst enemy deserved to be killed that way. It would not have been honorable. His lips curved into a mirthless smile.
I'm grateful for your honor. You saved me that night, in a way.
He inhaled a slow breath, and when he let it out, the sound was heavy with regret.
I'll not hold you against your will again. Your hatred and resentment are not what I wish for.
As he glanced at Li Wei, his face twisted into a sneer.
To repay my debt to her, I'll let you go free. You won't be so fortunate the next time we meet. Nor will you.
Contempt dripped from Li Wei's tone. I stared at Wenxia in disbelief. Was this a trick? Was he really letting us go? What of his ambition? The deal he had struck with his father? While a part of me had hoped he would do this, I never quite believed he would. I kept these thoughts to myself as a wind surged, glittering with Li Wei's energy as it bore our cloud away. And though I resisted the urge to turn around, I could feel the heat of Wenxia's gaze trailing after us. The closer we got to the Jade Palace, the deeper my terror sank in. My skin was like ice, my heart pounding at the thought of the Emperor's fury. I had no doubt he would sense the change in the pearls, which I still hoped to claim as fulfillment of our bargain. Would he accuse me of trickery? Would he punish us? I dropped my head into my hands, my breaths sliding in and out in a frantic rhythm. Warm fingers encircled my wrists. As gently as though holding one of his paintbrushes, Li Wei drew my hands away.
You have the pearls. You fulfilled the task. I will be with you.
He did not let go of me until we landed by the Hall of Eastern Light. Sunlight shimmered over the stone walls, luminous and bright, so utterly at odds with the dread lurking within me. An urge gripped me to flee, to disappear until my very name was forgotten. But, like every hard thing which had come before, Xiangliu, Renyu, fighting Li Wei in the eternal spring forest, I would face this too. The moment I stepped into the hall, all heads swung my way, bodies growing taut, eyes hardening, but that was nothing to the whispers which wound around like the hissing of snakes. Snatches of traitor, liar, and demon filtered through my ears. Pitying glances were cast at Li Wei, as though wondering how he could have been taken in by me. My insides coiled tight at so hostile a reception, even as anger seared me to be found guilty without a chance to defend myself. On Li Wei's behalf as well, whose judgment they should have more faith in. Pulling myself as straight as a spear, I strode to the front of the dais. I did not spare a glance to the courtiers, not from arrogance, but to ensure the weight of their censure did not crush my false bravado. My only defense was that I had done no wrong, so I dared not reveal a flicker of doubt. Before their celestial majesties, I sank to my knees, folding over to touch my forehead and palms to the jade tiles. Silence greeted me. The Emperor did not invite me to rise. Hesitantly, I lifted my head to the thrones, my gaze gliding over their pearl-encrusted shoes, then the hem of their brocade robes, which were the color of night. Embroidered gold dragons prowled across the skirt of the Emperor's garment, while silver phoenixes danced on the empresses. The celestial Emperor's eyes probed my face as he leaned forward, the pearl strands on his crown clicking together.
They tell me you are a traitor, that you took the dragon's pearls to the demon realm, surrendering them to your lover. Not a hard tale to believe, though my son spoke so fiercely in your defense. Yet the one thing which gave me pause was how passionately you pleaded for your mother before. Surely you would not seal her to an even worse fate with your crimes. Surely no child could do such a thing to a beloved parent. Surely my trust in you was not misplaced.
His voice was soft, but I was not fool enough to miss the menace in it. His threat to my mother cut me deep. Oh, I was thankful to have escaped the demon realm, to plead my case before him now. My instincts were right, that he would have struck out at my mother in retaliation for my imagined crimes. What was equally clear, however, was that this ordeal was just beginning. Your celestial majesty is wise. I would never do such a thing. It choked me to utter such flattery, but I dared not antagonize him with our lives at stake. The Emperor settled back against his throne, the air between us charged with unbridled anticipation.
Where are the dragon's pearls?
My fingers trembled as they groped in my pouch, but I forced them to steady, stretching my hand out to display the pearls. An attendant took them from me and gave them to the Emperor. He lifted each one in turn, between his thumb and finger, holding it up to the light. As he looked at me with those black shards of ice beneath his drawn brows, I went cold inside, with the biting harshness of winter.
How dare you try to trick me? He thundered.
Beneath my robe, my legs were shaking. His rage was all the more terrifying because he had always displayed such control before. But to cower and plead for mercy would be an admission of guilt, and that I could not do. Your Celestial Majesty, this is no trick. These are the pearls from the dragons, as you commanded me to seek.
They are not.
Honorable Father, she speaks the truth. Li Wei remained beside me, instead of taking his position upon the dais. White light flared from the Emperor's palm, swirling around the lustrous orbs.
Where is the dragon's essence?
He drew out each word, quieter now, though his tone was riddled with threat. I should have been terrified, yet anger sparked in me instead. It had been no coincidence. The Emperor had intended to use me to force the dragons to his will. I met his gaze unflinchingly. Returned to them, as it belongs to no one else. Your Celestial Majesty, all you asked me for were the pearls in your hand. My end of the bargain is fulfilled. His fist slammed the armrest of his throne.
The dragons belong under my rule. They should submit to my authority.
The dragons do not agree. Rash words, I chided myself, though it was nothing but the truth. The courtiers stepped away from me in a swish of silk and brocade, as though I had the plague and they were not immortal. Honorable Father, the dragons have no wish to be under anyone's rule, Li Wei said. It was too dangerous to leave the pearls as they were. What if they fell into our enemy's possession again? Xingyan only recovered them at great risk to herself. Imagine the destruction the demons would have rained upon us with the dragons at their command. Shocked gasps burst from the courtiers, who fell silent when the Celestial Empress pointed a finger at me. You have grossly overstepped yourself, she spat, her teeth bone white against those crimson lips. Somehow, with your conniving ways, you've tricked my son into speaking for you. But you're a traitor and should be punished as such. Did you come back because you've been discarded, played false by your lover, hoping to worm your way back into my son's good graces? Such vile words. They tore away the last shreds of my restraint. Doubly cruel because I had been played false, just not the way she envisaged. I uncoiled my legs, rising to my feet. A grievous breach in etiquette, but it was nothing to the words that sprang from me now. I'm no traitor. I fulfilled the task, retrieving the dragon's pearls, then risked my life to steal them back again. I did as you commanded, and all I ask now is for you to free my mother as was promised, as honor dictates.
You speak of honor? Have you no respect for His Celestial Majesty? On your knees and beg for mercy.
A harsh voice rebuked me, adding,
Others have died for less.
I turned to see Minister Wu stepping forward, his eyes bulging in apparent outrage. My gut twisted. He had proven himself no friend of mine nor my mother's, and this was no exception. The minister bowed before the thrones.
Your Celestial Majesty, you have been most gracious to this liar, and she has played you false time and time again. Who knows if she really surrendered the essence to the dragons, and not to her lover in the demon realm?
For a moment I could not speak, stunned by his malicious accusation. That's not true, I finally managed.
How can you prove it?
Minister Wu countered. Li Wei glared at him. Would my word suffice? Because I was with Xingyin when she was abducted, and when she fought by our side against the demon army. I stood beside her as she returned the essence to the dragons. Minister Wu, do you question my honor too? He threw each word out as a challenge. The minister bowed to Li Wei, though his expression was one of skepticism. Your Highness, you are kind and merciful. We are all aware of your special friendship with the first archer. Is there nothing you won't say to protect her? Someone snickered at his insinuation. A few laughed outright. The minister's words were calculated to inflame the emperor's wrath, reminding him of what he disdained as Li Wei's weaknesses when they were his greatest strength. Before, I had wondered if his dislike of me stemmed from my heritage, his contempt of mortals perhaps, but from his hostility, the way he contrived to incite the emperor against us, it had to be more than that. Had I offended him without even realizing it? Did he bear some grudge against my parents? The energy in the hall shifted, flecks of ice drifting in the air as I crossed my arms to cling to a fragment of warmth. Whispered murmurs died away, a moment before a stillness swallowed the room, like I had been transported to the land of the dead. The celestial emperor's face was colder than the heart of a glacier. He raised a hand, stretching it out as white sparks crackled from his fingertips, brighter even than the light from my bow, arcing toward me with breathtaking speed. Fear engulfed me in a blizzard of frost and snow. I could not move, not even to tear my eyes from the sky fire's terrible beauty. A heartbeat before it hurtled into me with merciless accuracy. Pain exploded, scorching, searing, 1,000 white-hot needles piercing my chest again and again in never-ending agony. I did not feel myself crumple to the floor, tears falling from my eyes onto the jade tiles, unmarred by a single drop of blood. This torture was not of my body being sliced or speared, but of my nerves ripped from my flesh by the sea of lights crackling over my skin. Never had I felt such agony. Not from Xiang Liu's acid, the sea scorpion venom, not even when Li Wei thrust his sword into me. Nothing in my worst nightmares or darkest fears could have prepared me for this crippling torment, which tore my very being apart. Strangled gasps slid from my mouth. My body spasmed as I retched myself dry. I had come here with my head held high, but I was beyond caring that a crowd of strangers stood by to witness my utter humiliation. My screams came then, shattering the silence. Too late did I bite down on my tongue to stifle my cries, blood spilling into my mouth. I welcomed it, a reminder that I was still alive. Through my daze, a voice drifted into my ears. Li Wei, his anguish wringing my heart even as I drowned in agony. Flashes of a life unlived, paths untrodden swept through my mind, arousing 1,000 regrets and longings. If only I could have gone home to my mother. If only Li Wei and I had never parted. If only Wenjie had not betrayed me. If only this was not the end. I fought the urge to close my eyes, to sink into the beckoning oblivion. Was it possible to survive this? I waited for a flicker of anger, for my will to harden and revive my strength, but there was nothing beyond this weariness which sank into my bones. I would die here. I knew it now. There was neither pity nor mercy in the Emperor's expression, only a callous satisfaction that his justice would be served. But I would not close myself off in blissful ignorance. I would depart with my eyes open. I would see everything, from the face of my beloved to that of my killer. My body quivered as I pressed my palms against the floor, raising my head an inch from the ground. Each breath I drew was a shuddering torment. My pendant slipped out from the folds of my robe, the jade disc clinking against the tiles. Had only a few seconds passed? It had been a lifetime of suffering. "Father!" Li Wei's shout pierced my ears again, along with that ominous crack in the air. I stared at him, dazed, as a shining barrier of gold light encased me. Just as when he had protected me from the demon soldiers, the Emperor's sky fire splintering to nothingness when it struck. My body went limp with relief at this reprieve, despite the shield shattering a moment after. Li Wei rushed forward, standing between me and the thrones, his face pale, sweat running down his brow. He had come to my aid, just as I always knew he would.
Li Wei, move aside. I'll show you no leniency if you defy me again.
The Emperor's voice was so hostile, it was as though he spoke to an enemy instead of his son. The Empress dashed down from the dais, stumbling in her haste. The gold flowers on her headdress shivered like they were caught in a gale. Li Wei, this deceitful girl does not deserve your protection. Her actions have threatened us all. She tugged his arm to pull him away. As he yanked free of her grip, the Emperor nodded at his guards who ran toward Li Wei. I wanted to tell him to leave, yet was filled with a violent joy that he fought to stay. I was so cold. I did not think I would ever feel warm again. But as I watched his struggles, a spark kindled deep inside me, my arms stretching across the floor in a futile attempt to reach him. The Emperor's gaze flicked to me as he raised his hand. My battered body could not withstand another attack, yet I forced my eyes to open, even as his fingertips blazed once more. Time ceased. Skyfire streaked toward me with dazzling speed, yet agonizing slowness. Li Wei's cry shattered my stupor. I shook my head, a scream erupting from my throat as he wrenched free of the guards, lunging forward to shield me with his body, even as I reached out to push him aside. Even as I knew I was too late.
No,
a broken whisper as he clasped my hands. As my eyes met his, brimming with such warmth and love, I could not regret this final sight. White light filled my vision. I braced for death. Yet no stabbing pain pierced my skin. No blistering agony ripped through my flesh. Instead, I was encased in a luminous cocoon, as soft and tender as the mist at dawn. My eyes darted to Li Wei's. He was safe and alive, as was I. It was then I felt it, a coolness rippling across my chest. I pulled my hand from Li Wei's to grasp my father's pendant, tingling against my skin and sheathed in radiance. The same light which had shielded Li Wei and me from harm. Yet all too soon it faded, the jade warming between my fingers as the smooth stone cracked, just as before the long dragon's breath repaired it. The Celestial Emperor, I did not recognize him in this moment. Pale with shock, red with rage. Did he feel any remorse for almost killing his son? He would have none for me. As his stony gaze swung my way, I forced myself to hold it. I would embrace his loathing and return it with my own. Li Wei swept his robe aside, kneeling upon the floor. Honorable father, your command was to retrieve the pearls from the dragons in exchange for repealing the sentence of the moon goddess. You did not mention their spiritual essence. If we have erred, I plead for mercy on our behalf, yet the 4 pearls are before you, delivered as promised. Only one side of the bargain remains to be fulfilled. Yours! His voice carried to each corner of the hall, stirring the court from their stupor. A few courtiers, the braver ones, nodded in agreement. Whispers were exchanged behind raised sleeves. Of course, they knew little of the pearls and the great power they once held. In their eyes, I had completed my task, only to be rewarded with a lightning bolt to my chest. The Celestial Emperor stilled. Had Li Wei's words reminded him of the many speculative eyes watching? Silent tongues which might withhold their judgment here might not be so restrained when they returned home. Had he been deemed just and benevolent, or capricious and cruel? As for me, Li Wei had irrevocably linked our fates together. My choices became our choices. My punishment would be his too. I had fought for Li Wei in the eternal spring forest, just as he was fighting for me here. Then, I shook my head to banish such thoughts. As he had told me before, there was no need for such accounting between us. No matter how our paths diverged, our bond remained intact.
Your Celestial Majesty,
the silken tones of Minister Wu slithered forth once more.
I humbly advise you to quash such defiance at once. This girl and her mother will make a mockery of the Celestial Kingdom. Do not forget how Chang'e concealed her child's existence from you, just as her daughter attempted to deceive you now. What if others believe they can trick you so and escape unscathed?
Li Wei rounded on him, pointing to where I lay slumped upon the floor,
Unscathed? Can you bear the sky fire as she did? She has more than paid for any offense. Silence! The Emperor lashed out, gripping the armrests of his throne. The air was stifling, thick with tension. No one dared to move, not even the Empress, as she stared at Li Wei with wide, disbelieving eyes. The Celestial Emperor's mouth clamped into thin lines. Ice glistened in the air once more, as my body recoiled in remembrance of the torment, bracing for death's embrace. The sharp click of boots against the tiles broke the stillness. An aura approached, steady, resolute and strong, that of General Chang'e. Before the dais, he sank to his knees. Your Celestial Majesty, before you pass judgment, it is your loyal servant's duty to remind you that the first archer saved the Celestial Army from the Demon Realm's heinous trap today. The soldiers wish to show her their gratitude, and even now, they await outside. He raised his head, gesturing to the entrance of the hall. I looked up in disbelief, staggering to my feet, ignoring the pain that bloomed with each movement. Slowly, I turned, following the sweep of General Chang'e's hand. The courtiers before me parted, whispering among themselves. Shu Xiao stood near the entrance, and just behind her, beyond the hall, was a sea of celestial soldiers, stretching out farther than I could see. As one, they bowed, sunlight rippling over their armor, a wave of golden white fire. My heart caught in my throat as the pain in my body subsided. Tears sprang into my eyes as I lowered myself to them in return. I was not loyal to the Celestial Kingdom, but I was loyal to my friends, those I had fought with, those I had bled with. As I straightened, my eyes met Shu Xiao's. I lifted my hand to her in greeting. I suspected I had much to be grateful to her for. Who else would have informed General Chang'e and brought the army here? The army of the Celestial Emperor. My skin crawled along the back of my neck. Recalling myself, I spun around and sank to my knees again. I would not plead or beg. It would do no good. Your Celestial Majesty, I am no traitor. I fulfilled the terms of our bargain, and I await your justice. My words were graceless, my voice hoarse from my screams, yet whatever came after, there was a peace in knowing that I had done all I could. The murmurings in the hall swelled louder, several courtiers shaking their heads, while the soldiers did not disperse, remaining at the entrance of the hall. The Celestial Emperor's face was a mask of regal poise, without a trace of his vehemence and rage from a moment ago. And when he spoke, his tone was steady and calm. First Archer Xingyin, in gratitude for your noble service, we will grant your wish. Chang'e is pardoned, and will henceforth be free to leave the moon. However, she is not to shirk her responsibilities. As the moon goddess, it still falls upon her to ensure the moon rises each night, without exception. A heartbeat of silence. Then, the cheering erupted, within and beyond the Hall of Eastern Light. If there were those who disagreed, the Empress or Minister Wu, their protests fell on deaf ears. I sank back onto my heels, feeling the tension slide from my body even as my mind whirled. The Emperor's pardon was generous, magnanimous, wholly unexpected. I knew, as he did, that I had not truly fulfilled my quest. I had not done what he wanted. He was within his right to deny his side of the bargain when he was also my judge. His grace was well calculated, reading the mood of the court and of his soldiers to preserve his honor and reputation. And I heard, too, the threat in his words. All was not well, and there would be no mercy a second time. As the Emperor waved his hand, a seal appeared before me, glittering like a star. I wrapped my fingers around it, folding my body low, pressing my head to the cold stone floor. There was no humility or gratitude in my bones, but I would perform my role in this farce.
Pain threaded every inch of my flesh, and I could not banish the prickle of fear that this might still be a trick. Trust was something I had learned not to readily yield, yet my joy could not be restrained, surging free, spilling through me like the rays of the sun reaching across the infinite sky. I was going home. 39. My mind had journeyed here 1,000 times, although I traveled this path only once before. I saw first the forest of moon-white osmanthus, the glittering laurel tree in the distance, the sweeping silver roof, then the shining stone walls of the pure light palace. My home. Closing my eyes, I inhaled a heady trace of cinnamon wood. If this was a dream, I did not want to awaken. I halted my cloud and leapt onto the ground, luminous from the lantern's glow. Any moment now, Mother and Chang'e would sense the startling presence of a visitor. I had barely taken a few steps when the doors swung open, and a slender woman in white emerged, a red peony tucked into her hair. She was pale, her lips drawn tight. Visitors were a rare occurrence here, usually heralding misfortune or ill tidings. I was no longer the child who had fled, afraid of the unknown and clinging to Chang'e. Yet time had stood still here. I would have known her anywhere. A smile stretched across my face as my feet flew over the stone path. Never had they felt so light before, and my heart was incandescent, brighter than all the stars in the heavens. Mother! I flung my arms around her. I was taller than her now. I have returned. Her body stiffened as she pulled away, peering into my face. Did she suspect some trick to catch her unaware? Her gaze searched me, drinking in my eyes, moving to the cleft in my chin. She sucked in a sharp breath a moment before her fingers lifted to brush my cheek, her eyes shining as the moonlight on water. Then, her arms wrapped around me, hugging me as tightly as she had in my dreams. Xingyan, Xingyan, she whispered. Again and again, each time louder than the last, as though the more she said my name, the more she could believe it was true. Another figure appeared at the entrance, perhaps drawn by the commotion. She stood by a column of mother of pearl, craning her neck. Little star? A faint whisper slipped from her lips. My childhood name pierced me with a sudden sweetness. The years fell away. It was as though I had never left. In truth, my heart had always been here. Chang'e! It's me! I cried. She ran to me, embracing me just as she used to. All these years, I've been so worried. Her words tumbled out like she had been holding them in for a long time. I failed you that day. I was too slow. No, Chang'e, I would never have escaped if not for you. I held her tighter. How did you get away from the soldiers? My last glimpse of her had been her lifeless body, as her cloud soared away. I had almost exhausted myself. I believed myself dead. Fortunately, a wind sprang up and blew me to safety. I had to regain my energy before I could return. I went back to the Celestial Kingdom to find you, but I didn't know where you had gone. The soldiers stopped me then. Her face was pale. They were suspicious of me, and since then I was not allowed to leave this place without permission. A lightness spread through my chest. I knew you would have tried to find me. That when you didn't, it was because you couldn't. We stayed outside until the moon glow began to fade. The three of us laughed and wept, our hands clasped together, none of us wanting to let go. Until now, I had not realized how much I missed such a feeling. The oneness of family, of unconditional love. I did not want to move, to do anything that might shatter the perfection of this moment, this renewal of my soul. How rare are such times, even in an immortal life, when happiness is absolute, silencing the constant murmurs preying upon us. With my mother and Chang'e beside me, upon the earth of my home, I wanted for nothing more in this moment, my heart already filled to bursting. Only when the night gave way to the pearl of dawn did we finally enter the silver entrance doors. My gaze lingered on the pale walls, the white jade lamps, each carved wooden pillar. Nothing compared to the treasures of the Jade Palace, yet 100 times more precious to me. The stillness was deeper than I recalled, as was the tranquility which permeated the air. But after all I had been through, I was glad for it. I sank into a chair, my fingers tracing the grains of the wood. "I'm home," I whispered to myself, staring at my mother, afraid she might disappear if I glanced away. That all this would vanish, leaving me alone in my bed in the celestial kingdom. Perhaps I had been plagued by too many nightmares. Perhaps I had grown accustomed to disappointment. There it was still, that tight kernel of fear in my chest that this was just an illusion. I pinched myself until red crescents appeared in my arm, relishing the sting that told me this was real. Ping'a pressed a warm cup of fragrant tea into my hands. The questions flowed then. Have you been well? Happy? Where have you been all this time? What have you been doing? I answered them in as much detail as I could, trying to satisfy years of anxiety and curiosity. While some memories, as my time in the Golden Lotus Mansion, were a blur, others cut sharper than I wished. When I spoke of entering the Jade Palace, my mother grabbed my sleeve and tugged it.
Did the Celestial Emperor discover your identity?
She glanced over her shoulder, as though expecting armed soldiers to barge through our doors. Not then, I assured her. Before she could probe further, I quickly described my training in magic, combat, and archery.
Archery?
There was a catch in her voice.
Just like your father,
she said with pride. A lump swelled at the back of my throat. For so long I had lived in fear of who I was, never speaking the names of my parents, pretending to the outside world that they did not exist, like I was some weed sprung wild in an open field. Now I wanted to shout it to the world. Once my mother interrupted me. Unguarded in my home, a warmth filled my voice whenever I mentioned Li Wei's name.
What is your relationship with the Celestial Crown Prince? She asked.
I caught the slight puckering across her brow. We're friends, I stammered, heat creeping up my neck.
This Captain Wenche, is he your friend too?
My mother's tone was deceptively mild. No, I cried out, more vehemently than intended. There was an awkward pause as my mother exchanged a worried glance with Ping'a, and I was glad when they asked no more. Hastily, I began describing the battles I had been in, the creatures and enemies I fought in the service of the Celestial Army. Better by far those monsters than the ones that dwelled in my mind. Ping'a shuddered at my description of Xiangliu as she crossed her arms over her chest. Were you afraid? All the time. Some might think me a coward, but I felt no shame in admitting it. I was not one of those valiant heroes who plunged into danger so fearlessly. I had been terrified of getting hurt, of failure, and most of all, of death. To never see my mother again or my loved ones, to regret all the things left unsaid or undone, to leave my life unlived. I had been lauded for my bravery, yet I knew the truth, that I had done these things despite my fear, because not doing them frightened me more. They were stunned to hear of how I had saved Li Wei's life. I did not tell them of the vicious things Lady Hualing made us do. I was not keen to unearth those painful memories, nor did I wish to distress them further. Although my mother's face turned ashen at the reveal of my identity and the bargain I had struck with the Emperor.
How could you do such a thing? Take such a risk?
She shot to her feet and paced the room, her hands clasped so tight that their knuckles were white.
What if you were sentenced to prison, to torture, to death?
Those were all very real possibilities then, I laughed. But my mirth vanished at the sight of her grave face. Mother, I had won the Crimson Lion talisman. The Emperor's favor. There was no better time to ask this of him. If I did not, I would not be here today. I would be spending my days rueing this lost opportunity, wishing I had tried. And that would be a worse fate. I paused then, searching her face. You risked yourself too, Mother, when you drank the elixir. She went so still, so quiet, I almost wished I had not spoken. You saved me then, and I thank you for it. A faint smile formed on my mother's lips, even as tears slid down her cheeks. "Ah, enough with this sadness," Pinga said, wiping her eyes with a corner of her sleeve. "This is a happy day, the happiest. We will weep no more." "And as you can see, I'm well," I assured them, rising to my feet and stretching out my arms. Their eyes lingered on me until they were satisfied that I was not suffering from any apparent injury. Though I said nothing of the web of white scars splayed across my chest, my wounds still tender from the Emperor's sky fire. I did not think they would ever go away. I was forever marked. But what did that matter? A few scars were nothing to what I had regained. When my mother heard that the Honorable Captain Wenshi was from the demon realm, she recoiled with horror.
Xingyan, how did you feel? She asked with piercing insight.
I shook my head, at a loss for words. His deception was still hard for me to bear. Now that I was safe, the weight of Wenshi's betrayal had sunk in fully. A different pain from when Li Wei and I had parted, not that I would have suffered either willingly. With Li Wei, it had been circumstances which tore us apart. He was the celestial crown prince with obligations to his kingdom, while with Wenshi, it had been his duplicity and choices which wounded me so. My hurt was laced with remorse that I had been so careless, so imprudent as to fall for his lies. And there was bitterness too, that he had shaken my trust in myself, that he had brought me low to the depths of his own deceit when I feigned my affection to drug him to escape. I was not ashamed of what I had done, but neither did I take pride in it. Fortunately, Pinga had more pressing questions to ask. What happened to the pearls? The dragons? I fumbled for the words to do justice to their unearthly beauty, their power and grace. When I spoke of restoring the dragon's essence, my mother's hand covered mine. There were no recriminations for endangering myself and her freedom, just pride glowing in her face. The dragons are free, Pinga whispered. I had believed them lost forever. I kept on with my story, answering their questions as well as I could, only demurring when it would hurt too much, when I was unable to conceal my feelings. By the time I finished, the sun was high, the sky an azure blue. It was then I untied my pouch, reaching into it. My fingers closed around the seal the Celestial Emperor had given me, as cold as a fistful of snow. My heart beat so quickly I could barely breathe as I slid from my chair and sank to my knees before my mother.
Xingyan, why are you kneeling?
She sounded confused as she leaned forward, her hands outstretched to lift me up. But I raised my hands toward her instead. Cupped between my palms was the seal, shimmering like sunlit ice. I was trembling so hard, I did not even know why. Was it with fear, excitement, hope, or all of it? Would this work? How I prayed it would. She took the seal from my hand and held it up.
What is this?
Before I could answer, something sparked in the metal, beams of silver-white light streaking from its depths, engulfing my mother in dazzling radiance. Pinga and I shielded our eyes, almost blinded from the glare, which faded abruptly, the seal now darkening to a lump of dull coal. My mother went as still as marble. When she turned to me, her eyes brimmed with wonder, shining brighter than 1,000 lanterns lit.
The enchantment is lifted. I am free.
As Pinga scrambled to her feet, exclaiming in delight, my body went limp with relief. Until this moment, I had feared a cruel trick by the Emperor, but he had kept his word. A torrential rush of emotion swept through me that untangled the knots buried deep, dispelled the lurking shadows, pried away my sorrow, my entire being filled with nothing in this moment except a soaring, blazing lightness. Finally, our lives could begin anew. 40. In my childhood, our isolation was no great burden. I had no friends or companions and little need for them. My mother and Chang'e had sufficed for me. But now, after a few weeks immersed in such tranquility, I found myself longing for my friends in the celestial kingdom and beyond. My wish was granted sooner than I imagined. Before the sun rose the next day, Chang'e called out that Li Wei had arrived. My eyes were heavy with sleep, but a pulse rippled through me at the thought of seeing him. I leapt out of bed and washed my face quickly before pulling on a blue robe, his favorite color, my treacherous mind observed before I silenced it. Dragging a comb through my hair, I coiled part of it up. My steps were quick and impatient, and I told myself it was because I was glad to see a friend, any friend after this solitude. When I entered the Silver Harmony Hall, I found my mother sitting with him as they conversed with easy familiarity. Chang'e stood beside them, pouring their tea. As we usually served ourselves, I suspected her attendance today was to glean a closer look at the celestial crown prince. My breath caught in my throat at the sight of him. His dark blue brocade robe was fastened with a length of black cloth, tassels of silk and jade hanging from his waist. His long hair was gathered into a gold ring, swinging down his back. He sat with his palms resting over his knees, with an ease to his bearing that I had not seen for a while. As he rose to greet me, his smile was more radiant than the sun. You are here," I stammered, all coherent thought having fled me. "Uninvited, but not unwelcome, I hope." He reached out to take my hand. Such intimacy caught me unaware, as did the unrestrained warmth in his gaze. "No, never that," I finally managed. With timely precision, my mother and Chang'e declared they were needed elsewhere. By leaving me alone with him, my mother signaled her wholehearted approval of Li Wei, despite her earlier reservations. He had a way with people, a sincerity that drew others to him even before they knew who he was, just as when we had first met. "Have you been well?" he asked. "Better than expected," I replied truthfully. Restful sleep undisturbed by nightmares, a carefree existence without responsibilities, no one to set my heart alight or drown it with despair. Such luxuries could work wonders on one's constitution. Since my return, my life force had been strengthening too. The moon possessed a powerful, rejuvenating energy which I was unaware of before, perhaps because my magic had been suppressed. It would take a while before I regained my strength, but it might be sooner than I had anticipated. Though my body was healing, my spirit was restless. There were only so many times I could walk through the osmanthus forest, only so many hours I could while away in reading and music. "Have you been well?" I echoed his question. Dread gripped me as I recalled his defiance of his father, and shame seared me too, that I had left him to bear the brunt of his parents' wrath alone. All that consumed me after that wrenching confrontation had been a desperate eagerness to return home, to leave the celestial kingdom, half fearing that the emperor might change his mind and demand the return of his seal. Li Wei's hold tightened, his dark eyes pinning me where I stood. "Nothing I haven't been through before." I bit my lip, wanting to ask more, and yet the intensity of his stare, his nearness, gave me pause. Was there something different about him today? It was almost as though he had reverted to the Li Wei of old. Before, I discarded the thought. He was here, I was glad for it, and I had a favor to ask of him today. To take my mother and me to the mortal realm. To take us to my father. Selfishly, I had waited to tell my mother the news, to let us enjoy a few days of unadulterated happiness, basking in our reunion and her newly regained freedom. But I knew that she longed to fly to the mortal realm to seek my father at the first opportunity. One evening, when I could delay no more, I had clasped her hand in mine. "Mother, I have something to tell you." Unwelcome words filled with foreboding. Or had it been the tremor in my voice which turned her face to ash? Her cold hand slid from my grasp. "I don't want to hear it." Her childlike plea had pierced me. I wondered, should I let things go on as they had? Half in hope, half in denial? Something in me reared away. Better to cut the cord clean than to let it fray toward the inevitable end. I'm sorry. The black dragon told me. Father is dead. My voice had cracked over the words as my throat closed tight. She had crumpled then, her body heaving as it folded over. I held her fast, trying not to flinch from her choked cries. My words had struck all hope from her as a knife cutting down an ailing plant still clinging to life. I had lost a father I never knew, but my mother lost a husband she loved still. Together now, the three of us flew to the mortal realm. My mother's face was white as she plucked at her sleeves nervously. It had been too long since she had left the moon. Fortunately, Liwei's cloud glided as smoothly as a bird through the air. The black dragon had described the place well. Where the two rivers merged, we found the small hill covered with white flowers. At the highest point rose a large circular grave crafted from marble. Characters inlaid with gold spelled out the name, Ho Yi. All around were paintings of my father's achievements, the battles he had won, the enemies he had vanquished. It was a magnificent tomb, worthy of even a king in this world. Yet it grieved me that there was no mention of his family or descendants. Had he lived alone until the very end? My mother clutched my arm, her step faltering. She stared at the grave, her face stricken with grief. We can leave if you wish, I whispered through the ache in my chest. No, she cried fiercely. She pushed her long sleeves up, picked up the broom, and began sweeping with a burst of energy. For a moment, I wondered what the mortals would think if they saw the revered moon goddess sweeping as industriously as any common villager. In a flash, it struck me. They, more than anyone, would understand the respect she wanted to pay to her husband, to show him that even in death, she honored him still. I crouched down, using my handkerchief to wipe away the dust and grime from the marble, polishing the characters until they shone once more. Liwei stood apart at first before bending to clear away the weeds. When the site was immaculate, my mother brought out the offerings of fruit and cakes that she had prepared herself, heaped onto porcelain plates. I lit the incense sticks and passed 3 to her, their tips crimson with muted flame. Holding them before us, we knelt before the grave and bowed thrice. A wife and daughter, mourning our greatest loss. After the final bow, I pushed the incense sticks firmly into the small brass censer. Thin trails of fragrant smoke drifted into the sky. I touched her hand, rousing her from her daze. Mother, when you walk in the forest at night, what do you think about? I had longed to ask this so many times before. She closed her eyes, a dreamlike smile on her lips. You, as a child, your father, our life together. How I wish he were with us, that he had not been left behind. She bent her head then, broken whispers falling from her mouth. Sometimes I wonder, what if the physicians were wrong? What if I had not drunk the elixir? We would have lived all these years together in the world below. My hair would be gray now, but we would have been happy. Her grip tightened around mine. As I ascended to the skies, I turned around once to see him by the window, his hand outstretched, such anguish upon his face. He had returned too late. Some nights I torment myself, wondering how he felt as he watched me fly away. Did he understand why I did it? Did he feel betrayed? Did he hate me? Those nights, I hate myself too. She stared ahead, her throat working before she continued. In that moment when I held the elixir, all I could think of was you and me, and how much I wanted us to live. When I drank it, I chose my husband's death before mine. I chose a life without him. I chose us. Her voice throbbed with sudden emotion. I will never be free of my sorrow. And yet I would do it again, even knowing all which came after.
because it meant I had you." Tears fell from her like a scattering of rain. I cursed myself for my thoughtless question, for asking it, despite knowing it would grieve her. But we could not keep hiding and burying our hurt, especially from those we loved. I had learned that through the pain lay forgiveness, growth, and the eventual healing of our wounds. It struck me then, perhaps my mother and I were more similar than I had imagined. We had both seized the opportunities which came our way. We had both chosen to live. Slowly, her fingers slipped from my grasp like she had forgotten my presence. Her gaze fixed on the gleaming characters of his name on the headstone, her lips moving to mouth them in silence. His legacy and achievements carved into immutable stone, forever ingrained in the memory of the world he had saved, for as long as there were mortals to read and songs to sing. He would never be forgotten. But it was an empty solace for those who loved him. Rising to my feet, I joined Li Wei by the bank of the river. We stood in silence, watching the water glistening in the sunlight as the breeze toyed with our hair. The air in the mortal world was filled with a myriad of scents, blossoming flowers, decaying leaves, the earthy river water thrumming with life. He turned to me then. "I asked Princess Fengmei to release me from our betrothal." I stared at him in disbelief, unsure of what to say. "Why? When?" I finally asked. He shot me a rueful smile. "Need you ask why? After you left, I visited Princess Fengmei. I told her the truth, what I should have told her long before. She deserved more than what I had to offer, a heart that would never be hers. She was most understanding, and she asked me to tell you she hoped we would find happiness together. I think she knew since the day you rescued her." I recalled her clear gaze when it had fallen upon our skydrop tassels, when she realized they were a matched pair. I did not wish to hurt her, but I could not deny the joy blossoming through me now. "What about the alliance?" "The Phoenix Kingdom reaffirmed its support for the Celestial Kingdom. While the tie will not be as strong as one bound through marriage, they will remain our friend and ally. Both the Queen and she remain grateful for our aid." He took my hand, pressing it against his chest, where his heart pounded as loudly as my own. His eyes shone with unbridled emotion. As his other palm cupped the curve of my cheek, I leaned unconsciously against him, drawn to his remembered warmth. "My heart is yours. It has always been yours," he said. "You don't have to answer me now. I know you need time to be with your mother and to think things through. I was wrong before. I did not fight hard enough for us then. But I will never fail you again." He spoke the last words as solemnly as a vow. The emotions suffusing me left no room for speech. It was as though the sun had emerged from behind the clouds, illuminating the sky. The shadows might return, but for now, I would bask in its radiance. As dusk crept up, we flew back to the moon. Before he left, Li Wei helped me to set up the protection wards. Our home was no longer forbidden to immortals, and while we welcomed visitors, we needed to exercise caution. Together we wove our magic into threads of power which stretched all around the pure light palace. When I paused, exhausted by my efforts, Li Wei took over. As he closed his eyes, his energy erupted in a surge of light, circling our wards before vanishing. "I've added another layer of protection to detect those who conceal their form, whether demon, spirit, or celestial. While it cannot prevent their entry, it will hopefully give you sufficient warning," he explained. At the gravity in his tone, the blood drained from my face. "Celestial?" I repeated, stumbling over the word. I had thought we were done with the intrigue, the danger, and fear. Li Wei's face darkened. "There are no plots that I am aware of. However, my parents are displeased that the army intervened to lend you their support.
Whispers have reached their ears that their capitulation here is viewed by many as a sign of weakness. Some begin to question again the wisdom of their past decisions, imprisoning the dragons, exiling the moon goddess, allowing the sunbirds to roam unfettered.
A chill swept over me. All I ever wanted was to go home and free my mother. I never intended any of this as a challenge. I just want to live here in peace.
We cannot control what others fear. But you won't be alone. I will be with you, for as long as you let me.
Li Wei took my frozen hands, lifting them to his lips and blowing his warm breath over them.
I'm just being careful. These are rumblings and rumors, nothing to worry about for now.
I nodded woodenly. Rumblings and rumors in the wrong ears could still bear dire consequences. That night, after Li Wei had left, I tossed and turned before I fell asleep. And even in slumber I found no rest, lost in a vivid dream where I stood on the balcony, gazing at the sky. The clouds were a strange color, almost violet, as a tall figure came to stand beside me. His green robe swirled in the breeze. He stared at me with those silvery eyes, as though waiting for me to speak. "Thank you for letting us go. But it does not erase all you did," I said stiffly.
I meant what I said, that I would never force you against your will again.
There was a wistful note in his tone, one I had never heard before.
I did not realize what we had until it was lost. If only we could start over, I would do things differently.
I did not answer him. I did not know what to say.
There is something I want to ask you.
You can ask, but I may not answer, I countered, unwilling to be drawn deeper into a conversation that brought back too many unsettling memories. Though he smiled, there was a hollowness about it.
Would you indulge me? I've missed your company.
I've not missed yours. A half-truth, a half-lie. I reminded myself that whatever I missed was the illusion of our companionship, not the reality of his deception. His eyes flashed.
On the rooftop, before the dragon carried you away, would you have shot me?
I had asked myself that countless times before, and now I finally knew the answer. No. His honesty deserved no less than mine. At that single word, he let out a drawn breath, the tension easing from his shoulders.
Could you ever care for a demon as you did for the Celestial?
The Celestial never existed. It was the demon all along. Somehow I kept my voice flat, ignoring the twinge in my chest. He inclined his head gravely.
Perhaps. However you see me, I will wait until you do.
Do what?
Love me again.
His fingers brushed the side of my head, lightly stroking my hair.
Or at least, not hate me anymore.
Before I could jerk away, a scathing retort on my tongue, he had disappeared. I awoke the next morning, sandy-eyed and grim. My dream was so vivid. The emotions it evoked so real, I was lost in thought for a long while, alternating between outrage that he might have infiltrated my dreams and resentment that the thought of him still troubled me so. Finally, I rose to get dressed. In front of the mirror, I froze at the sight of the silver pin in my hair carved with a pattern of clouds. My fingers grasped the cool metal, plucking it out and hurling it into a drawer. I picked up the jade dragon bow, slinging it over my shoulder before leaving the room. My time in the army had taught me caution, to always have a weapon on hand. Walking outside, I tested once more the wards which Li Wei and I had woven. Threads of gold and silver knitted tightly together, as delicate as a spider web, yet stronger than iron. With a burst of defiance, I thought, if enemies lurked on the horizon, I would be ready for them. That night, I did not dream of Wenxia. I was unsettled, unsure of how I felt, though I sensed it was not the last I had seen of him. My days fell into a routine. Since my mother's punishment was lifted, many immortals came to visit us, some to pay their respects, others to satisfy their curiosity, more interested in the scandal of our tale than out of any true concern. I longed to show them out after the first cup of tea, but my mother's glare restrained my ruder impulses. Yet beyond these slight irritations, it was wonderful to be home, to feel safe and free and loved. True to her promise, Xu Xiao was a frequent visitor, often dropping by unannounced. I was always glad for her company and to hear her news of the realm. Min Yi came too, and even teacher Dao Ming and General Zhen Yun. These were my favorite times, sharing my home with the friends I had made, to hear their voices and laughter spilling through our halls. Such company did not detract from the peace, but enhanced it. Yet no visitor was more frequent than Li Wei. We took long walks through the white osmanthus forest, winding between the glowing lanterns, beneath the starlit sky. When I played the qin or flute, he sat beside me, sketching or painting. At times I looked up to find his dark eyes fixed on me with such intensity, my fingers would falter over the melody. But I no longer shied from his touch, nor felt that pang of guilt when my pulse quickened at the sight of him. And my mind, once more, dared to dream of our future. Some nights after Pinga had gone to bed, I joined my mother as she stood on the balcony of our home. We were together, yet each of us lost in our own memories, hers of the realm below, and mine of the skies above. I now understood with startling clarity why she had not wanted to be disturbed during these times. And though we did not speak, we found a kind of solace in each other's company, in sharing our sorrow, a sorrow which I had no comprehension of in my childhood. Often I started to find myself alone, not noticing when she had left. So wrapped up was I in my own thoughts, in trying to answer the questions which whirled through my mind. Could Li Wei and I truly forget all that had transpired to tear us apart? Could the ties that were severed be remade? In the tranquility of my home, I hoped to have the time to unravel these tangled knots of my life. Yet even though we were immortal, I could not walk this path forever, shying from love, wary of making the wrong decision, afraid to be hurt. I had not believed myself fickle, but the truth was, I no longer knew my own heart. I had always thought life was a road, twisting and turning with the vagaries of fate. Luck and opportunity, gifts beyond our control. As I gazed across the endless night, it dawned on me then that our paths were forged from the choices we made, whether to reach for an opportunity or to let it pass by, to be swept up with change or to hold your ground. On the surface, my life had come full circle, yet no longer did I have to hide in the shadows, burying my past and fearing for my future. Never again would I conceal who I was and the names of my father and mother. Word had spread throughout the 8 kingdoms of the immortal realm that I was the daughter of the moon goddess and of the mortal who had slain the suns. In the darkness, the 1,000 lanterns flickered to life. The sky was clear, the stars infinite. The light of the moon was full and bright. On a night as this, my heart was content, awaiting the promise of tomorrow. This is Natalie Naudis. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Daughter of the Moon Goddess, a novel by Lynn Tan, presented by William Morrow and Harper Audio. This program was produced by Common Mode, Paul Fowley, Technical Director, Executive Producer, Abigail Nover. Text copyright 2022 by Lynn Tan. Production copyright 2022 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.